I've been streaming all day, giving it straight. At the top of the hour is a 3-minute break. Oh Lord, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm Hasan Piker, and this Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. That was Kem Kardashian, bitch men that are bitch made AI parody for Hasan. Wonder what happened to that guy. Folks, I'm Hasan Abi Piker. This Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, hump day, ladies and gentlemen. He was in the Alaska State Fair singing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Wednesday, hump day, September 25. 2024. Watch Donald Trump, watch Donald Trump, watch Donald Trump. Permission to swag out. You got my permission. Hope everyone's having a great one. Some chatters are probably prepping for hurricanes, as a chatter also pointed out in the chat. But cheers for everybody. Cheers for the new day. Permission to swag out. Granted, soldier. Swag the frick out. Anyway, you probably already saw but did you see the big ghost of Yote review? Yes, I did. It's a woman. It's DEI, and now I'm mad. Okay, so permission to goon. You got it, soldier. Permission granted. So, folks, last night I ended the broadcast and I did something very important, okay? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker for once. You know what I mean? Instead of talking about all the things that are awful in the world, this is when I tell you all the things that are awful in my life, in my immediate life. Just kidding. Things are not so awful, except for the fact that I tried the Oreo Coca-Cola Zero. All right. I tried the Oreo Coke Zero. Hey, there's a jacket that someone died. No, I don't know why people always assume that like I wear a jacket when people are dying, you know? Sometimes I just like to wear a jacket. By the way, Bigum Dosh, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs and the 10 community gifted subs earlier. Thank you for the 15 gifted subs total. Anyway, personal news wise, I tried the Oreo Coca-Cola last night. Oh, I forgot it. There's no Coke. I was playing it on mute, like many of you guys who watch my TikToks. Thank you, 13LT Rico, for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. I don't know what's going on. Why is everybody peppering me with some gifted subs?
All right, as everyone's favorite soda boy, I finally did it. I went and got Coke Zero Oreo Creations. This is America's final form. Okay, this is peak America. It literally doesn't get any better than this. Oof. Nice little sound to that. As you guys know, I'm the esteemed soda boy. This is a Coca-Cola Zero Sugar with Oreo flavor on it. I'm going to try it now. First sip. Actually, I smelled it first. Kind of smells like Coke Zero, but vanilla flavored maybe. Tastes like there's a little bit of an Oreo aftertaste. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Hello, Kaya. What's up? She doesn't like it. But it's not great either.
Son, I know this is fun time, so please don't yell. But when you have time, can you? You can. I know the world is crazy right now. Can you add some context to the clip about grape on Twitter? I just saw. I don't know what it was about, but it was kind of upsetting. Yes. There is a college specifically created for anti-woke conservatives. And I was making a hypothetical, oftentimes, as I do, about conservative positions, saying from a utilitarian perspective, if anti-woke campuses are to exist, that could be a good thing from a utilitarian perspective because people are specifically going to those colleges because they're unwoke. Okay? Great way to start off the day, though. I can't believe you saw a 28-second clip on Twitter and thought, hey, it seems like Hasan is pro rich women getting raped, even though the clip itself literally very clearly does not spell that at all. And you just got primed by the actual Twitter post associated with the clip. Okay. 26-month subscriber. I'm sorry, guys. You are very, very, very easy to dupe. You are. You're very easy to dupe. You get primed by people who literally make pedophilia references on a regular basis and think that shit is edgy, or sometimes even defend those kinds of actions. All it takes for you is literally seeing a clip from a community like that is 28 seconds long for you to go, I'm actually going to rewrite everything I know about this person. You're very easy to dupe. You are. Okay? Anyway. He was asking a question, Hasan. I mean, it's true. It's a silly question. It's a silly question. If you see a clip out there that says like, I hate all black people, they should be killed or something, okay? And you go, wait, I saw a clip of you saying, I hate all black people, they should be killed, and I really wanted you to address that. Would you, if you see a clip like that, do you go, in your mind, do you go, this probably is clipped out of context, as it will now be because I just said those words? Do you go, this must be clipped out of context because, once again, it does not correspond to anything that this person believes? I've been in here for a very long time. I know what this person's opinions are. Okay? It's a bad faith clip to begin with. The amount of cuts in that clip should have immediately told someone that it was out of context and purely fabricated. I know, but it doesn't matter. Please. All right. Moving back to this.
All right, as everyone's favorite soda boy, I finally did it. I went and got Coke Zero Oreo Creations. This is America's final form, okay? This is peak America. It literally doesn't get any better than this. Oof. Nice little sound to that. As you guys know, I'm the esteemed soda boy. This is a Coca-Cola Zero Sugar with Oreo flavor on it. I'm going to try it now. First sip. Actually, I smelled it first. Kind of smells like Coke Zero, but vanilla flavored, maybe? Tastes like there's a little bit of an Oreo aftertaste.
How does this rank with Dr. Pepper Cherry? I don't fuck with cherry flavored shit. So I have more of it, and it was cold. Okay. Yeah, for the record, I don't fault you for getting duped by a clip chimp. Okay? But I do beg of you to exercise a little bit more critical thinking. That's it. Like, please. Why are you so hated, bro? Why do you think? It's because I am very loud and very bold and very stubborn. The very same reasons why I am loved is the very same reasons why I'm hated. Because for as many people as there are out there who agree with me, there are a shit ton more people who disagree with me. And those people can't actually argue on the boundaries of the arguments that I'm presenting, so they have to actually strike at the source instead. This is a way to try and separate people from someone who is communicating these positions without actually assuming any of the positions at all, without ever having to defend a position at all. Okay? That's it. And I do know that no matter what I do, it's not going to stop. It's just something that I have to live with for the rest of my life. But who gives a shit? All right, moving on. Stop. I don't want to get derailed. Legote is being slandered in ways we've never seen before. See, this is a great example, okay? There it is. 130,000 likes on this fucking thing. I saw it earlier, okay? This app has never been more washed, okay? If true, this is unbelievably sick. Kanye West reveals how LeBron James slept with Diddy for $100 million and sold his soul. 144,000 likes on this. When an app has momentum and movement and motion on this level of Facebook boomer posting, it's over. It's time to migrate. Okay? It's time to move on. It's cooked. The application is on its last days. Okay? It is straight up Facebook at this point. It's just Facebook too. All the fucking Nazi boomers migrated over here. It's time to return to Tumblr, bestie. I've never been on Tumblr, but I probably will never be on Tumblr. Jesus Christ, why Hasan Abi finds it so hard to believe LeBron attended Diddy parties? Wait, what? No, dude, I'm joking when I say he's never been to a Diddy party. Of course he has. But there's a fucking obvious difference between like LeBron James, much like many other fucking famous people, going to a Diddy party versus Kanye West saying that LeBron James slept with Diddy for $100 million and sold his soul. Do you feel like these two things are on the same fucking spectrum of reality? Or do you feel like one thing is obviously real and the other thing is just so insane that if you were to actually repeat this out in the real world, most people would look at you and go, oh my God, I think you are having a mental health episode. The Everything app, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new Shemale protagonist, by the way. I am not sure if it's the same person. Why can't people just enjoy things? Why? We are getting progressively dumber and dumber and dumber as a society, okay? Progressively. It is actually mind-boggling. I don't know what else to say other than like people are just so fucking stupid and they're so transphobic and it does not even matter. It just once everyone becomes just as stupid, then the stupid people might as well be right. Okay? Anyway, playlist for later. Harris' new economic policy speech in 1 hour. Her MSNBC interview at 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff. We got a lot of good stuff on the docket, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're going to get to that. I was at work and got to talk about you because of your news story. A lot of people saw you who didn't know you. Hell yeah. Personal news wise, I don't really have anything else going on. I worked out this morning. I forgot to upload the video as I normally do when I do work out. It was a little baby workout. I mean, I did some push day. I am just so weak on my chest. It's so frustrating. My chest is so weak. I barely put up 225. I did it for a total of 15, but I had to do it with like I had to do it in 3 different sets. Cap is shit. You got huge titties. Yeah, but it's just not. 225 is I mean, I can barely do it for 6, dude. It's not good. It's just not good at all. It's bad. I'm just so goddamn weak. Thinking about the Israeli pop song from a few months back telling Iran not to attack them. King, no disrespect, but I straight up don't believe you. I mean, it's all good. My bench numbers are just never going to get up. I don't think. It's very frustrating. Tel Aviv and Eilat were hit with drones and ballistic missiles today. Iron Dome seems to be faltering. Did you say 325 or 225? 225, not 325. If I was putting up 325 on my chest, I'd be fucking nonstop talking about how sick I am. No, Jay Mershon. I am not going to watch the cute video that you're sending me. All right, let's blast off. Okay. My first day as a subscriber. Do you think if Kamala wins, the Dems will codify Roe v. Wade or nah, like the past 51 years? I think you already answered your own question. At 2 p.m., I'm going to have the Blowback Pod boys on. Brendan James and Noah Colwyn will be on the broadcast. You guys know them. You guys love them. They are responsible for some of the best podcast series out there. The Blowback Podcast, of course. And, you know, I'm very excited to host them again. They have a new season that just came out, this time on Cambodia. Really fire. They were on Chop on Monday. Yeah. Kamala unveils more econ policy. Israel gearing to invade Lebanon? Question mark. Yeah, Khmer Rouge is what we're going to be talking about. Do we have a blast off meme? People yell at Chapel Roan over not endorsing without concessions. Talk about your Halloween ideas, Unc. Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. I don't think it's a question at this point. Israelis are already circulating a lab of southern Lebanon with Israeli village names. Yeah, I saw that already. That was yesterday. Blast off meme. Bro, that's not even a... That's not... Bomb Labs, that's not a Halloween costume. That's just something I wear regularly. You just strapped on the fucking worm around it. Kamala unveils more econ policy. Israel gearing to invade Lebanon. People yell at Chapel Roan over not endorsing without concessions. Cornell to deport student. Blinken caught hiding Israeli war crime report. Noah Colwyn and Brendan James on the show. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasan Abi. Okay. Let's do it. Let's blast the freak off. Honestly, what cracks me up about Chappelle, Roan. Am I saying that right? Chapel Roan, not Chappelle. Chapel Roan. Is that they made a leftist queer a megastar, and now are mad that she's leftist and queer? Yeah. You don't have to type www.unc. I think so. you talk about our brother Marcellus Williams? I did yesterday. I did yesterday. Quite a bit. All right, here it is. This is the Bomb Left inspired Halloween fit, which I think is really funny because it's not even a fucking Halloween fit. It's just something I wear regularly. But the only addition to this Halloween fit is the worm, which would turn me into, I guess, what's the character? Toji? Yeah. If I get the worm, it's like easy. I could be Toji super easy. I can't believe they executed Marcellus Williams. Barbaric. Welcome to the United States of America. We are a nation that participates in barbarism every single day. This is who we are. This is what we are. We are an inherently violent country with an inherently violent culture, and we are incredibly violent to one another. And a lot of people don't comprehend how violent these structures are until they are also within the crosshairs, until something that they care about is taken from them. Few more days until this arrives, by the way. Oh my God, that's a beautiful emote. I love that. Your photo at the booth came out. Hell yeah. Keza. My man. Just about to play through the MGS series for the first time. Are the two older games necessary to play? Yes. And I would urge you to start with MGS1 because MGS1 might come across as like a little unplayable with how bad the graphics are if you get used to like the older games, like the newer games, sorry. But if you're asking about the old MGS, like I'm talking PlayStation, I'm talking Metal Gear Solid. Like not the Metal Gear series that is like NES games. Like you don't have to play those. But I would say that Metal Gear Solid, the first in the franchise that is like on the PlayStation platform, I recommend that for sure. The MGS Volume 1 is getting a massive patch on PC that's going to make it much better. Play the GameCube remaster MGS Twin Snakes instead of the PS1. Bro, when are you not live, lol? MGS1 graphics aren't the issue. It's the very dated control. Still a banger, though, and holds up extremely well. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2 are incredible. Metal Gear Solid 2 holds up very well in every aspect. Metal Gear Solid 3 is the most perfect game in the franchise anyway. Most people will say that it's probably their favorite game. And then 4 and 5 are fine. I mean, they're good. They remastered MGS 1 to 3 on PS3? No. Hasan Piker's looks are like his political takes, overhyped, underwhelming, and definitely not as deep as he thinks they are. He might have the muscles, but even Photoshop can't smooth out that dumb fuck expression all that time in the gym, and still the best thing about him is when the camera glitches and freezes his face. Thank you. Once again, if you repeat a certain thing, maybe it'll be true eventually. Good luck to you. Crazy cyberbully interaction. Guys, there is no planet in which you can cyberbully as a content watcher the person whose content you are watching. Okay. It is at that point entirely up to the person that is receiving that statement to be allowed to be bullied in that regard. Okay. Like you say lol cows, but again, you can't lol cow someone if they do not lean into it. Like a lot of these people that are like lol cows in general used to have, you know, some careers, right? And then they leaned into it over and over again. They leaned into it over and over again, and inevitably they became like that became their only content. Okay, like DSP or what was the guy Boogie 1488. And if you don't know what a lol cow is, trust me, it's good. It's you're a healthy individual. Don't worry about it. Um, yeah, this is a funny tweet I saw from Lolo that he resurfaced. I totally agree that Biden Harris is a transition ticket, and I'm excited to see a progressive ticket in 2024 that listens to us on Medicare for all and the Green New Deal. I said, were you not a Hasan Abi head in 2020? Shaking my head. Because it's like, why is he complimenting you? Um, I mean, I think some locals are just genuinely very mentally ill. Yeah. Why is the suit? Is there some real shit going on? Talking about lolcows, guess who's getting smoked like a brisket in the courts? Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's shocking to hear Lol overruled have a take like this in 2020. If he was a Hasan Abi head back then, he would have known better, is what I'm saying. Okay. This man never responds to my text. No healthcare, 40,000 more troops to Lebanon. Yep. Text Lolo back. I don't even know when he texted me that I didn't respond to. But to be fair, I did I did literally ask him to fly over and stay with me if he wants to, since he's jobless. I'm a gaming frog, and last night's woke game is the first time I've been glad to see you abandon a playthrough. Yeah. Anyway, the jacket is real fresh. Yeah, the jacket is I think my dad's or my brother's. I don't know. But no, you're a hater. Dustborn is good. I didn't enjoy it that much. I'll be honest. It's like the content that we can derive out of it is exclusive to the content that we can derive out of it is exclusively about me like making jokes about how like lame the game is, because the main characters are the most annoying people that you could put together. It's like, but like not so mentally ill that you can even be entertained by how insane they are. They're just balanced enough and annoying enough that they're just like a very specific type of queer adult millennial in a leftist polycule from the Tumblr generation. Anyway, let's watch this absolute banger. I like that I mean, this basically captures the essence of Israeli politics in general, which is Iran don't shoot or will shoot, showing American missiles, showing like American fighter jets. I love that. Like for me, it just basically captures the very essence of Israeli politics because this song comes in the aftermath of Israel blowing up the Iranian fucking embassy compound in Damascus, okay, which is a direct violation of Iranian sovereignty. And right before the retaliation is supposed to occur, the expected retaliation that is supposed to occur from Iran, that was, I would say, negotiated at that point. They're like, don't do it because we'll do it again. There's just something so spiritually fucked up with Israel, bro. I'm sorry. It's like Jewish people across the board, if you want to understand how like Israel is not in any way, shape, or form representative of Jewish culture, Judaism as a whole, like Jewish people as a whole, just look to the art. Okay? Look to the art. Look to the long history of Jewish art, okay? Jews making art in general, and then look to the type of art that comes out of Israel. It is just like mind-boggling to me. It is insane. It is crazy. Okay? That's it. This was fire. This was fire. Y'all are just jealous, dude. Y'all are just jealous of this. Y'all are just jealous. Jealousy's not a good look on you, sweetie. Anyway, has anyone answered it in the US or Israel? At what point are countries allowed defending themselves versus Israel, or is it always just never? Yeah, the answer is it's never. The answer is never. Recent development. I was talking to an ultra Zionist who has defended Israel every step of the way over the past year, and I sent them that New York Times investigation showing IAV killing an entire mourning family in the middle of the street with a white flag, war crime, by the way. And they said, you have to fight fire with fire. War is nasty and ugly. Okay, so cool. You're just a terrorist then? The answer is yes. At a certain point, you just got to give up. I'm telling you. Okay? You just got to give up. When people go, if Israel used the nuke, would the US still support it? The answer is something that you don't want to know. Okay, I don't want to give you an answer to that, but the answer is not going to make you happy. Okay, all things considered, looking at what Israel has been able to get away with, the answer is absolutely. Okay, it absolutely, because guess what? Israel has used 5 nuclear arms worth of munitions on Gaza over the course of the past 12 months. And America has basically given them more. Not a peep. Pure defense. And not only pure defense, but now Israel is doing pure offense. Okay? Now Israel's doing pure offense in Lebanon. It started with a terror attack Okay. And it continued with gearing up for full blown ground invasion, which is crazy because every single person keeps saying there is no way Israel can pull this shit off. Okay. It doesn't make sense. They've lost to Hezbollah before. This morning, I was listening to the New York Times Daily, and they were talking about how Hezbollah was born out of the desire to purge the Israeli invasion in Lebanon. And I thought to myself, that's interesting. At least they're offering historical context. This is strange. This is new. This is unique. Very cool. And then they moved into like current day. And they kept talking about like how Hezbollah has tunnels inside of Lebanon. And I was thinking to myself, it's like, dog, I can't believe you're describing these people, this like militant group, this resistance group, okay? And you're talking about their military capabilities that are purely defensive, okay? Like tunnel systems that are purely defensive in a whole ass sovereign nation. Can you? It's like looking at American nuclear missile silos inside of the United States or any number of different like protective measures that we have and talking about it like it's a bad thing. Okay? Like, yeah, dude, that's a whole ass different country. Why do they have an entire tunnel system underneath their whole ass sovereign nation? I wonder why. Yeah, it's like complaining that the Pentagon has a fucking basement. Like, what are you talking about? It is their country. It's a different country. I can't stress this enough. Like, with Gaza, there is legalese, right? There is like this legal gray area that Israel has been able to define where they're like occupiers, but also not really kind of. See, they have their own governance or whatever the fuck. But like with Lebanon, and that stuff is already bullshit, right? Like, Israel's justifications to make it seem like on a good day that they're not a belligerent occupier over Gaza is bullshit. But having said that, at least like there is a legal gray area there, kind of, right? Even though it's utterly illegal, but at least like you can kind of present an argument there. But there is no argument when you are trying to contextualize Lebanese militias, okay? Like the country of Lebanon as having done something wrong for building defense systems against potential invasion. It doesn't have to be from Israel, like from anywhere, really. That is what countries do. What do you think countries do? Countries are supposed to have defenses. It makes no sense that they are talking about this issue as though it's just so fucked up for Hezbollah to have mounted any kind of defensive posture against their southern neighbor that has literally invaded them before and occupied them before. Yeah, US and Israel also have underground command bunkers and ammo depots. Duh, no shit. Of course they do. And there is no world where you're like, that's a bad thing, okay? Like when we have it, it's good. That's it. The only thing you need to understand about this is that if we have it or if Israel has it, it's good. But if anyone that Israel declares to be an enemy, it doesn't matter. It's bad, okay? If tomorrow Israel declared France an enemy of Israel, we would have the same fucking analysis. We'd be like, no, dog, sorry, France. You really fucked up with your anti-Semitic ass defensive posture against Israel. That's anti-Semitic. You need to get wiped off the map. Excuse me. Please. Does Lebanon have a right to defend itself? The answer is no. Under international law, the answer is yes. Under American law, the answer is no. No country that Israel wants to fucking fight against, no country that Israel has decided it is going to take action against is a country that is a sovereign nation with its own territorial interests, with its own civilians, with its own citizens, with its own defensive posture. You cannot defend yourself, okay? If Israel wants to blow you up, you have to sit there and take it and then say thank you so much. Anyway, here, U.S. officials, this is where we're going to start, and then we're going to get into Lebanon, and then we'll talk more about, like, obviously the internal dynamic here. before we get the blowback boys on.
Live with BBC News.
Before we get to that though, here. So obviously Israel did an attack of terror on Lebanese soil. They exploded booby-trapped civilian communications devices. The Western media covered it as though it was a profound, incredible feat of impressive espionage. Leon Panetta, the former CIA director, was like, nah, it's terrorism. UN human rights advocates said, nah, it's terrorism. It's a war crime. This is a war crime. And it's actually opening up the door to like severe problems for everyone else. Okay? But hey, Israel got that. You know what I mean? John Fetterman's on board. Americans that love only reading the news and never really exercising a single shred of critical thinking, they loved it. So who cares what other people think? Reddit liked it, so it's not an act of terror. Also, here's the U.S. State Department.
The story from last week. Is it the Pentagon's view that it's acceptable under the laws of war to booby-trap civilian objects and place them amongst civilian populations? Is that acceptable for any nation to do?
That's something that, without commenting on an operation that the U.S. military had no involvement in, it's hard for me to get into the hypotheticals. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to try and go down and explain.
Because if you were a lawyer, you would say, of course it's not acceptable. It is a war crime. Okay? It's a war crime. It's simple. Okay? You're not a lawyer. Let's refer to the lawyers. Okay, lawyer said it's a war crime. Moving on. And also, you don't, the reason why people have to find hypotheticals in a situation that actually happened, I can't stress this enough. This is a real thing that already occurred. Israel did it, okay, in Lebanon. The reason why we have to resort to hypotheticals is because when Israel does it, you say it's okay. So what if someone else did it to us or to Israel or to our European allies? People that we do think are human beings. What if someone did that? Well, in that circumstance, I think you would all understand. If Russia did it, you'd be like, "Oh, war crime alert, war crime alert." They're at it again.
Legalese from here. So I just can't comment further on that operation. Yeah.
U.S. though affecting supply chains or intercepting supply chains in order to place explosive items within normal consumer objects, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on a hypothetical or an operation that we had no part of. Yeah.
Thank you. Follow up the story.
Yeah. Anyway, the deadly pager operation in Lebanon was like the first strike. And then they went back to, doing Israel shit, famous Israel shit, which is carpet bombing villages, carpet bombing towns, and putting out shitty CGI to be like, this is why we're going to carpet bomb your villages. Now, they're not doing it to a territory that they are the belligerent occupier of, but which is already illegal, and they don't have a right to defend themselves in that way. But now they're also doing it to a whole-ass, sovereign-ass nation, the nation of Lebanon. This is not Gaza anymore, but if you were to look at the media and the way that they're covering it, you might have thought, oh, it is the Gaza. This is Gaza 2.0. Hezbollah is Hamas. We went from Hamas to Hezbollah. Let's take a look at how BBC is covering the Israeli army chief telling troops Lebanon strikes are preparing ground for attack.
I'm Anna Foster here in Beirut as fears continue to grow.
Can you let me know what the argument is for Lebanon self-defense when the uninitiated people tell Lebanon is the one who started this retaliation support for Gaza? The Hezbollah initiatives in southern Lebanon and in northern Israel have been a constant tit for tat, okay? Pre-October 7 and certainly post-October 7. And even in that tit for tat, Israel is responsible for 70 or 80% of the munitions being deployed. Israel is responsible for 80% of all rockets fired in the back and forth tit for tat. Okay? Israel has shown every regional actor, everyone that has eyes to see, that has a brain cell to understand these issues, that they will never back down if you ask them gently. Okay? This is after 78 years of brutal occupation and the maintenance of an apartheid. So, of course, regional actors are like, okay, well, we are going to make this as costly as possible for you. We know you have an Iron Dome. We know that you'll be able to intercept most of these missiles, but they're very costly. Okay? They're very costly for you. It's costly for you to have 20,000 civilians evacuate the northern territories that you are currently occupying. It's going to be costly for you to use Tamir interceptor missiles. Okay? It's a game of math at that point. And now the Iron Dome has started not working. When that starts occurring and missiles start hitting Tel Aviv, for example, when that happens, then inevitably more and more people are going to leave Israel. They are no longer going to feel safe in Israel. They are going to want to leave Israel and go to America or Western nations or any other country for that matter. This presents a genuine threat to the Zionist project of establishing a Jewish ethno-state in the area. Okay? If you no longer can be the startup nation, if you no longer can be the nation that is beautiful, that made the desert bloom, all of a sudden, people are going to be, you're not going to have academics, okay? You're not going to have artists, which you didn't really have a lot to begin with. Holy fuck. The Jews are God's people, you dumb fucks. I unbanned this person specifically because I wanted to let him chirp, okay? GG, Jewish people are God's people. God will defend his people. Jesus will come back, and when he does, ? Holy. Fuck Hamas. This dude needs to crawl back under his rock and die. God has Israel's back. Nuff said. Fuck that. Beetlejuice banned him. I unbanned him because I knew he was going to come out with some incredible stuff. He said, the Jews are God's people, dumb fucks. Love that. Thank you. Is it a hardware issue? Is the dome bugged? Is it outdated? How is the dome failing exactly? I mean, what do you mean, how is the dome failing? It's being overwhelmed. There is at the end of the day, there is a finite amount of missiles that you can utilize. The Iron Dome is not actually a dome. Okay? The Iron Dome is a surface-to-air missile system. Okay? Which means you're launching missiles at the missiles that are coming in. Oftentimes, 2 at a time, as a matter of fact. Anyway, let's get
further escalation in the conflict here in the Middle East. We've heard just in the last hour the chief of Israel's defense forces speaking to soldiers on the northern border, telling them to prepare for a ground invasion into southern Lebanon. And we also heard the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer talking about that and other world conflicts and crises at the UN in New York. Of course, countries from around the world meeting for the General Assembly. And our Sumi Somaskanda is there and has been following developments over the last few days. And Sumi, when you hear the calls there for de-escalation,
I think having Israel set up troops for a ground invasion of a whole ass sovereign nation after 12 months of conducting its genocidal campaign in a territory that it illegally occupies and opening up a new front with America's backing, while simultaneously the UN is just like, listening to Joe Biden talk about how, I did NATO. Like, what a beautiful juxtaposition right here, What a perfect demonstration of how feckless and how powerless these institutions are and how little they are actually doing their primary duty, which is not to necessarily uphold international law and rules, right? But more so to, at the very least, present it as though there is some semblance of international rule-based order. They're failing on the PR front, just like the American peer failed on the PR front. That is what this is. The primary function of the UN is to at least make it seem as though Western nations are interested in international collaboration and uphold a certain set of standards. Okay? But they're not doing that. They're even failing on the PR front.
But here in the Middle East, the messages, the sounds, the noise and the fury is very different. Are they expecting at the UN General Assembly to have an impact on what's happening here?
Anna, that really is the most striking difference that I'm seeing right now. These tones of escalation that you're witnessing on the ground there in Lebanon, so different to these calls for de-escalation, for a ceasefire, as we've now heard from the British Prime Minister. And there's
the Iron Dome has never been tested and was largely sold on marketing and is a farce. I'll be shocked if Israel's willing to put it on to the test in fear of exposing the emperor as having no clothes. What are you talking about? The Iron Dome absolutely gets tested. It's just only been tested on fucking like bathtub rockets and shit, and also the Hezbollah rockets that are not bathtub rockets, but it definitely has been tested. There are statistics for its level of success in Israel. The reason why Israel does not let anyone else have the Iron Dome is specifically because they're worried that if Ukraine, for example, got the Iron Dome, well, two reasons. One, because Israel and Russia have obvious partnerships and have consistently maintained like decent relationships, regardless of what Vladimir Putin says or regardless of what Benjamin Netanyahu says. That's one aspect of this conversation. The other aspect of this conversation is that Benjamin Netanyahu refused Ukraine getting an Iron Dome, and the reason why they didn't want to give Ukraine an Iron Dome is because they were worried that if Russia were to overtake and overwhelm Ukraine, at least this was their outward reasoning, that Russia would have access to the Iron Dome and would give it to Iran. And the reality is, ultimately, Iron Dome is a phenomenal piece of tech. Okay, it is. It has done a really good job of thwarting attacks from Hamas and Hezbollah and anyone else for that matter, except now it is actually being penetrated. And not only is it being penetrated by like loiter munitions, it's being penetrated by obviously was it hypersonic missiles, which the Houthis apparently have, which is crazy. Obviously, nothing is impossible to penetrate when you have, when you have enough of a will. This is a similar situation to Republicans wanting to invade Mexico to fight the cartels. Stop saying penetrate. How about you penetrate the top of the hour ad break by subscribing? Okay.
certainly is an optimism because you do have world leaders gathered here.
That's right. 3-minute ad break is upon us. 420. Blaze it for September or for free with the Twitch Prime to avoid it. Or you can get gifted to subbers a 3-minute ad break now. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to also no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. IDF boasted an interception rate above 85%. Yeah.
Here, the sense that President Biden, the British Prime Minister, of course, Sir Keir Starmer, and world leaders gathered here are the ones who, at least on the sidelines of the summit, could possibly move forward some diplomatic action. You know, we talked to the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations yesterday, and we saw him again today, and we know that there is this United Nations Security Council meeting taking place this afternoon, particularly on the conflict, on the escalating situation in Lebanon. Remember, it was France that called for this meeting. Well, the Israeli ambassador told us he will be going to that UN Security Council meeting, and he had told us that he wants to make sure that they understand that the aggressor here is Iran. So, of course, they are thinking about civilians, he told me, as the rest of the world is, as we are seeing these calls for a ceasefire, and that is important to the Israelis. But they want it to be clear at this UN Security Council meeting that Iran and Hezbollah are the aggressors.
I'm from Lebanon, and I know friends whose homes and villages have been bombed, and guess what? There were no missiles there. How does the world fall for the human shield lie? They're just justifying murdering civilians. The 3D renders look like obvious bullshit. My friend, if you're Lebanese, you already know this reality, but like, They just don't think you're a human being. That's it. It's the sad state of affairs, but it is what it is. In the Western world, people do not think you're a real human being whose life is worth anything. I hate to say it, but it is true. If you are Muslim, if you are Arab, if you happen to live in a country that has Muslims or Arabs as a significant percentage of its population, if you're a country that is in the crosshairs of Israel or America, your lives are not worthy. Okay? There are certain Muslim vassal states that also take priority over others. Saudi Arabia, UAE. These are countries, especially Gulf nations, that also obviously get to, as long as they're like killing, other enemies of America, enemies of the state, they get to do whatever they want to as well. Or sometimes maybe you can use an attack from a certain country's nationals as a justification for invading the Middle East. Then it's also fine, 9/11, Saudi Arabia. There's just no amount of cruelty and evil that the American state will not abide by as long as it subscribes to their material interests, their material needs, as long as it fucking creates a just cause for additional weapons contracts and death and destruction of the third world, extraction of natural resources from places like Iraq, for example. They will always abide by it. They don't give a shit.
Here. It would be very interesting to see what might come out of that, Anna, because as you said, the situation is heating up on the ground with this possibility of a ground and
Yeah, the entire system. Iron Dome is the name for the short range and very precise part of the Israeli air defense system. The whole system includes Yahalom and David String. You have Arrow 1, Arrow 2 as well. Iron Dome is great for short range defense for a very particular direction, meaning against Hamas rockets from Gaza. Otherwise, David Sling is the main long range system. Yes. But the entirety of the Israeli surface to air counter missile system has failed. It has failed since October 7. And that presents a unique problem for Israel. Israel must maintain this veneer of security so that it can continue presenting itself as like a Western adjacent nation in the middle of the Middle East. If it cannot do that, then it's not going to have artists and academics travel to Israel, okay? It also has to maintain itself as a moral nation, an important democracy, despite the fact that it's obviously not, considering that it is a fucking apartheid state doing a genocide. There's just, they will become a social pariah. They have become a social pariah. More and more people will be like, I'm never going to go to Israel. And that is also going to create more pressure. This is how apartheid South Africa perished. Okay? When you lose Radiohead, that's when you're completely gone,
incursion. Everyone we've been speaking to here, including the Swedish foreign minister who I just spoke to, she said, we're speaking to all of our allies to underline the point that we must find a diplomatic solution so that civilians in Lebanon can return to their homes as well as in Israel. But at the moment, as things are so hot on the ground, it looks like a very steep hill to climb, doesn't it?
Yeah, and as you've been reflecting yourself, Sumi, on BBC News over the last couple of days as well, not just the Middle East that's on the table there. We heard, of course, President Zelensky speaking earlier as well. There are other crises, other conflicts that need the world's attention too.
Absolutely. So President Zelensky delivering his address to the UN.
I've seen more impacts in Israel in the last 2 days in the entire last year. Like dozens and dozens of sites have been hit, but the media ignores it, which surprises me because it plays into the whole victim complex thing. No. The media has ignored the Ansar Allah missile striking at Tel Aviv as well. There's a very important reason for that. That is because if Israeli society no longer feels comfortable inside of the boundaries of Israel, they will change their attitude towards how Israel presents itself as a consistent aggressor against all of its enemies that are worthy of death and destruction. You cannot disrupt the veneer of security. This is why October 7 was so significant. Okay? because October 7 is a military operation from a bunch of ascetic resistance groups that were able to pull it together, was a genuinely like psyche breaking moment for Israeli society. IDF's Arabic spokesman releases a video mocking refugees from southern Lebanon, showing him watching videos of them fleeing on his phone, calls them ignorant of Hezbollah's true nature, and says they are now crawling towards an unknown fate. The media ignores it because all you seek is Western information. Israel will never be a pariah state as long as the UK and US continues to glaze them. That's not true. Israel already has become a pariah state, and Israel was a pariah state in the third world already, but it's especially now becoming a pariah state in the Western hemisphere, which is far more consequential. When people start going, you're from Israel, that's weird. It's over. Okay? The project has completely collapsed. Do you understand? Doesn't matter how hard fucking the US and the UK glaze it. Doesn't matter how hard fucking mainstream media tries to present this image. I'm telling you right now, when someone goes, I don't know about that, the moment that normies go, wait, you're from Israel? But they're doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, aren't they? The moment that happens, you have become officially a fucking pariah state, okay? This is exactly what happened with apartheid South Africa. There is no way out of that situation. And what Israel has done is basically use this as the last opportunity they have to do as much land grabs as possible, as many land grabs as possible. And that is only worsening the standing that Israel has in Western society, which is very important. Okay? Like, you can't, this is anti-Semitism, your way out of that problem. You just can't, you can't do that. People don't give a shit. People will literally just directly respond to that by being anti-Semitic, which is the secondary damaging aspect of Israel tying itself so closely to Judaism in a false way to defend itself. Like, people don't give a shit. They're like, all right, well, I saw blown up people. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm anti-Semitic then. It will be the response, and has been the response, as a matter of fact. This makes it doubly awful. When I think of Israel now, I think of the IDF soldiers on their days off wearing those acid-washed denim capris, and they all have creeping PTSD from the slaughter they have done. At the loudest David Guetta music cannot drown it out at night. Like, as long as Israel continues its bloody conquest, it's not going to go away. Like, people are still going to be further and further more grossed out by it. And you can't, like, hide the truth. You can't hide the truth by just being like, yeah, it's now illegal to be mean to Israel, okay? Which is precisely what American college campuses are trying to do right now. It's precisely what Dana Nessel did in Michigan. It's what Cornell is doing with the PhD grad student that they're literally deporting from the country, the Muslim grad student. Yeah, like you getting called anti-Semite of the week, all you could do was throw your hands up and say, fine, I'm anti-Semitic then. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And like that would have worked as a very successful way to separate who I am and my commentary from those who want to hear it. Okay? 5 years ago, that would have been genuinely a successful message. Okay? In terms of like immediately stopping someone and chastising them dead in their fucking tracks. It worked against Jeremy Corbyn. Okay? 5 years into the future, when everyone understands like organizations like stopantisemitism.org that get like grants from the Israeli Knesset, by the way, to operate in this way in the United States of America, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Like, it's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous to be like, wow, you're really anti-Semitic for saying that Israel's an apartheid state, which is what the Human Rights Watch has openly declared. Amnesty International has openly declared. There's like 18 fucking NGOs, including Israeli human rights groups, that have recognized the reality and have openly declared it as such because it is the truth. The ICJ has recognized it. The ICJ a couple months back straight up said Israel is currently unjustifiably occupying Palestinian territories and they must immediately remove themselves from both the West Bank and Gaza. You don't talk about it, you don't cover it in the Western news, but that is the reality. And when that is the reality, someone like myself now will get hit with cynical anti-Semitism allegations, but I could just turn around and point to those things that people do care about, that people do still believe, that still have a shred of credibility, especially amongst normies. It's just, it's ridiculous. And even people that don't know, even people that aren't aware of these institutions, these NGOs or whatever, they still see like blown up babies and go, oh, that's a little gross. Maybe that's a bridge too far.
Earlier today, that got, of course, plenty of attention. He spoke specifically about what he said was a renewed Russian threat on nuclear facilities in Ukraine. And his point there was really to reach out to delegates here at the United Nations to say this is not a conflict that just affects Ukraine and my country, but rather could soon be something that is brought to the rest of Europe and to the rest of the world as well. And he specifically pointed to the global south, to Brazil, to China, and said that any alternate peace plans that are presented should not be heeded because any peace plan must be a just peace that goes through Ukraine. So certainly that has been a big topic of conversation here today. We know that President Zelensky is headed to the White House on Thursday to present his plan for victory to President Biden there, and we'll see what developments happen there. But I have to say, Anna, certainly the escalation in Lebanon is the topic that is dominating the agenda. Again, we'll be following that UN Security Council meeting taking place a little bit later today.
Our chief foreign correspondent, Ian.
Thousands flee as Israel warns of more strikes against Hezbollah. Interesting.
Panel is on the scene in Beirut with the latest on the new attacks overnight. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. I think deeply worrying signs that this conflict risked spiraling out of control. The Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah launching a surface-to-surface missile towards Tel Aviv this morning. According to Israel, this is the first time ever that they've done this.
This morning, Israel intercepting a deadly Hezbollah missile. The militants say it was trying to attack Mossad HQ after that deadly pager attack. But Israel says it was heading towards civilian areas of Tel Aviv. It's the first time they've ever attacked the city and is another major escalation. And overnight, a massive explosion in Jia, south of Beirut. CCTV footage showing the strike as Israel warns more are being prepared. As the two warring sides ramp up their attacks, hundreds of thousands of families now internally displaced in just 3 days. We visited this school here in Beirut. It was to open for the new semester today. Instead, it's a shelter, offering beds and aid to the thousands fleeing the south. One family telling us they travelled for nearly 20 hours to get to safety. Two parents and their 5 children, their youngest, baby Mohammed, just 8 months old. And Afra tells us her priority over the last 24 hours was the safety of her kids. She describes her family's trek to safety as difficult and filled with destruction. The death toll across Lebanon rising to more than 550, with more than 1,800 injured, not just fighters, but women and children too. Hezbollah firing back Tuesday, launching at least 13 attacks on Israel.
Well, a senior US official telling us that Hezbollah is moving long-range missiles around now as Israel mobilizes for possible cross-border raids.
I love when they say spiraling out of control when it has basically never been in Palestinian or Arab control or wholly in the control of the West. It's just like spiraling out of our control. I mean, it's true. 60% of the 2006 war in 2 days. Yep.
I mean, the US and others have been working overtime to try and de-escalate the situation.
So we're going to cover, obviously, Anthony Blinken. I covered the story yesterday. ProPublica came out with a report that showed that USAID and other State Department agencies had collected obvious data that you and I are very familiar with because we follow this conflict closely, that showed Israel directly in violation of international human rights in terms of refusing to let in food and humanitarian aid into the area that they were mercilessly bombing. Now, this is a direct violation of international human rights. And if you do that, then America can't give you weapons. It is illegal for the United States of America to consistently offer you weapons if you are violating human rights. Okay? Denying humanitarian aid to a civilian population is that violation. Okay? And it seems that Anthony Blinken was very aware of this human rights violation, and he chose to lie. Doors open. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. Wait 1 second. Anyway, as we were talking about, Anthony Blinken had full knowledge of this and yet still turned around and refused to acknowledge it because he knew that if he acknowledged it, then he would not be able to send unlimited, unrestricted weapons to Israel. And he lied time and time again openly. This puts him in criminal territory, for the record. Okay? And I'm not just saying that as like, I don't know type. Like, this isn't just like a random activist Greenpeace type fucking attitude. This is like direct war crimes and key omissions of war crimes from another war criminal supporting a country doing war crimes. It is against American law. Okay? This is Oliver North shit. I mean, obviously, this is Iran-Contra type shit. Not that it matters, because look at what happened to Oliver North. Anyway.
We're joined by Secretary of State Antony Blinken in town for the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. Secretary, good morning to you. Thank you very much for being here. Boy, there's only so many times you can mention escalating tensions and risks of an all-out war before it becomes cliche, but things are definitely not going in the right direction. And I think there's a philosophy question here for the U.S. to answer.
A philosophy question. By the way, obviously, our media apparatus is unsurprisingly not doing a very good job addressing this. Okay?
Do you end all of this violence in the Middle East by putting pressure on Israel to stop on both fronts, or do you empower Israel to finish the job?
Look, what we've seen since the horrific attacks on October 7th.
By the way, that's a direct Trump line. Something to think about. Anyway, I'm going to crack open a cold one here. Limited edition Oreo Zero Sugar Coca-Cola Creations Fizzy Cookie flavored. Okay. Limited time. As I listen to the Butcher Blinken himself, who loves to just keep on rocking in the free world, you know? Let me tell you, okay? It's not a fucking hashtag ad. Definitely not. I tried it last night. It was kind of ass, okay? I gave a review on TikTok, but I'm doing it again. Ugh. The Coke flavored Oreos are super bad. Hope the Oreo Coke is better. There's Coke flavored Oreos. Why are brands collaborating like this? This is the other reason why you don't have fucking healthcare, dog. It just doesn't taste that good. The comments on your TikTok were so funny. They were trying to cancel you for drinking it. Yes, dude. Ultimately, it does not matter. Just keep your fucking head down and keep advocating to free Palestine, okay? Who gives a shit that like a bunch of newcomers who have their heart in the right place, but their mind in a million different directions, fucking chirping. I don't care. The aftertaste is not something that I like. Both those brands are boycotted. No, they're not. They are not on the official BDS boycott list. Stop. Why is this community so annoying? Because a lot of people mistake being leftist as being annoying, and the more annoying you are, the more leftist you are. Thanks, Hasan. You just killed 10 kids. Yeah. I saved 10 kids and then I killed 10 kids. I'm balancing it out. Are we seriously trying to do the I'm woke with it now shit in the chat? Yes. I mean, people do that all the time. This is one of the few communities online. This is one of the few communities online that is on the left that absolutely doesn't pay any mind to that kind of shit. And I try to always steer people in the best direction possible. You know? But yeah, there are plenty of spaces where people don't do that. And it's fine. I don't really care. It ultimately doesn't matter. I mean, the amount of people, even on that like Chapel Roan, Hassan Piker like tweet that got a shit ton of likes, the QRTs were filled to the brim with like free Palestine types who were upset at me over my opinion on Venezuela and Cuba, upset at me for not being sufficiently radical enough, upset at me for being too radical. It doesn't matter. Okay? Just fucking keep saying, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue doing what I do. I don't really care about the opinions of newcomers. It hasn't changed my direction. It has not changed my mind even a little bit over the past decade, and it will not change my mind in the foreseeable future. Okay? Does it upset me to see people so easily duped? Yeah, a little bit. There is no need for, COINTELPRO or anything like that. There's no need for any kind of like federal law enforcement to try and engage in like disruptive behavior, because the left's organizational tools are already withered away entirely, and we kind of do it to ourselves anyway. Let's continue.
Are periods when we've had a real risk of escalation, a real risk of something turning into a full-blown war, including in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. And through diplomacy, through deterrence, we've managed to avert that in the days immediately following October 7th. More recently in April, we're focused right now on making sure that we can...
Chapel's BFF follows you on IG. You should try and get her on stream. I don't know who Chapel's BFF is. But if that's like an actual route that I can take, then I would, 100%. The left here is so focused on individualistic virtues versus consistent solidarity. Yeah.
De-escalate, avoid a full-scale war. But, Tony, Israel's got a legitimate problem here. Starting on October 8th, Hezbollah in the north from southern Lebanon started lobbing rockets and missiles into Israel. people living in northern Israel had to flee their homes, about 70,000. And Israel, understandably, legitimately, wants a secure environment so people can return home. The best way to get that is through diplomacy, an agreement to pull back forces, allow people to return home in northern Israel. Also, many Lebanese in southern Lebanon forced from their homes. We want to get people back home. The best way to do that is not war, it's diplomacy.
So Hezbollah went to their weapon systems. Hezbollah began firing into Israel after October 7th in allyship with Hamas and the people in Gaza. Where does ceasefire talks stand? Because if that is their motivation there on the Hezbollah side, that's the key to making them pull back and stop.
That would certainly be one of the keys. It would be an ideal key because it would end the horrific situation in Gaza, horrific for the hostages, horrific for so many men, women, and children who've been caught in this crossfire of Hamas's making. We've been working on this ceasefire deal for a while. We have an agreement, a piece of paper that's got 18 paragraphs. 15 of them are agreed. The last 3 continue to need some work. The problem we have right now is that Hamas hasn't been engaging on it for the last couple of weeks.
Oh my God. Oh, this conversation should be, the centerpiece of this conversation should be, hey, if you're working tirelessly for a ceasefire, why haven't you really, are there no levers that you can pull or push on in terms of motivating Israel to do the thing that you want them to do? If you don't want Israel to escalate the conflict into Lebanon, is there, I don't know, something that you could do that you haven't done so far? If our journalists weren't pure stenographers / mouthpieces for the Israeli government, pretty much, or at least the State Department, whose goals currently are directly lined up with Israel's deadly conquest in the region, they would ask these questions. They would say, hey, for the past 12 months at this point, America has consistently talked about how upset they are with the way Israel is conducting itself and has regularly demanded Israel to restrain itself. Israel has not, seemingly. Israel is also, according to this report in front of us from ProPublica, was violating human rights, things that we have reported on mainstream media as well, in terms of denying humanitarian aid to a civilian population that is mercilessly bombing, slowly but surely changing the dynamic between what is considered a safe zone, which is also another violation of international human rights law, and bombing humanitarian safe zones, killing more UN workers and more humanitarian aid workers than ISIS and Al-Qaeda combined over the course of the past 11 to 12 months, including Western American citizens, and not just American citizens who have Palestinian citizenship as well, American citizens with no other citizenship, British citizens, Australian citizens. And at no point has Israel ever seemingly shown that they would demonstrate restraint at all. So which is it? Are you the worst politician? Are you the worst statesman of all time? Are you a fucking idiot? Or are you purely evil? And you like that Israel is doing these things. Bro, they can just pull a lever to stop it. The United States aligns with realism, but the narrative they decide to present is that we have liberal motivations and Palestine bad. Yeah, I think it's straight up beyond material needs at this point. I think it goes into ideological territory for a lot of these allegiances. Genuinely. I know I talk a big game about the material necessity for America's undying loyalty to Israel because it's a military base planted firmly in the middle of a resource-rich region, for sure. That is the primary motivator for America. But I think that the secondary reason is it's not AIPAC, for those of you saying it's AIPAC. AIPAC is just one aspect of this. I think the scarier reason for our endless amount of support for Israel is an ideological commitment, a genuine ideological commitment, okay, paired up with America's power at the global stage diminishing, okay, where Israel is seen as the only reliable country that has endless loyalty back to the United States of America, because Israel could not exist without the United States of America in a way that Egypt could, right? Egypt takes a shit ton of money from the United States of America, but Egypt could technically go somewhere else. Historically, they have, right? So I think that this is the last bastion, like the last ride or die ally that America can maintain in the area that isn't filled to the brim with Muslims, a Muslim population that could technically overthrow its American puppet government, for example. Egypt, once again, comes to mind. So for that reason, I think, like Saudi Arabia, great example, very important partner for American dominance in the region. Still, Muslim nation, literally did 9/11 and has in the past, even in its monarchy structure, actually went against America's wishes and still continues to go against America's best interest in terms of like how it moves with OPEC plus. Israel does not have that. Israel will do espionage to the American State Department from time to time. Israel will kill American troops from time to time. But ultimately, I think the allegiance between Israel and America is ideological, but also tighter than all these other countries. Because I think in some ways there is genuinely this fear. I think about this all the time. I literally nonstop think about this because it just seems so stupid. It seems so stupid from the perspective of maintaining American dominance to continue on this double suicide pact with Israel. Like, what could be the motivator? What could be the reason? And I think it is because I think it is partially a direct consequence of like America recognizing its power, both soft power and hard power, waning around the planet. And this is like their last real fucking ride or die ally. So they have to let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. Hey, I'm from Iran. They're not just escalating the war in Lebanon. It seems like they're looking for another 9/11 to justify attacking Iran by Trump terror attempt bullshit. Yes, this is something that I've talked about yesterday as well. But at what point does Israel cost more than it's worth? Yes, it's a military base in a U.S. state, but its base is worth maintaining through all of this. I think that that is the calculation that they have in front of them right now, which is that it's gone past the point of being worth it, but it doesn't matter. They're too invested. It's a sunk cost.
And Sinwar, its leader, has been talking about an endless war of attrition.
Oh, that's the other aspect of it too. I think there is a lot of like white supremacist Islamophobic racism at play as well. Israel's the head of the spear of Western civilization, whiteness against Muslim terror. I think that definitely plays a role as well. At least ideologically in the minds and hearts of a lot of these people in positions of power. You have to remember, a lot of these people that cynically deploy these narratives when they're trying to justify the war on terror, for example, they do believe it. Some of these people do believe it. It's kind of like the Trump phenomenon when we talk about like Trump and how the Republican Party was celebrating the Tim Walz choice because they were like, he's so radical. Everyone's going to hate him. You guys really fucked up by doing this. It was a little bit wish casting on their part, but it was also partially something that they truly believed. They do truly believe that like America would consider Tim Walz to be far too fucking radical. Obviously, that didn't work and it didn't happen, even though the Harris camp still basically backpocketed Tim Walz for some weird fucking reason because they just want to lose, I guess. But Oh. Sometimes it's about the symbol and not the practicality. The U.S. doesn't need Cuba, but allowing them to thrive would be costly to maintaining power over the rest of the global South kind of beat. Yeah, it's kind of like the execution. In some ways, it's kind of like the execution of the Missouri state-sanctioned execution of Marcellus Williams, right? Like, he's innocent. All signs point to it. And yet, he was still executed last night at 6:10 p.m. Missouri time. Why? Why was he still executed when everybody understood that he was not guilty of the crime that that the state claimed he committed? Even the people, the prosecutor's office was maintaining his innocence, saying that this is wrong. Why did they do it? Partially to uphold white supremacy, and partially because if you cave and capitulate to the demands being made by the public, then all of a sudden they're going to be like, well, we got a W here. They're going to ask for more. They're going to start analyzing the death sentences of every single person. We know, as a matter of fact, that at least 4%, at minimum, the most conservative estimation, at minimum, 4% of people executed by the state are completely innocent, like exonerated. Okay? Exonerated after death, usually, or even before, but they still continue the execution. Once you start realizing that the state is like, killing a bunch of people that it knows is innocent, then you have a very different analysis on the death penalty. And if you know a lot, and then a lot of people start going, wait, I don't want this. What the fuck? And by the way, for the record, anti-death penalty in a country as draconian as the United States of America, for the first time in its history, one of the only instances, is a more popular position than being pro-death penalty. Think about that. For the first time, I believe, in years, in the United States of America, the majority public opinion is anti-death penalty, which is crazy to think about, because for the Europeans who are watching right now, Americans are really fucking aggressive in terms of how to punish criminals. If you didn't know that, Americans are unique in the Western world in comparison to our OECD nations, in the way that we view the death penalty. So, let's continue.
Now, if he really cares about the Palestinian people, he'd bring this agreement over the finish line.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu truly wants a ceasefire?
If we're talking about Gaza, as I said, I think hard decisions remain to be made by Israel. But the problem right now, in terms of bringing this across the finish line, is Hamas. Its refusal to engage in a meaningful way. We've been at this.
Yeah, Hamas is refusing to engage in a meaningful way with the country that executed the principal negotiator, which once again we just kind of forgot about. I love when we just like memory hole so much of the awful things that Israel has done throughout this entire fucking process. And it's also directly a consequence of the guys that are supposed to be asking these questions. Like, what do you mean Hamas's refusal to engage in a meaningful way? Like, sure, okay, they're a designated terror organization. That's one thing. But also Israel executed their principal negotiator in violation of the sovereignty of a separate state, Iran. A state that you have said you do not want Israel to go to direct conflict with.
In recent weeks, again, trying to get these
So in
last
that part,
things
do you
closed
put blame on Israeli Prime Minister
What we're
Netanyahu?
seeing is this. I don't think this is a question really anymore of the substance of the agreement, because it's very close. It is a question of political will. In the first instance, that political will needs to be demonstrated by Hamas. We haven't seen it the last couple of weeks. Israel would have some hard decisions to make to bring this to a close, but we've got to see if Hamas is actually serious.
Mr. Secretary, ProPublica has determined that 2 agencies found that Israel is deliberately stopping humanitarian aid from getting to civilians. And as you well know, the U.S. government says that it has to restrict supplying weapons to a country that does this type of thing. Why have we not done so?
Yeah. So this is actually pretty typical. We had a report to put out on the humanitarian situation in Gaza and what Israel was doing to try to make sure that people got the assistance they needed. And I had different assessments from different parts of the State Department, from other agencies that were involved, like USAID. My job is to sort through them, which I did, draw some conclusions from that, and we put out our report, and we found that Israel needs.
He's like, yeah, we found a report, but then we also found out, that doesn't correspond to our best interest here, okay? Because we are still interested in giving Israel unlimited weapons. So we decided to just omit that. And also lie to Congress, by the way. Like, that's his own department being like, hey, man, this is fucked up. Like, it's getting a little bit out of control, don't you think? And he's like, yeah, shut the fuck up. That's what's going on here. Is this sort of pushback on CBS Mornings a good sign? Yeah, if they keep up this pushback, even at the end of this interview or tomorrow or the day after, then yeah, it's a good sign because it means that things are changing. If they simply ask this question and then let him get away with this like wishy-washy bullshit answer, especially when you look at the time remaining in this fucking video, I suspect that they do let him get away with this, and then never cover this story ever again, then yeah, no, they're complacent and they don't give a fuck and they just did their due diligence to maintain a veneer of credibility. They have to still maintain an air of credibility so that they can continue doing propaganda. Remember that. This is that part. This is the unique part. This is the unceremonious, like every now and then when you go, hold on, what the fuck is the media saying? That's crazy. Let's hear it. Let's hear it one more time. What her question was directly about the ProPublica, article that showed that U.S. aid and the State Department, its own internal investigations, created a memo, 17 pages long, that showed Anthony Blinken, without a shred of doubt, that Israel was violating international human rights laws and therefore weapons transfers would be threatened, okay? Because it's in direct contravention with American laws on top of the Geneva Convention and international human rights laws, okay? Anthony Blinken recognizing that memo and reading that memo and then continuing to defend continuing to defend weapons transfers to Israel's means that he is in violation. He is a war criminal himself. And in a just world, he would be going to jail. That is the reality. But of course, it's not going to happen.
What Israel was doing to try to make sure that people got the assistance they needed. And I had different assessments from different parts of the State Department, from other agencies that were involved, like USAID. My job is to sort through them, which I did, draw some conclusions from that, and we put out our report. And we found that Israel needed to do a better job on the humanitarian assistance. We've seen improvements since then. It's still not sufficient.
Secretary Blinken, the man in the arena, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
Wow. So I guess they didn't. Okay, got it. So I guess there is no follow-up. Got it. Okay, here is, let's hear what Savannah Guthrie said to Anthony Blinken. He's doing the rounds right now after this report came out in an effort to do some propaganda, to do some counter-propaganda.
Right now in the Middle East, as you well know, a massive bombardment by Israel into the north, into Hezbollah territory. The Israeli theory here is escalate to de-escalate. In fact, just in essence, hit Hezbollah so hard they're forced to the negotiating table. Put simply, does the U.S. support this escalation strategy by Israel?
Well, first, Israel has a real and legitimate problem, because here's what happened. After the horrific events of October 7th by Hamas in Israel, in the south, Hezbollah from Lebanon joined in and started firing rockets into Israel. People who lived in northern Israel had to evacuate their homes. Villages were destroyed, homes were destroyed. 70,000 Israelis were forced from their homes. And Israel started firing back. You had a tit-for-tat going back and forth. People in southern Lebanon had to leave their homes too. And what everyone wants is to have a secure environment in which people can simply return home. Kids can go back to school. That's what Israel's after. So the best way to get that is not through war, not through escalation. It would be through a diplomatic agreement that has forces pulled back from the border, create a secure environment, people return home. That's what we're driving toward, because while there's a very legitimate issue here, we don't think that war is the solution.
Well, fair enough. Israel is not listening to that. In fact, the U.S. Defense Secretary on Sunday told his Israeli counterpart to give time for diplomacy to work. And on Monday, this Israeli bombardment was the most serious, deadliest day in Lebanon since 2006.
Yeah, well,
so Israel is not listening to the U.S. Why not?
What we're focused on now, including with many partners here in New York at the UN General Assembly, the Arab world, Europeans and others, is a plan to de-escalate and, again, to make sure that people can go back to their homes. But if there were to be...
Yeah, de-escalate through escalations. De-escalation through escalation. That's just how it goes. Wait, isn't this what they say Hamas did on October 7? Hit so hard they listened to you? No, there is no look, Israel good, Hamas bad. Israel good, Palestinian bad. Israel good, Lebanon bad. Israel good, Iran bad. That's it. Israel does it, it's good. Anyone else that retaliates against it is bad, okay? Understand that, and you will understand a lot of what this commentary revolves around. That's it. That's just simply it, okay? There is no moral consistency here. There is no intellectual curiosity here. That is it, okay? They are trying to goad any regional actor that is, they're trying to goad any regional actor to fucking retaliate so they can bring the United States in to defend Israel directly, so they can have a just cause, a righteous cause for vengeance once again. Because the October 7 propaganda is no longer hitting as hard after you have fucking annihilated an entire Palestinian population and displaced millions of fucking civilians. So obviously, they need like another October 7 to just really fucking kick it into high gear. Hamas poked the bear, which was a really weird move. Brother, I need you to understand something, okay? These are people who are trapped in an open air prison with no way out of it, okay? That's it. Saying that Hamas simply poked the bear is so stupid because you are basically behaving as though Israel itself is not a Western aligned nation that requires steady support from the American government and unlimited fucking resource from the American government to prosecute its genocide. Okay. And is a force of, is just like a, it's not comprised of people. It's just like a natural, a naturally occurring phenomenon. It's not, that's not correct. In the bear analogy, if Israel is the bear, okay, that bear is already swiping at every fucking Palestinian every goddamn day. It's sitting on top of the Palestinians. It's swiping at the Palestinians. And the moment that a Palestinian pushes back, you turn around and you say, well, they poked the bear. Sorry. But it also comes with the recognition that Israel is an irrational actor in this process. So you're not making the argument that you think you're making that defends is defensive of Israel's posture here. Okay? Anyway. So yes, you're not wrong. Israel is behaving in an irrational manner, like a bear. When a bear kills humans, that bear must be put down. When a bear engages in the taste of human flesh, that bear has to be put down. Otherwise, it will strike humans again. So there you have your analogy. Acting like the Gaza coast got struck by the hurricane Israel. Yes. Ridiculous. I don't think that's actually true in nature. It absolutely is true in nature. What are you talking about?
Mr. President, you spoke at the UN General Assembly.
So you promoted to put the Israelis down? My friend, I don't think you understand a single damn thing. And I don't think you understand or are interested in understanding a single damn thing. You're just here to purposefully misunderstand exactly what I'm saying in an effort to just like get a silly little gotcha. Israel is a state, okay? Israel is not a human being, nor is it actually a bear. It is comprised of human beings that are behaving in an irrational manner. My advocacy is not to nuke Tel Aviv, if that's what you're trying to imply here. Because guess what? I'm not like Israel, okay? I do value human rights. Unlike the nation state that is currently engaging in a genocide that is an apartheid state on a good day that you are trying to defend, I do value human rights.
Assembly yesterday as the Middle East feels like a powder keg. Israel and Hamas's war rages on. Now it seems to have expanded to Hezbollah in the north. How real is an all-out war in the Middle East, and is a ceasefire still in reach? And would you require all hostages to be released alive in order to have a ceasefire?
The answer is part of the ceasefire would be the exchange of those hostages, number one. Number two, an all-out war is possible, but I think there's also the opportunity, or still in play, to have a settlement that could fundamentally change the whole region. Mm-hmm. And look, one of the things that I found is the Arab world very much wants to have a settlement because they know what it does for them. Mm-hmm. They're willing to make arrangements with Israel and alliances with Israel if Israel changes some policies. And I've known Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah. Israel seems to have expanded its war into Gaza. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this coming? Or not into Gaza, sorry, into Lebanon. It just naturally occurred. Once again, everything that Israel does is a natural occurrence.
Now for a long, long time. And I'm a very strong supporter of Israel. I make no bones about it. Mm-hmm. I said years ago I was a Zionist. All a Zionist means is that there needs to be an Israel. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, though, that Bibi has a picture I signed for him when he was a young member of the embassy here in the United States.
An asset for American intelligence as well as Israeli intelligence. Just so you understand.
And it was 8x10 picture. He asked me to sign. I went, Bibi, I love you, but don't agree with the damn thing you say or do, Joe. Yeah. And I do, and it's right. I don't agree with his position. There needs to be a two-state solution. Ultimately, it needs to happen. There's a way to do it, and we have a possibility. I don't want to exaggerate it, but a possibility if we can deal with a ceasefire.
Why do you love him then? That makes no sense, dude. When did your community become so pro-Islamic terrorist? The last year really has changed your people. They think so black and white and hateful now, lol. October 7. I love you, mate, but why are you genuinely a defender of jihad? Your chat is completely brain rotted on this topic. It's so black and white to them because of your framing in defense of jihad. They look at this as black and white when it's 2,000 years of nuance. Damn, this is a good speech. Do I like Bibi now? How was he on trans rights, lol? I don't know if you understand this, but Saint Matriarch, a community returner post October 7, I have been a firm and committed defender of human rights for many, many years prior to you coming into this community. Okay? My analysis does not change due to some random social conditioning that directly contradicts that when it comes to Israel. For example, you said this community believes in black and white dynamics. The only black and white is at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? You're screwed if you are not subscribed. If you're subscribed, however, you won't see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I'm going to return back to this chatter and talk about some of their opinions in a second. Okay? Because there's a lot of people like this. There's a lot of people who believe these things where they're like, oh, dude, mate, you're supporting jihad. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's the real jihad, aka struggle against the 3-minute ad break, is subscribing. The black and white thinking in this circumstance comes from you, my friend. You automatically assume this is like jihad, which is, I suspect, not the true understanding of jihad, but instead simply a Western understanding. It means like, you know, Allahu Akbar, boom, explosion, that type of shit, right? That is black and white. You are the one who is engaging in black and white understandings on this issue. Okay? You see Muslim and you're conditioned into believing that like these are not people who might have a genuine interest in emancipation. You see Muslim and you see I'm afraid. You see a Muslim person and you think, oh, this person wants to destroy the Western world. I hope that one day you can overcome these bigoted points of view. I doubt it, but I hope you can overcome it one day. Nah, the Gaza thing is a chronically online tanky thing. Most Americans won't sacrifice our country for some Islamic jihadi solidarity. Okay? It's sad. It's sad to see someone who seemingly has a lot of progressive opinions, because you can't be in this community and be a supporter since 2022 if you don't have a lot of progressive opinions. But when it comes down to Israel, you automatically go against all of those opinions. Even the usage of your word tanky means you're chronically online. There are plenty of studies conducted on the matter in terms of like the way Americans analyze the situation. And you're wrong, actually. The broad majority of American society considers what Israel is doing to be wrong. The broad majority of American society wants Israel to stop pummeling Gaza. Okay? It's a perfectly understandable desire from many people. They see what is going on. They know right from wrong. To add insult to injury, even selfish Americans recognize that unlimited billions of dollars of weapons going to Israel so they can continue on this bloody conquest is perhaps not the best idea. Okay? I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I'm not. Zionists can get fucked too. I banter a lot on Twitch with just to fuck with people. Whoa, you can't pick on me when I'm not paying attention. When did your community become so pro-Islamic terrorist? Is a loaded statement. A loaded statement that shows what your perspective is, what framework you're operating on. That framework is automatically any kind of Muslim person that seeks to uphold their national sovereignty, i.e. Lebanon, or any kind of Muslim person that says, hey man, can you please stop killing us? And asks over and over again for 78 years and then retaliates in kind, is automatically in the wrong. You are the one who is engaging in black and white thinking here. Okay? And I wish that you wouldn't do that. I don't know what's going on with your account. I can't hear you, but I'll watch it later. I'm actually genuinely interested in your defense of Islam. I still low-key think you work for the Turkish CIA. Yes, dude, because I'm a Muslim, right? That's the reason. right? I'm secretly working for the Turkish CIA. I'm a dual agent here with a different interest in, blowing up American public discourse. Dog, come on. Like, there is no world in which this level of fucking bigotry would be tolerated for anyone else, okay? And I don't tolerate it for anyone else. You are masquerading pure, vile bigotry as intellectual thought because you have been hugboxed into believing that your perspective is the normal one, okay? It's incredibly fucking stupid. And it also demonstrates a clear lack of knowledge. The Turkish CIA is called Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, which is MIT. Okay? The Turkish CIA was built by the American CIA. If I was in any way, shape, or form affiliated with a Turkish espionage agency, I would be pro-Israel, as is the State Department's current position. I would also be able to go back to Turkey freely, as I currently cannot. It's really weird how much of the opinions that people have come from just anti-critical thinking, just genuine reactionary bile. You're 2 hours late to what? It's just shocking. Like how much you have to put up with on a daily fucking basis if you're, pro-Palestinian. God forbid you're Muslim on top of that. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm just trolling, mate. Fun troll, dude. Can I ask a simple question? Would you rather live in a world dominated by Gaza and Palestinian politics and societal structure or USA-Israel politics and societal structure? This is a silly question because the Gaza and Palestinian politics and societal structure is one of emancipation purely. That's it. You do not know what a free Palestine would look like. You have no understanding of what a free Palestine would look like. Your only understanding is a Palestine that has been dominated completely by the United States and Israel. Okay? This is also slight Islamophobia to just be like, dude, you want these barbaric Arabs to rule over you with their barbaric opinions? Many of these nations that have been dominated by American imperialism, Western imperialism in general, prior to said dominance, actually had thriving societies. An example you can use is one nation that wasn't dominated by American imperialism, or at least found itself to be a servile role. Found itself in a servile role. Turkey. Look at the development in Turkey versus the development in countries like Iran. A lot of countries were not allowed to thrive deliberately. Why did you tell CNN you maybe will vote for Kamala? Genocide not enough for you to hop off the bandwagon? Jank won't let you vote third party. You're reactionary towards leftist third party candidates. I love the charlatans in the chat when I'm getting like the silliest Islamophobic shit, like Islamophobic bile being spewed in my direction as I'm in defense of Palestine, openly communicating what Israel is doing as genocidal. There's still a guy who is like a fucking third party charlatan being like, well, you're reactionary against third parties. Sorry, Iowan chatter. I'm sorry that I'm not sufficiently in the tank for Jill Stein. Okay, have fun with that. What I said to CNN pre-DNC was my position at the time, and it's still my position. Okay, that's even better. I'm from Texas. Okay. I love getting told by Texan white guys in the midst of people calling me a fucking Islamist fundamentalist that, like, I'm not sufficiently radical enough during my coverage of fucking, the genocide, the ongoing genocide and occupation of Palestine, as Israel also is opening up a new flank of war in Lebanon. Thank you, Texan guy, for telling me what's what. Thank you for your revolutionary sentiment that you expressed in a Twitch chat. Like a chatter literally just went, "Oh, why do you want global jihad to be the rule of law as opposed to beautiful Western civilization?" And a Texan chatter is like, "Man, you are not pro Jill Stein, so I'm done with you." Okay. Thank you for educating me. I will reconsider. It does not matter who is demanding emancipation for the Palestinians. It doesn't matter what their domestic affairs look like. Okay? It does not matter. The position holds for Ukraine as well. This is precisely the reason why, since day one, since the unjustifiable occupation of Ukraine occurred, I have said that Ukraine is in the right for demanding emancipation from Russian invasion. Doesn't matter if there were Nazis in the Azov battalion. Ultimately, they are still in the right for this worthy cause. Okay? No one deserves to be dominated by a larger military power. It is ridiculous. And the same goes for the Palestinian population. Using the conditions of colonial occupation, settler colonial occupation, to imply that these people are barbaric is no different than saying black people are inferior in the United States of America. It is two different sides of the same white supremacist coin. 1350 much. Black people are violent and barbaric. That's why they need to be put down by the police force. Excuse me. They deserve it. This is why there is a direct contradiction among progressives who are progressive except for Palestine. Okay? You are, in terms of your foreign policy understanding, applying the exact same standards that white supremacists here in the United States of America apply to black people and brown people, people that are dominated by white supremacist structures. And I think that direct contradiction is exactly what creates a unique opportunity for radicalization in the right direction, okay? Because of that, so many people that leave the community after October 7 because they're like, this guy is fucking promoting jihadist terrorists, then find themselves inevitably in the throes of a community built by a guy who has written a manifesto for saying the N-word as a white guy. That's why they find themselves changing their entire worldview, because their association with real progressive politics was simply limited. It wasn't real. It wasn't a real moral compass that was guiding their decision making. It was simply a need to want to be a part of a group, an in-group, and feel loved and feel, feel like they are cool. This is why reactionary ideology is very dangerous. Because once you scratch that itch, and once you start plugging holes with bigotry instead of critical thinking, you find yourself doing that in a lot of other areas. It starts off with one issue that you have a genuine, unexamined fear over, a fear that is not born out of like real issues, but instead social conditioning for the most part. It starts off with you thinking maybe the Venezuelan migrant gangs have overtaken an apartment in Aurora, Colorado. And then before you know it, you're like, yeah, maybe trans people are fucking weird, actually, and gross, and are cheating, and simply just want to win, I don't know, the high school swim meet. And that's why they're faking being trans. And before you know it, you have adopted so many right-wing positions that you were a shell of what you once were. In a lot of ways, we looked at and laughed at that one charm hole guy, right? The MAGA communist. He just took a separate journey into reactionary thinking. But that, in many respects, is no different than the random person who used to be a member of this community but now thinks I am promoting Islamic fundamentalism and jihad. It's no different. You just found a different community, and you now also maintain reactionary points of view. Charm hole. I was looking for a more substantial answer than just, oh, war crimes, people died. Governments operate this way all over the world. Israel is not unique in this manner. This is related to the pager attacks, by the way. Yeah, that's just might is right. By the way, atavistico is a fucking awesome name for the argument that you're presenting. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 community gift of subs, by the way. My man. I think that's I mean, it's not a name that favors your position, by the way. You are engaging in atavistic sentiment. Might is right. Everybody does war crimes, so who cares? Is not exactly a position that I hold, and is a position that I think should manifest in this community. Okay? Slavery comes to mind as an immediate counter to this. Everyone used to practice slavery. Let's just do slavery. Who cares? Might is right after all. Right? My previous comment was more directed towards you. That one was for a chatter. Can you explain why the pager attack should be considered a negative action by the Israeli state? I admittedly know nothing of Hezbollah or what the background of this conflict is outside of some minor research on Israel-Palestine since October 7. Obviously, the pager attacks did lead to civilian casualties, but is this not preferable to carpet bombing and more indiscriminate attacks? Well, you don't even have to make that assessment any longer, because Israel also did engage in carpet bombings as of 3 days ago. But let's say we are in a world where that didn't happen and Israel simply did the act of terror. I would urge you to try to understand, or at least do a little bit of reading from the United Nations Office of Human Rights report, or any number of different prosecutors that have prosecuted war crimes both successfully and are knowledgeable on the matter as to why they consider the pager attacks to be an act of terror. Even Leon Panetta, the former CIA director. Leon Panetta is not exactly an ally of mine in the way that he views the world, but even Leon Panetta, the chief terrorist, as the former director of the CIA, knows a terror attack when he sees one, right? Infiltrating the logistics chain, infiltrating the logistics supply chain of a device that is more often than not utilized by a civilian population, that is in use inside of emergency rooms, inside of hospitals, okay? And booby trapping it is multiple different war crimes, okay? Attacking enemy combatants that are not in combat would also be a war crime. Attacking enemy combatants that are not in combat, that are living inside civilian populations, also a war crime. Booby trapping a civilian communications device is also a war crime. It's a litany of different war crimes added on to one another with the intent and purpose of directly creating psychological harm upon a civilian population. That is terror. Terrorism is technically a socio-political designation that we apply to non-state actors in an effort to deny them their habeas corpus, right? Their human rights laws, or their right to due process, for example. But there is something behind the designation of terrorism. And if you are looking for the dictionary designation of terrorism, what Israel did is a textbook definition of that reality. Saying that, and this line of thinking also ultimately opens you up to even further and further reactionary sentiment. For example, I'll give you another example of this, okay? To say, well, Israel's terror attacks are more targeted than carpet bombing Lebanon. Yes, they were more targeted. Far less civilian casualties occurred. Not casualties, because 3,000 civilian casualties is more than the carpet bombing that Israel engaged in, but far less civilian deaths occurred in this supposedly targeted terror strike than what Israel did do, right? Which is carpet bomb Lebanon, killing 500 plus. Now, this exact same principle could be applied to even carpet bombing Lebanon, because you could turn around and say, well, don't you think that carpet bombing Lebanon is far more targeted than nuking Lebanon? Israel has nukes. They could technically use them on Lebanon. Don't you think that carpet bombing Lebanon is far more humane than just all out nuking Lebanon? Do you understand what's wrong with this argument? When you open yourself up to justify Israeli atrocities against the sovereign state and its civilian population, okay, and then use a far worse weapon that they could potentially use in this conflict as a way to justify this act of terror, you open up the door to many far greater acts of terror. As a matter of fact, Israel already has done the far greater acts of terror since the terrorism that occurred in terms of the pager bombings. I hope that this was sufficient, clear, and coherent, concise. I hope you understand my position now. Atavistico.
Fire in Lebanon, that it can move into dealing with the West Bank. But we also have Gaza to deal with. And so, but it's possible, and I'm using every bit of energy I have with my team, and you know from the Defense Department, you know it well, to get this done. There's a desire to
now to an NBC
see change. I mean, in the region.
And peace.
And well, peace is exactly right. But you know, one of the things is that I'll end this by saying there's certain inflection points in history where what happens in the very near term sets the course for the world for the next 6 or 7 decades.
Oh, God.
We're at one of those places. We have a chance to really, for example, we put NATO together. You know it well. Added
we did
2
NATO.
countries to NATO. Stop Putin. Now, Trump says if he gets
Damn, this guy, dude, I can't wait to write this guy in, okay, come November. He is the bold, charismatic leadership that we need right now, okay? He's the guy. He's my guy.
elected, he wants to get the hell out of NATO. I've been able to put together what they call the Quad in the South Pacific, in that area, to increase. We have a chance to reorder the world in a way that is not Shangri-La, but it is real. Fundamental changes to reflect the changes that are taking place now. And look what's happening with just what we're doing with climate. And so there's so many things that are so many opportunities. And I know, you know, I had that craniotomy because I had an aneurysm years ago. And the doctor was trying to explain to me whether it was they're generic or congenital. And I said, I don't care. We'll just take care of it. We're okay. He looked at me and said, you know what your problem is, Senator? I said, no. I said, you're a congenital optimist. Well, I am, because there's nothing America's ever worked on.
I want to ask you.
We haven't gotten done.
That's true.
Nothing.
So
In January, you're leaving Washington after 50 years of public service. How? You've been the best. How do you want the Biden administration remembered, and how do you want Joe Biden, the man, remembered?
You know, when I got elected when I was 29 years old, you have to be 30 to be sworn in.
Yeah.
Everybody thought there must be some secret in Delaware. Did I have some secret? I said, yeah. Have you figured out what's worth losing over?
Yeah.
Have you figured out what's worth losing over? Because if you haven't figured that out, you should be another business. There's so many things that are worth losing over if you got to keep trying. And what I want to remember for is being honest in what I've done, straight up. And I think I used to drive Barack crazy. Every morning we meet at 9 o'clock for 8 years, and then we end the day together. And all the sayings, and I'd say to him, Barack, remember, all politics is personal, including international. We build relationships.
That finger point is so funny, dude. Look at this.
Including international.
He thinks he's so dope. I mean, people fucking glaze him too, so. Thanks for answering. I just don't see much of a positive action by leaders on any side of the conflict to create a reasonable solution for Palestinians or Israelis. I was more concerned if you found Hezbollah worth defending, or if you were just coming down hard on the Israeli government for more escalating actions in this conflict. I do not care about the domestic affairs of Hezbollah, nor do I care about their Islamist positions on certain issues. I do believe that Hezbollah is, just like Hamas, a resistance group that was created out of the real need of purging Israel from the borders of Lebanon. This is how Hezbollah was created, and over time, it has formed into a cohesive, coherent political movement with its own political party that occupies space in the Lebanese parliament. This is precisely the reason why, despite the international terrorist designation for Hezbollah, they also have civil governance affairs in a way that is not dissimilar to Hamas, okay? No, that is not how they are made. Yes, no, sorry. I should have said Hezbollah was created out of unrelenting Jew hatred. Okay? You're right. Hezbollah was created out of Hezbollah was created out of a need not against combating Western imperialism, but instead hating Jewish people. You answered my message a few days ago on this. If Hezbollah is a terrorist group, then so are the ANC, Black Panthers, IRA, and Viet Cong. Yes, they are, by the way. They were and they still are considered terror groups by many. So it does not matter. Terrorism is simply a socio-political designation that the Western powers utilize and deploy against those who go against the hierarchy that Western powers are seeking to enforce. Hezbollah aren't good actions in Syria, their own domestic policy, but they're the only ones who could do anything about Israel because the Lebanese armed forces don't have the arms to fight Israel. Westerners don't want to think about why Hezbollah is the biggest party in Lebanon. I mean, I wouldn't say they're the biggest party. There's definitely a lot of haters in the Lebanese parliament against Hezbollah as well. But ultimately, it does not matter. Look at the reasoning for why they exist and look at their actions, okay, in terms of resisting Israeli occupation, in terms of being yet another vector of pressure placed upon the Israeli government that shows time and time again, has shown the world and anyone with eyes to see that they will not be fucking, they will never be, they will never stand down, okay? They will just not stand down unless they are forced to stand down. I looked it up on ChatGPT, and apparently these Hezbollah guys were founded in 1982. Did anything else happen that year? Yeah. What happened?
We build relationships. It matters to build trust. It matters, it matters, it matters. And I just think the environment is such that we can get so much done, but we have to focus.
Nazis postured as though they were combating Judeo-Bolshevist terrorism. Yeah, I mean, that's why we listen, we aligned with the Nazis post-World War II and never really stopped our allegiance, and also basically did a lot of Nazi shit all around the globe, sometimes directly working with neo-Nazis. And right now, the modern iteration of that exact same ultra-nationalist movement, that ultra-nationalist fascist movement, can be seen in Israel. And we are defending it wholeheartedly.
We have to believe in ourselves again. And that's what I like most about Kamala. She believes in America. She believes in our capacity.
Immediate Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, 1982.
She believes in who we are. And I don't know, I just, in terms of, I'm less concerned about what my legacy is, but although I'm leaving, you're stuck with me. I'm not going away. Because there's so many other things that I want to do in terms of the Biden Institute of Penn on foreign policy, the Biden Institute in Delaware on domestic policy, to keep the things going that we started. And I think we can get them done.
Okay. I have to tell you, our thanks to you for coming and sitting with us.
Oh, come on.
You have been extraordinary for the country, and we are so proud to have had you at this table more than once, but to have you here at this table as the President of the United States.
Ay, ay, ay.
After
Okay, I'm skipping the rest of this shit. It's an older vid from last year.
I keep seeing people calling the situation in Israel-Palestine complex, and it's actually not that complex. The only complex thing about it is that it would inevitably end in an ethnic genocide that would directly benefit the interests of the United States in the Middle East. So instead of openly supporting genocide, a lot of American politicians are calling it complex instead to confuse you. But don't be confused, because think about it. Israel has a membership status in the United Nations. They have international diplomatic authority and the 10th most powerful army in the world, whereas Palestine is internationally defined by several powerful organizations as a terrorist group. So it's illegal for them to have an army. It's illegal to provide them with armaments, and all the weapons that they do have were smuggled into the country.
Not only that, but also it's virtually illegal to do trade, like unrestricted trade with Palestine and Palestinians. Like there is no humanitarian aid that approaches Palestine that does not get controlled by Israel. Israel controls any matter of aid that goes into Gaza.
The country illegally. They don't have an army. And so they're calling it a war on terrorism. Okay, but did you know, fun fact, that there's no functioning definition internationally for terrorism? That definition does not exist. So that basically makes it legal for Israel to go in, shoot whoever they want, not just armed militants, and then define those dead people as terrorists later. It's not a war. A war requires two armies. It's not that complex.
Yeah. Anyway, not good. Hosts react to Biden's view appearance. Let's see. Let's take a look at what the real truth tellers of America have to say. Oh, he was pressed by Leon Panetta's assertion that the pager attacks on Lebanon are a form of terrorism. Hezbollah. This is what he said.
Attack where Hezbollah. Can I ask you about that pagers attack where Hezbollah members were the targets, and they're literally in their hands, their pagers exploded. Some see this as a technological coup and an ingenious move by Israel. Others, including John Brennan, former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, whom you know well, saying it's a form of terrorism and it went too far. Where do you come down on it?
Look, we've got to start with the proposition that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
No question.
So you can do terrorism to the terrorist organization. We decided that they're a terrorist organization, so we can do whatever we want. But let's just fucking go in there, nuke it, be done with it for once. You know what I mean? Just, we said they're the bad guys. What the fuck do you want? They're bad. They're the bad guys. Israel, good guys. They're the bad guys. You can do any amount of bad things to the bad guys that we've declared are the bad guys, okay?
So designated by the United States. And the reality is, Israel left southern Lebanon, had been occupying southern Lebanon for 15 years.
Oh, Israel left southern Lebanon. Dude. I didn't fucking realize, like, they're so gracious and so nice for leaving southern Lebanon. Man, that's cool.
It left in 2000. And all of these militia that existed there were supposed to put down their weapons. Hezbollah didn't do it. And then repeatedly.
I wonder why, dude. I wonder why they didn't. I wonder why. You're in the process. First of all, they kicked them out. Secondly, you are quite literally describing why they should not have put their weapons down. Why the fuck why would any sovereign nation put their goddamn weapons down when they're literally firmly planted next to a country that is routinely striking everyone around it? Like, no sovereign nation is supposed to be forced to heal, okay? Especially after they successfully purged enemy combatants from their fucking sovereign territory that they own, okay? That they belong to. That's ridiculous. This makes no sense. Did Israel dismantle their military after leaving Lebanon? Of course not, because they had to use it.
In the time after that, it attacked and posed a threat to people living in northern Israel. So it's very legitimate that Israel do something about Hezbollah.
No question about it.
The only question is, what's the best way to do it?
Oh, and the tactic.
And what are the best tactics? And those are things that we're always discussing with them. But right now, our main challenge is preventing a broader war, one that actually won't solve the challenge that Israel has. And by the way, the Lebanese.
Yeah, it's like saying Ukraine has to put their guns down if Russia leaves, okay? That is not a position I would ever advocate for, okay? NATO aside, it would be ridiculous to be like, all right, Ukraine, you can no longer have a standing military because Russia left the country. Like, that would be ridiculous. That's a ridiculous fucking argument, okay? Completely ridiculous argument. And if someone suggested that, you'd be like, you're a fucking, what are you, Tim Pool? Like, you're a fucking Russian op, okay?
Have, because they want to get their people back to their homes in southern Lebanon, too. We want that, too.
In fairness, you didn't answer whether or not you approved of this particular tactic.
Look, you're always looking at what someone is doing, trying to figure out what the second or third order consequences may be. Does it open up a whole new Pandora?
I like that the immediate morality of, like, our ally doing a gross, egregious act of terror that former State Department administrators have recognized as such is not even called the question here. He's talking about the secondary consequences of, like, what if this happens to us now? Like, yeah, that's the worst aspect of this, you think? Like, the worst aspect of this is that, like, maybe this might happen to us too, and that's a big problem for me. What a fucking psychopathic argument to make, dude. Yeah, it's only bad. It's only bad when it's blowback. It's good when we're blowing, okay? But when it blows back on us, then it's very bad. Ooh, who could have thought? Speaking of blowback, I will have the Blowback Podcast boys on in 20 minutes.
Pandora's box. It is something we're looking at.
Fucking just the depravity, dude. The immorality. Holy shit. It's, I mean, there's no defense. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, dude. Ralph Nader. Weeks ago, 45 American doctors and nurses back from Gaza's horrors wrote a detailed footnoted plea to Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden to stop the slaughter and get adequate humanitarian aid to 2 million dying, sick, and injured civilian Palestinians in Gaza. They received some media, but were totally ignored by the Bidens and their genocidal, unconditional, American taxpayer-funded backing of the war criminal Netanyahu, who was despised by 3 out of 4 Israelis. Biden talks a good game, but he walks a deadly trek in the annals of Holocaust histories across the globe. Ralph Nader, they will never make me hate you, my goat. All right. Any news about Lebanese retaliation? The way I look at it, it currently seems like, one, Iran at UN is saying, all right, is it time now? We have shown restraint time and time again. Hezbollah, on the other hand, is saying, listen, come and take it. Come into our borders, amass your troops, and try to do a ground invasion. See what the fuck happens. We have purged you from our ranks once. We will do it again. So now, as is the case usually in the Middle Eastern conflict, okay, it is entirely in the hands of Israel. If Israel chooses to amass ground troops and prep for a military invasion of Lebanon, well, we'll see what happens, okay? That's it. I'm writing in Nader. I'm writing in Biden for NATO. Had Ralph Nader thrown his support behind Al Gore in 2000, 1 million Iraqis would still be alive. Yeah, dude, Ralph Nader is the reason why Al Gore lost, even though Al Gore literally won and the Republicans directly stole the election from him. Yeah. I like that people still do that. Like, I like that people still will go back in time and just be like, nah. Using 1 million Iraqis to shit on the left is hilarious. Yeah. This will never change, by the way. People are going to be saying that in 20 years about Hillary, huh? I mean, they're already saying that, and they will never stop saying that. Would Al Gore have invaded the Middle East? I don't know. Probably. I think that America's endless thirst for baby blood in the global South is insatiable. I don't think that like a singular force can stop that. Interception of large missile fire towards Tel Aviv was a big thing. Also, I think a missile hit Sfat. On the invasion side, it seems like it's probably going to happen. Herzi Halevi said they're preparing for a ground invasion and 2 more reservist brigades are being mobilized to the north. Same with the 98th Division, which was responsible for so many horrors in Gaza. Only 2 divisions left in Gaza. As far as do I think the U.S. would send troops if there was a ground invasion? I think U.S. is still providing like material support, surveillance support to the Israeli military at the time, and it is entirely dependent on how badly the diaper brigade gets their shit pushed in if they do invade southern Lebanon. But I do think that if they're getting their absolute shit blown up, which is so surprising, once again, like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking, because even as a strategic decision, I am not a military commander or a military expert at all. But I have looked at the history. I have seen the way that the Israeli military has been completely incompetent in even dealing with its own concentration camp, its own open air prison. Okay? If they cannot deal with Hamas in fucking Gaza, how are they expected to, after all of the casualties that they incurred in fucking Gaza, how are they supposed to take that military that has already taken a fucking L in Gaza and move them against a significantly better equipped, significantly better organized, and significantly more experienced standing military like Hezbollah? It makes no sense. There's a real risk of Israel killing U.S. troops if they are deployed, even if the U.S. is only doing evacuation. Yes. They will likely give air support with airstrikes and cruise missiles long before troops on the ground. Dead American soldiers would apply a lot of political pressure on Biden and probably guarantee Trump the election. I mean, yeah, I've been saying that. Welcome. Yes, that is precisely what I'm saying. I think that's also partially a calculation that Benjamin Netanyahu is making. Hezbollah whips up a retaliation that is costly. Israel screams bloody murder, goes into Lebanon, and then American troops are also there to defend Israeli troops. Foreign policy is never the most prescient issue in elections until it's the only issue that guides elections. Two things that I have repeated from the beginning of October 7, from the beginning of this bloody campaign that Israel is conducting. I said, this is the most boring election cycle when it was a rerun of 2020 with two old men running against one another, but it has the capacity to become the most interesting election cycle. I was right. That already happened. The second thing that I kept saying was foreign policy is never the top of mind issue in elections until it's the only issue in American elections. Benjamin Netanyahu has already openly communicated that he will not have any peace talks for the next 40 days. Something to consider. Are the Democrats willing to give Trump the win for Netanyahu Israel? Why are they like this? Why your predictions are never good things? I mean, because I'm looking at how America has operated throughout history and how America continues to operate now, and nothing good is coming out of it.
President Biden appearing on The View just about an hour ago. He was directly asked about the attempts on Donald Trump's life. Here's how President Biden responded.
He still jokes about Paul Pelosi nearly being beaten to death. He thinks that's funny.
We'll see what happens, but remember that historically the U.S. was less adamant to veto UNSC calls for a ceasefire in Lebanon. Everyone knows Resolution 1701 that stopped the war in 2006, but there was also UNSC 425 in 1978, which forced Israeli withdrawal after the first invasion. Who knows, though? Maybe this administration will be more hawkish than Bush. This administration has been more hawkish than Bush. George W. Bush was a fucking idiot, and in all of that stupidity thought that he could, like, prop up Fatah as in the leadership structure for Palestinians and orchestrated a coup. That coup failed, literally leading to Hamas gaining complete control over Gaza. But all of that means that he was still attempting, in his own stupid fucking way, some kind of like exercise of sovereignty for the Palestinian population. Ironic to say that because it was directly a violation of Palestinian sovereignty, because he didn't even listen to his own fucking people being like, this is not the right time for elections. If you do this election now, we will lose. And then they did. But if I were to analyze this, yes, I think that the Biden administration on Israel is literally more hawkish than the George W. Bush administration was. On Israel. Make no mistake. I'm not talking about like the global war on terror. I'm specifically talking about Palestine. Okay, nothing else. I think I still maintain the position that the Bush administration was a genuine blight on the entire world, and it was, in my estimation, the actual crossing of the Rubicon moment for the final stage of American empire. Like George W. Bush and his actions, the actions of the Bush administration are far more consequential for American history and the entire history of the world than even Donald Trump ever was. George W. Bush and his administration is worse than the Trump administration. This is a position that I've maintained throughout the 4 years of the Trump administration. But as far as, and I still stand by that. Okay. As you said once, we are living in the smoldering ashes of Bush's choices. I mean, yeah, you could even point to fucking Georgia and Ukraine currently and still find a way to blame George W. Bush for that. He did that shit on his way out. Having said that, however, I mean, the Bush administration was far more consequential domestically, far more consequential in foreign policy, far more consequential in destabilizing the entire fucking global South with its war on terror, destabilizing Europe. Also, as a direct consequence of the war on terror, which every administration after George W. Bush continued, gladly continued, excitedly continued, even if they ran against the war on terror narrative like Barack Obama did. You know, doing the troop surge and greatly accelerating that. And so did Trump, obviously accelerating Barack Obama's drone warfare by increasing the intensity of drone strikes by 400%, which was ridiculous when compared to Barack Obama, who was considered the drone king. And Joe Biden has also done the exact same thing and greatly escalated the sanctions regime that Trump also really kicked into high gear. Every step of the way, regardless of whether hands were changed, regardless of whether the party changed, the foreign policy bipartisan consensus never did. And we just kept making things worse, kept making things worse and worse and worse. Okay. And in terms of that, it is shocking to admit this, but yes, I do think that Joe Biden is more hawkish than virtually every other president in terms of Israel, in terms of Gaza. In 2021, he had a genuinely different attitude, telling Israel to rein it in and stopping Israel's further escalations with one singular phone call. But post October 7, that restraint was nowhere to be found. And that restraint is doing more damage to American soft power capabilities than Trump ever could have by being like, I'm going to do NATO, I'm going to end NATO, or whatever the fuck Trump says. Okay?
let's see what else. He hinted that the Second Amendment people could do something against Hillary Clinton. And he's calling for a televised military tribunal for Liz Cheney. These are his past statements and ideas. He's blamed now, but now he's blaming rhetoric from you that you inspired these 2 assassination attempts. After all of the calls for violence, you know, take them out, all the rest of it, you know what it is. Don't you think that that is just unbelievable? And what do you say to that?
Well, I think he is the most unusual president. No. Look, when I ran, I said I was running, one of the first major speeches I made was before Independence Hall about democracy. That democracy was at stake.
And to restore the soul of this country.
Yes, and look, Trump is,
Careful.
there's not a lot of social redeeming value there.
No, you think?
Right. But here's the thing. He really does not believe in democracy and the guardrails that our system is set up for the abuse of power.
Charles, the news cycle today is about the assassination report in Iran threatening to assassinate Trump. And he goes on to say that Trump has no redeeming social value and doesn't believe in democracy.
President Biden has spent his entire time in the White House going off on 50% of this country. He hates MAGA Republicans. Let's be honest about this. The vitriol.
Bro, this fit is so unacceptable. It's the most unacceptable fit I've ever seen on Fox News, and that's saying something. It's so bad that I didn't even notice the fucking ugly ass leather jacket that she's wearing on top of this green dress, which would have been fine on its own. Okay? God damn, dude. That is the most unacceptable thing. That is crazy, bro. Down to the fucking socks and the shoes. Like, you tried to do something there and you fucking literally failed spectacularly. You do not have that shit on, dude.
Every time he opened his mouth, MAGA Republicans are such an extreme threat. The vitriolic anger and hatred from this president to half of this nation has been on full display. Period. That is the bottom line. It's not even about President Trump. He hates anyone who ever voted for President Trump, and that's scary.
That was Mr. Unity, Emily.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Unity, that continues after he said to put President Trump in the bullseye.
This is my favorite thing that they do when they switch positions and go from being like Joe Biden is sleepy and stupid and his brain is leaking out of his ear to like he's so scary. He's such a scary guy. Look at how scary his rhetoric is. That's my favorite when Republicans do that fake crying shit. It's awesome. I love it. I wish it was real. I wish Joe Biden was a scary guy.
You're absolutely
and said we're going to send every conservative to the mines, you know?
right, Charles. And this is someone whose rhetoric is frankly so below the office that he is privileged to hold. This is absolutely unacceptable. I will await his apology and accountability, for this rhetoric on the heels of
Good thing you're young.
I don't think anyone buys this. No matter how much they repeat this, like, I don't think this is going outside of like the immediate MAGA circles. Like, I cannot in good conscience, even if someone is like leaning towards voting for Trump, I don't ever foresee them going, yeah, it's really fucked up what Joe Biden is saying about Donald Trump. He's a really violent guy, and that's the reason why Trump was assassinated. Like, even people almost assassinated. I think even people that are leaning towards Trump probably like Trump for the silly fucking things that Trump says that are inherently violent. You know what I mean? This is piercing normie space at all? Yeah, this is not, like, not even a little bit. Biden is violent and abusive. What are you talking about? Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's violent and abusive towards his meat that he's punishing. Just like I'm violent and abusive at the top of the hour. Okay? When there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you, it's both violent and abusive. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay? for $4.20 in the month of September, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. I am now going to be calling Brendan James and Noah Colwyn, the Blowback podcast boys. And if you want that wall-to-wall coverage, first we're going to talk about Israel, Palestine, Lebanon. We'll be getting into that, and then I'm going to make them react to simple history. Life under the most evil communist regime, Khmer Rouge, because their latest show, their latest episode, or their latest coverage revolves around the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. So let's start that. Let's start that process now. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Boom. All right. Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear you at all. But that... Oh, I can hear you, Brendan.
All right.
Noah.
You can't hear.
Oh, you are
very soft,
quiet, dude. What the heck?
But you can't hear me.
Yeah, I mean, I can barely hear you. It is like
I
insanely
kind of like it
quiet.
this way. This isn't the worst setup actually going forward. If Noah's almost silent.
Damn, why? Does he chirp too much in the appearances that you guys have been making so far?
God, it's like murder. We barely have anyone 30 minutes into the interview because he just won't
What
shut
about
up.
now?
You're getting better.
It's getting a little bit better.
How's this?
Better.
Crank it up higher, Noah.
And what about this?
Oh, perfect.
There you go.
Boom.
All right.
What about now? Welcome back to the show. The Blowback Boys. They're in the building. Ready to let it rip. You guys have a new series that just came out. Let me run the trailer for that actually. Do you have that link?
Yeah.
Chat,
You drop
give me
it
the
in.
link. I found it. Let's get started with this first. Also,
Here was the situation. They were sending great numbers of troops into Cambodia, preparing for what is called the Tet Offensive of that year. We take this action not for the purpose of expanding the war in Cambodia, but for the purpose of ending the war in Vietnam. Vietnam. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. It's just a dead country. We're still fighting the Vietnam War, and if we have to use the Khmer Rouge as a pawn in that, we'll use them. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again. I do it again.
some of the chatters are saying you guys gave Nixon and Kissinger too much aura.
Well,
Brilliant, by the way.
The whole aura of that video, as was our last season's trailer, is due to Ben Clarkson, who's the animator. He's a great illustrator. He has a new graphic novel out called Justice Warriors. vote harder. So a lot of credit due to Ben. Also, Dan Beckner, great musician, did that doom guitar you hear in the middle with me and the track I wrote for it. So yeah, we like putting these little trailers together because we get to work with talented people like them. So credit to them.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. As always, you guys did it again. I'll admit I did text Noah the other day and I was like, when is the Gladio Turkey edition of the Blowback podcast series coming? Because, you know, I would love to help out in any way I can on that. And also I think is like it's a target rich environment, you know, creating the terminology that we all love and use all the time, such as deep state, where it comes from.
Sure.
Originally.
Sure.
But yeah, we'll get to the Khmer Rouge, Nixon, Kissinger, and everything else. But obviously, I wanted to start the conversation, at least in the first half, by talking about what's going on in terms of American imperialism, American empire on its last fucking stand, with our most valuable, most important ally, the only moral country in the world, the only democracy in the world with the most moral military, Israel. As we're having this conversation, Israel obviously has expanded its conflict to Lebanon beyond what it was already doing in this supposed tit-for-tat de-escalation through escalation method that they were applying, where they were responsible for 80% of the fucking munitions being deployed in the the Lebanese Israeli border skirmishes that were taking place. They obviously did an act of terror that even the likes of Leon Panetta considered to be an act of terror. And I feel like it's like Osama bin Laden being like, that's terror, dog. You know what I mean? It's like, like you are the guy, right? Like he knows what terror is, right? If he's saying it's terror, I'm going to go along with what he's saying. Or maybe he's woke. I don't know. And anti-Semitic. Who knows? So, after that and the broad positive reception from Western media and Western officials in general, Israel was like, oh, hell yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing. It doesn't seem like anyone's telling us don't do it. And now they are resorting to carpet bombing southern Lebanon and doing the exact same, Hamas, anti-Hamas propaganda that they applied. But this time they just changed what comes after the from Hamas to Hezbollah in Lebanon. I wanted to hear your guys' analysis on that as the foremost experts on American imperialism. I know you had a conversation with the Chapo boys on it as well. It's okay if you repeat some of those talking points. It's all good. But how are you guys enjoying the show with Anthony Blinken defending Israel unconditionally?
How could it possibly be going better? Is what I ask myself every day. No, I mean, I think that the only thing that you left out is that it now seems that the headlines in Reuters and the Associated Press are indications are that Israel is escalating its air attacks into a ground invasion. They're calling up reserve battalions. It still may not happen. It still might. It can go either way still, but it's not trending in a good direction. At least, in the sense that it is just escalating. But Israel has never really successfully invaded Lebanon without getting a bloody nose. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, 2006 was the last time, right? And that was a huge. I mean, it was humiliating.
Oh, that was big bad.
You have to imagine that they're as unrestrained as they appear right now. They're going to have a much harder time going up against Hezbollah than they have against Hamas and the piece of territory that they have so much control over. This would be a different story, I think. Now, whether or not they are unhinged enough at this point to consider that, I defer to you guys.
Yeah,
Looking at what Hasan's putting up on the screen.
Oh yeah, no, I was just showcasing the words Western media use to avoid saying ground invasion, use of ground troops, ground offensive, ground maneuver.
I will say I think ground offensive is pretty fine. I think
Yeah.
that is more or less what an invasion like it's offensive. You know,
Yeah.
it's not mincing there. I think the FT gets a pass from me on that one, but the
The
rest of them
FT's
can go
done
to
pretty
hell.
good coverage on this stuff. I think from early October in general, much better than Wall Street Journal, which is in the tank and has routinely spread misinformation. As a matter of fact, misinformation that, like, if I recall correctly, the American State Department had to come out and clarify in a brief act of unity from both the U.S. State Department, the Israeli government, the Israeli intelligence services, and even Iran. If you remember when they were like, they all had to be like, yeah, we didn't know October 7 was happening. Like, everybody had to be like, yeah, Iran did not play a role in October 7 beyond like regular, you know, regular logistical support and training to like militants.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is now, I think, a quality of I guess, like, the media at this stage of it is kind of it's sort of hard, I think, to communicate like why stuff is going on without just sort of like I've not read a story yet in a mainstream paper that doesn't like really kind of foreground that like Israel is choosing to escalate. Like the facts of this situation are a lot harder to propagandize around, I think, than like the post October 7th stuff was. Like rallying around the flag in this situation is like much more tortured and much less effective when Israel's going to war with like, like a somewhat neutral country, a neutral country, true, I mean, but is now like, yeah, is somehow thinks it can have that front and the other one. It all doesn't really add up to me, truthfully, as a coherent set of operations.
Yeah. So the question I have, I guess, that many people also have, and I want to hear a different perspective on this, is like, what the fuck is Israel thinking? Because as you also correctly pointed out, they've had an incredibly hard time dealing with an ascetic resistance force that is basically in captured territory, that is under permanent Israeli mass surveillance and occupation in Gaza. They can't deal with like 17 to like 20-year-olds wearing Adidas tracksuits, running up to their fucking $30 million Merkava tanks and lobbing grenades directly into it. How the fuck are they expected to deal with an enemy with a standing military that is combat trained, that is far better equipped, that is in an entirely sovereign state, that has geared up its defenses against this potential Israeli invasion since the last two times that they successfully were able to withstand Israeli invasion?
Noah has a lot more insight into the nitty gritty. I think we talked about this on Chapo the other day a
Oh,
bit.
are you just saying that because I'm Jewish, right?
Yeah, that's what I was insinuating.
Okay, I just wanted to be
Let me
clear.
just
Just wanted to be on the
get the
level
tropes
here.
out of the way.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I follow this stuff, but we sort of had a little back and forth the other day about wondering about this very question. I mean, I was sort of pointing out for my part that I think there's an obvious problem at this point with saying that Israel is doing all of this as an obedient client state of the U.S. And only that. I don't think that the U.S. Has a particular interest, as we're seeing from every new hapless cable or dispatch that the State Department puts out, saying we don't think it would be particularly constructive for them to go into Lebanon. I don't think that's kayfabe. I think the U.S. is essentially handcuffed at this moment to a rogue state that it has shrinking influence with and has had shrinking influence with over the years as a so-called client-patron dynamic. Israel is operating unlike the empire, which wants goods to flow and commodities to ultimately go back and forth all over the world, which is why the Houthis piss us off so much because they've been blocking some of that. Israel has a totally different logic, I think, at this point, which is that of a lunatic state in which, as you put it, Noah, the other day, the inmates are kind of taking over the asylum, and the colder logic of past years, which isn't to justify any of Israel's policies, it was still a relatively cold and considered logic of how to occupy and exploit and ultimately probably starve out this place, the occupied territories. You had those Shin Bet guys, the sort of old guard that would say in the documentary, like the Gatekeepers, where they talk to a bunch of Shin Bet chiefs or former Shin Bet chiefs that say, "Yeah, we're basically fascists now. That's how it is. We'll see how that works out." I think now, as Noah can obviously speak to, who's followed the kind of, he's got more of these stories that are in the news day in and day out. It seems like now this is an ethno state that has fully gone out of control and really has no choice in its own logic but to escalate, but to throw the war further on, and to like other states that had a attack dog approach toward their idea of greater Germany or greater Serbia and now greater Israel. They have no choice but to expand. So that's to just outline a little bit the difference between what I can detect in Israel's calculus and the calculus of its benefactor, the United States. I don't know. What do you think, Noah? I mean, we talked about this a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would really add to that, because I think you kind of hit all the major points. The only thing I would add is that there is something in, like a lot of what Israel and the Israeli leadership is doing is because of strong political incentives that are domestic in Israel. Much in the same way that when you were like, why did the American military or the American political leadership make such a puzzling decision in Iraq or Afghanistan at these various points? It's often because they're driven by domestic political considerations, and Israel is no different. And in this case, the Netanyahu government, since October 7th, they had a steep fall in popularity, but then they've only gradually gotten more popular since. And the way in which that kind of escalation has sort of nourished them, it's kind of bailed them out of dealing with the problems that people were initially, at first, blushed on October 7th, more aware of than at any point since. Because now what like the war with Hezbollah kind of staves off is what in a group of, so the Israeli central bank, I forget what it's called, it may just be called that. An economist there recently published a report stating that, like, look, if you sort of buy the general line that they're going to try to wind down the general level of conflict over the next year, during that time or at the end of it, Israel is going to have to engage in a program of radical austerity, or there is going to be a financial crisis. In fact, the financial crisis may be unavoidable without some sort of massive stabilization. I think that, like, truthfully, I do think that there is the political appetite in the U.S. government to help bail out Israel down the line. However, like, when we are not, like, that's a political problem that these guys don't want to get to. And it satisfies, as sort of Brendan laid out, like what I would sort of think of are like the bigger ideological priors that they have that kind of soup them up and get them excited and sort of legitimate their unbelievably stupid and short-sighted decision to, escalate now possibly to the point of a ground invasion with Lebanon, something that, again, historically does not go well for Israel. And it's not because, like, they didn't hit, like, up, down, down, square, circle, triangle quick enough. It's like, it's not a battle, it's not a fight that favors them. Brennan, you're a little blurry.
Oh,
yeah, I'm trying to come back. Here we go.
There he is. Beautiful face.
Yeah. I think I was listening to the New York Times Daily Report from that one, like Israeli surveillance reporter, like the Israeli national security reporter that they had on the Daily, that talked about like the increasing popularity that like the ultra nationalist far right elements within Israeli society have had over the past like 30 years. It was definitely a little bit of like, oh no, it's just like these guys are basically now running the country. And there is truth to that. The inmates are running the asylum. And I do routinely think about like the gravest threat to the Zionist operation being that all the academics and all the artists that make the shittiest EDM you've ever heard of inevitably leaving Israel because they just no longer consider Israel to be a truly secure nation. Like the veil of security was obviously damaged greatly in October 7. Israel retaliated in incredibly violent ways by conducting its genocidal affairs. But beyond that, ever since then, the Iron Dome has failed time and time again, including with, Houthi loitering munitions and also a hypersonic missile coming directly from Ansar Allah. These are this constitutes a genuine threat to like normal Israeli society, where they can no longer operate under the veneer of like, we are a Western nation where nothing bad will happen to you, and we can be as violent as we want to everyone without any sort of repercussions to normal Israeli society. Like, you could still go to the beach in Tel Aviv and party as we are conducting our genocide, mere miles away. And I think that constitutes a grave threat, because it will inevitably turn Israel into a nation that is entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths with a nuclear arsenal, and further push them away as a pariah state. Obviously, that is terrifying for the future of the world, right? But it's also terrifying for the Zionist project in general. And I think that's why a lot of these like Shin Bet guys regularly try to like speak out against that, because they also want the maintenance of the apartheid to continue to a certain degree that is manageable in a way that does not disrupt the regular order of business. And while, they have recognized that they're slowly losing their grip on power, the thing that comes to mind, obviously, like the former Shin Bet official that told Benjamin Netanyahu, if you consistently, if you continue these attacks on the West Bank, like, this is going to become an unmanageable situation. An October 7th style attack might happen. This was way before October 7th. And Benjamin Netanyahu's retaliation to that was, you're woke. You've been captured by woke interests. And that's what happens when you let a guy from Philadelphia be your fucking leader. But big L on that one for Israel.
Well, we talked about this the other day too. With regard to America, there's a thesis from back in the day called the Yankee versus the Cowboy, and I think you could apply that analysis to Israel as much as anywhere else, including America, where you have divides in the ruling class. There are those Israelis in power who we were just describing, who want to maintain their hegemony in the area. Maybe someday they hope Israel could take over more of the land officially, but for now it's okay to maintain it. Similar to the American, during the Cold War and beyond, the American Eastern establishment who thought, let's keep Europe stable, let's run NATO, let's do containment, and we'll get there. Versus the frontier types, the Yahoos, the cowboys, who in the American example would be, your pro-Vietnam China lobby types who wanted to take the Cold War into Asia, where they thought it was really going to cook and pop off, not worry about Europe, who they viewed as a bunch of, snobbish leeches of America. And in Israel, the example would be exactly the crowd we've been talking about, the so-called inmates taking over the asylum, who want the frontier to keep going, the manifest destiny to keep going, not in a 50-year period, not in a 100-year period, but right now, today and tomorrow. And that's who, as Noah was pointing out, that's who's taking over. And that's not necessarily a good thing for their fellow Zionists, because it's short-sighted, it's unstrategic, and while it's horribly violent and a terrible thing for everyone else as well, it's ultimately kind of a death drive and suicidal. So the question will be, if they, exhaust themselves before they take everyone else out with them. I mean, you got to imagine, not to get too grim, but you've got to imagine the U.S., at some points are saying, let's say we do start to cut them off, are they going to start talking about tactical nukes or this or that? Or are they crazy enough to make that threat and then actually press the button? That's going to keep people up in the State Department in a way that is a bit of a hostage situation of its own. So I think that is the kind of dichotomy that we're seeing right now, as far as the different groups trying to direct Israel's destiny at the expense of everyone else.
Yeah. Also, to further prove the point that you're making, we saw this divergence within the State Department with those who want to maintain American hegemonic power status early on with calls for restraint towards Israel because they knew what Israel was going to do against those who were unconditional and undying Zionists themselves who truly believe that like Israel must not be restrained and they should actually blow off a little bit of steam or even, like you said, manifest destiny in the way that they wanted to. And that's why you saw like State Department officials resign. And that's why you are now getting reports from ProPublica about even fucking U.S. aid and other State Department agencies creating memos all the way back, I believe, in April, and sending it to Anthony Blinken to be like, hey, Israel is actually in direct contravention with American laws, the Leahy law to be exact.
No. We should be fair here. We should be really fair, because similar memos were drafted for when the State Department approved the arming of Saudi Arabia in their campaign against the Houthis.
Yes.
So, Hasan, Brendan, we cannot pick on the only Jewish state to get arms in contravention of war crimes statutes and laws.
Yes, and
because that would be wrong.
I was, of course, very much in support of the Saudi kingdom continuously.
I'm watching your tropes. I'm
Yeah.
watching your tropes.
Thank you for keeping me honest. Yes,
Absolutely, man. It's fucking crazy out here.
Okay, I'll do one.
You
I'll
never
do
know.
one
Like
back- I'll do
Jonathan
one back to
Greenblatt,
you.
just like that.
I'll do one back
You
at you. It seems quite Islamophobic that you are coming after the Muslim nation of Saudi Arabia. That's where Mecca is, okay? And Medina. You understand?
And Medina. Shit.
Not just Mecca,
Shit.
but Medina as well. And you coming after the Muslim nation is quite Islamophobic.
Can someone take a pot shot at Ireland or something so I can get in here and have an attended moment?
Oh, now the potato farmer speaks up. Oh boy.
Well,
Stop.
there you go. The Irish phobia is alive and well, folks. It's completely permissible. You could just say that and get away with it. You know, it's fucked up.
It is.
But okay, all jokes aside.
One thing I do want to add on the point of like the sort of like how Israel's getting more radical and like what is its interest or whatever. A lot of it is that like Israel is already like it has been on sort of like years of decline in the way that like a lot of the West has broadly. Income inequality has widened. The economic it's basically like there's like Poland is doing good, I guess, but like pretty much everyone else has been doing pretty bad. Although
That's
America's
a
recovered.
world.
Yeah, right. Seriously, man. Like for next thing you know, we're going to be asking them to screw in our light bulbs. In any event, like this. So Israel is not like immune from like this secular change, like bad change in condition in the financial and economic health of the country, and it's also not really like it's quite clearly losing its edge as like an offensive military power. They can do a lot of this. They can blow up Hania. They can do the pager attack. They clearly are willing to do these things as well. But like, there is like it's not just crazies pulling the trigger on those things.
Says
like,
that it has.
I think that the crazies are gaining currency because they are being led in from the center in a sense. I mean, like, look, like the emergency powers essentially that Hitler had ready made for him when he assumed power were there because Gruning, had them. More or less had them as part of like in the like twilight of the Weimar government. I don't I don't want to be in the habit of making like one-to-one history of Nazi Germany, history of Israel comparisons, but like that one seems to me to be.
I mean,
among many other points of comparison.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why it's
well,
always
the
funny
other-
when they. Or go ahead, Brendan. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, that's another way that you can look at like a dichotomy is that Israel has always done shenanigans like this, blowing up a bunch of people, assassinations of civilians. They've done that in the past. I mean, they spy on Americans, and the liberty and all of that. There's a long history of all this, but they've always been very their perception in the world, particularly within America, has allowed those rogue practices to be juxtaposed with a very well-run PR machine in which they run a tight ship and they have good message discipline and they know their way around messaging and public relations, and that whole side of it, which has allowed the rogue acts and the assassinations and wars and all that to have this sheen to them that Americans, as an important audience, swallow very easily. But now, I don't know what Noah, Hasan, you could maybe tell me, but I don't know what's happened. But they have lost that polished PR machine. They are now dealing every day with images and video, not only of politicians saying grotesque things and, rape advocates being, the Forrest Gumps that get to go on TV and be mascots essentially on talk shows and stuff like that, but also videos from the battlefield, if you want to call it that, in which the soldiers are doing war crimes in plain view. I mean, that is not
Well, I'll actually add to
clean image.
I'll add to that and then kick it to Hasan, because I think there's like a question we can put to him there on that, which is that because I agree with Brendan, Abba Eban, who was sort of like the OG effective Anglo language Israel diplomat of my parents' generation, who was very charming, had very very good for television and so on. He's like Elon Levy, pales in comparison to somebody like him and so on. That is like a thing of the past. I think now that the reason that they don't give a shit about that sort of deluge of imagery and the sort of how horrible their advocates are now, the sort of Loomer-ification of all of the Zionists or whatever. I think that it's because it's it follows it fits broad patterns of political polarization, along gender, along generational lines, especially class, etc. It's becoming it's mapping onto broadly speaking the left-right dichotomy. Not everything falls not all parts of it, but it does seem to me it conforms to that pretty epically. That said, Hasan, it does seem though that there are a bunch of influencers or people oh yeah, that guy Ethan Klein, he shared a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot of something I said, which I love when that happens. But he's somebody who it's okay, clearly he has an audience of people on the internet or whatever, but he's also a very big pro-Israel moron. And clearly there is some novel development in how certain people are effective pro-Israel advocates now, representing that viewpoint from a younger generation, but who are achieving something even if they don't have the finesse of earlier folks or whatever.
I don't think Ethan Klein's audience is as even remotely seemingly pro-Israel as he is. That's my assessment, which is why he's constantly duking it out with his own audience or with regular frequency on this issue. But as far as what has changed, I think a couple things. Obviously a pivotal point was 2021 when a lot of the NGOs that I normally am somewhat critical of openly declared Israel to be an apartheid, which took away a massive cynical deployment of anti-Semitism whenever you brought this thing up, right? Because you could be well, these are institutions that are formative in the rule-based international order, and they are all also correctly calling Israel an apartheid regime. And I think ever since then, with also social media and the fact that people can actually humanize Palestinians and directly hear from them, the dynamic has changed quite a bit because of that democratization of information spreading and not being completely captive to mainstream outlets that will repeat the State Department line unconditionally and vociferously. A lot of people have been able to make up their own minds about what they see as truly a bloody and barbaric affair. I think that is also that plays a major role. But beyond that, I think that the complacency that Israel has with many years of complete unconditional support that Israel gets from mainstream media has, I think, caused them to miss a step a little bit. You're now seeing operations being launched online. You every now and then you'll see pro trans black former vet Christian come out and be like, y'all not gonna do this right now with the what was it? I think Krang T. Nelson had the tweet. I gotta fucking pull it up real quick to show you. But it was like, it was such a ridiculous and so obviously like a shitty ass, like this shit makes like Russian attempts look brilliant in comparison. Here, this is the one I'm thinking
these
of. Watermelon
Oh,
ISIS
yeah,
on
watermelon
their
ISIS.
anti-blackness,
Yeah, yeah,
Jewish
yeah.
hating bullshit again. Fuck these terrorist wannabes. Nail emoji, nail emoji, nail emoji. And it's just like, when you look at the account, it's like Black Trans Lives, at Truly Be Truly Free, Trans Pride Flag, Black Trans Pride Worldwide, Jesus is the way and the truth. Veteran, I don't even know what the APRN.
Yeah, what's
MSN is.
APR? Is that a nurse thing?
don't
Hold
know.
on. What does your chat say? What's APRN MSN mean?
I have no idea. Veteran, to earn respect, you must learn respect. Joined May 2024. It's like come on. And it's
Also,
like
wait,
AI.
hold on. Go to the profile picture. Go to the That's
It's AI.
It's AI. Look, it's filled in. It looks like it's incompletely filled in.
Yeah, look at the Israeli flag shirt that she's wearing.
Also, look at how it's like the background. It looks like you're drunk in Tunis. It looks like.
Yeah. So I mean, this right here. Like, if this is your attempt of causing some kind of instability amongst the normal groups that are like advocates for Palestinian emancipation, like, this is a horrifyingly bad job. Like, you are not carrying out a good operation here at all, right? And there's many such examples of this. Like, and I think it comes from a place of complacency. In many respects, I think like Israel saw what happened to apartheid South Africa and learned all the lessons of what not to do, and greatly increased its operations in ensuring that America always maintain a positive attitude towards Israel. But I think they got a little too comfortable in that and didn't recognize that, like, in the new age of information with the internet, you can't really get away with all the bloodlust, no matter how hard, how hard you try.
I agree with that, and I'd also add that something else that definitely changed was there is a sort of downward linear level of appreciation and identity that the average or the median American has with the state of Israel. And you could sort of think of it as the apex was when Paul Newman starred in the movie Exodus in the 1950s or 60s. And then, but ever since then, it's been sort of progressively downhill as people see Israel's true nature revealed time and time and time again. And it's obviously uneven, but I think there may have actually been a pro-Israel peak in the 1980s, but broadly speaking, when we look at now the history through the 2020s, we see that it's this big downhill thing. And there is you can't outrun that. It's coming. It was a change bound up in generations, and that was always going to make this kind of level of advocacy really difficult the next time. In fact, by the way, Israel's committed an unprecedented slaughter, and they've committed this unprecedented slaughter at a time when everybody has a fucking camera attached to themselves. There is just this is what it means to be pro-Israel in 2024, and there was no amount of spin or nothing that in the discourse pursuant to Israeli actions that is really could be that different, because the actions are now it's the whole landscape's different. It's all done changed.
I'll give you a domestic example for those in the audience to understand a little bit better. I often talk about the Republican Party refusing to fucking run a normal campaign and their complete inability to do so, right? They have hugboxed themselves into believing that everybody cares about only trans people, and they always want to think about children's genitals, right? And that kind of trans panic and crime panic narratives actually cost them the midterm election successes that they were supposed to get under a Biden administration where Americans were experiencing negative real wage growth. At that time, it should have been the Republican Party wiping the fucking table, but they got so comfortable and so insane that they put up like Doug Mastriano, for example, like a QAnon guy, as the governor of fucking Pennsylvania. They brought forward Herschel Walker. And a lot of people single out Donald Trump, but I think this is the entire Republican Party so hyper-focused on culture war narratives that they end up coming across as truly repulsive to like normal people that aren't as invested in those narratives. And I think a similar thing could be said about Israel in the sense that like they legitimately think everybody thinks in the way that they do, all the way from the most quote unquote woke liberal Zionist down to the settler in Hebron spitting on the fucking nuns. Israeli society has been hugboxed and echo chambered into thinking that like when they say, oh, we are going to kill all their children, and when like an American hits the translate from Hebrew button, they're going to look at that and go, yeah, no, they're doing the right thing. I'm on board. I'm invested. I'm just as invested in this genocidal project as you are. They don't. They think it's weird. There's also like obviously resilient underlying anti-Semitism at play here as well, both from the ultra-nationalist and pro-Israel contingency, like the evangelical Christians, who will be like, Israel must be defended because they're God's chosen sons, and also, while simultaneously in the same breath, repeat things like they have horns and tails and are the magic money people, down to...
Well, it's a classic case of like how like if there are like all these like correct Jews who are like these perfected little humans who live over there, then like, well, we've got all these surplus, Jews who, as Trump said, are going to be the reason he loses the election. There's nothing that makes me feel more secure than like a really, really, really like pro-Israel guy in Kentucky who didn't meet a Jewish person until he was 28.
Yeah. But beyond that anti-Semitism, there's like a underlying, like Felix brought up this point when he was on the broadcast, and I completely agree with him. Like, let's say you fucking grew up in like Omaha, Nebraska. You've never met a Jewish person ever, but you have consistently heard the narrative in normal conversations, right? Because a lot of people do like secretly believe this shit where they're like, there are a lot of wealthy Jews in media and in positions of power, and there's not a lot of Jews in general. Like when you have that underlying attitude and then you see what's going on, okay, and then you see like the entirety of Congress get up and deliver a standing ovation to Benjamin Netanyahu as he's like talking about how there are college campus terrorists out there that are backed by Hamas. Like, what are you supposed to think? You know what I mean? Like, this is how anti-Semitism festers and grows, like real anti-Semitism, not ADL shit that I'm talking about. Like
the old I mean, as of 10 or 15 years ago, I remember there was the Mearsheimer Waltz book, The Lobby, right? The Israel Lobby.
Yeah, that was 18 years ago.
Yeah. That was controversial. It was, that's what got you really in trouble, back then, was to insinuate that this was a well-organized political movement within the United States working on behalf of a country that is literally in its political committee's name. But if you start, and of course people can go overboard with that, and what they really mean is the secret lizard cabal or whatever, and we all know what we think of that. But to deny a clinical treatment that you would give the China lobby, the Cuba lobby, any other one of these organized political movements for the benefit of another country within America to make sure it continues to get support, and you try to drum that out of the like polite discourse or reasonable discourse, you try to completely bury that.
Yeah.
And then Netanyahu shows up and gets nonstop applause, and Israel gets blank checks, do whatever it wants. As you said, Hasan, people are going to actually resort to actual anti-Semitic theories and the galaxy of websites that are dealing in crackpot nonsense instead of looking at perhaps unpleasant but nasty realities in the American-Israeli relationship that are worth discussing and that can be looked at and written about and debated. And I remember it was just like you could get in real trouble back then if you even talked about AIPAC as a factor at all. I was young, but you could see it.
You know,
Yeah.
Mark got yelled
Yeah,
at by the Democratic Party as well as like the entire media apparatus for saying it's all about the Benjamins, baby. And they were like, what do you mean, Benjamin? It's a Jewish name or whatever the fuck they were saying at the time. Or they're saying, oh, you mean money Jews are puppeteering the American government? It's like, no, she's talking about fucking AIPAC. Like, it's very obvious she's talking about lobbying. Okay.
Which
And
gives the money not because it has any effect, but because they just love politicians.
Yeah. It's just so it's so stupid to like not realize that one, marrying Israel's actions to Judaism as a defensive posture is unironically going to cause people to look at that and go, well, I have no critical thinking skills, but these guys are saying they're doing it for Judaism. And those who are defending the guys that are saying they're doing it for Judaism are also saying you're anti-Semitic. So I guess this is something that Jews want universally. And that's why, like, you brought up the Trump anti-Semitism conference earlier. I thought it was very instructive on both what the media chose to cover from that conference and what they chose to omit. Donald Trump very clearly in that conference said, I gave you Golan Heights. You didn't even ask for it, and I gave it to you because you gave me money. And he named Sheldon and Miriam Adelson in that conference. And then he also spoke about this idea that, like, again, this false notion that like all Jews as a monolithic force only care about Israel, because he kept repeating that. He was like, I gave you all the shit that you want. What more do you want from me? Why the fuck aren't you voting for me? What's wrong with you? That was the main through line there. And if you are on a Monday defending the notion that all Jews care about Israel, you're not going to be able to cover that with the adequate tools necessary to be like, no, that's anti-Semitic. It's not just anti-Semitic when a Nazi says it. It's anti-Semitic when those who are pro-Israel are saying that as well, even if they're cynically using it as a defensive shield.
Now with the whole, I haven't followed it closely, but the slander from CNN, Dana Bash, and Jake Tapper, I think much like the Israeli, charm offensive is not what it used to be. Americans who probably, like American media figures, who probably would have gotten away with something like this not so long ago, it seems like now there is a genuine pushback that makes it to their desk where they have to weasel out of it, as I believe Bash did yesterday. She didn't issue a correction, which is the word she should have used, but she issued a clarification, I think she said, about Rashida Tlaib and her remarks that they tried to paint as anti-Semitic. And again, it wasn't so long ago that would have been the end of it, but people just aren't buying that anymore, and that's a big problem, obviously. To
It also,
everything
that
we-
one was like a little bit of like a sort of like perfect storm of like they made up a lie. The guy who they made up the smear about Tlaib. The guy who was the interviewer who was supposedly a part of it declaimed it immediately, and they still ran with it. Like that one was like a full, that was to me a sort of illustration of like how they have to bend over backwards to give it to their natural affinities in ways that they didn't, it used to be a little bit more subtle, or it was, I mean now even they I'm kind of surprised at the very least that they even got an apology out of it, even from Jonathan Greenblatt. But I guess that one really was that egregious. One other thing that also strikes me with this stuff is that the real anti-Semitism, to me, the idea of people who want to who dislike Jews and dislike what they perceive to be Jewish influence and stuff. It does sort of strike me that there is the JD Vance stuff has also felt a certain degree well, those people now do have a home as part of the latent Republican Party. And so as things deteriorate in the Middle East, now those people have a platform and a soapbox so much to stand that they didn't before. Perfectly conveniently timed for the single most anti-Semitic thing that's ever about to happen.
Yeah.
Outside of the Holocaust.
I guess the final question before we move on to the Khmer Rouge and your latest series is the question that I hear all the time and I give answers to all the time, which is like, why is America so committed to Israel? Sorry. Like, why is America so committed to Israel? What are your
Well, this is
opinions on it?
this is sort of what kicked off our discussion the other day with on Chapo is you know, you probably discussed this on your show many times. I mean, you have a period of history where America really wasn't did not have this special relationship at all. I don't know if you would disagree, Noah, but I mean, we really cemented with Kissinger and Nixon, funnily enough, our most anti-Semitic president on record, at least.
Oh yeah,
Was the
he's
guy who,
like Israel's basically fate kind of hangs in the balance in the Yom Kippur War, and it really
yeah.
rides on whether or not whether or not America's going to rearm Israel. And Kissinger says, "Do it," and they do it, and that and forever after, we were bound
It was a
together.
Cold War. It was a Cold War. It was like many, if not all, factors of American foreign policy at that moment. It was a Cold War maneuver, given that the Arab states were all predisposed to either live with or be friendly with the Soviet bloc. But at any rate, in 2024, my little case that I laid out with Chapo guys was that the relationship is disintegrating. Whether it'll completely fall apart, I don't know. It's of course hard to imagine that given what we've all people of our age have grown up with. But it is disintegrating for reasons we've discussed on here today. However, America's power is waning. CENTCOM is in the Middle East. It's an incredibly important part of the big chain of military bases and the apparatus that more than economics or political power at this point is what keeps our machine humming as an empire. And we have to ironically get more and more humiliated by this ally in order to tell ourselves that it's good that we even still have an ally there in the first place, because everywhere else you look, it's slipping away. And China's doing a lot more by way of business and persuasion and outwheeling and dealing the capitalist point men in the world. So I think that the reason at this current moment why we're still so attached at the hip is actually one of desperation and ultimate confusion and incoherence, given that it's a moment of deterioration between what used to be America's lock on the Middle East and what is coming next, which is a question mark for us.
I agree with Brendan a lot on that. That like it is, sort of the incoherence, unpredictable. Like this is not a moment in which like an existing order is reasserting itself with might and vigor and revealing to us, like the ley lines of the global power sphere or whatever. It's far from that. In fact, like we're seeing things kind of, as to use Brendan's word, disintegrate. We're seeing things fall apart. And it's not that there is like in this bipolar world like somebody else trying to immediately fill the void. It's that things are resisting being a part of like this neat sphere of influence that we've carved out for ourselves. And it's not like which is not to say that like Gaza is aflame because they're part of the like JD Punch Chinese anti-US order or something like that, but that like all of this are these are different symptoms in their own way of like this same kind of, again, like decline, rot, the ability to unproductively manage these really core relationships that underpin the American power system around the world.
Yeah, it's no defense of Israel. Sorry, it's no defense of American statecraft or America in general to say that I don't think they share the goals that Israel that Israel has in Gaza. I think it's just a fact of the matter that they are, for their own reasons, more opposed toward rocking the boat with this fragile yet still existent allyship, however increasingly unstrategic it is, than the alternative. And that they would probably prefer this shit were over because there's an election in a month and a half, but that it's not something they're willing to risk in the long term because, as I said earlier, things are cracking up. and they need to take their friends, however duplicitous, take their friends where they can find them for now.
Yeah, I think they can also trust Israel, I guess, given, I mean, in spite of all of the like counter espionage that Israel's committed against America, or even like the USS Liberty incident, like you mentioned, they still have this attitude where they feel like they can trust Israel more than they can with even like Saudi Arabia, which at times will go against America's interest with OPEC plus. They
Sure.
can Israel seemingly, from their calculation, I talked about this earlier today, is like more stable as a reliable ally than even a country like Egypt, which is a client state, but a client state that still has an active, majority, almost entirely Muslim population that can sometimes overthrow their puppet leadership, the American puppet leadership. And that's like a risk that they're not willing to take, in the same way that they can have a guy who may or may not have been, I mean, definitely was Mossad, but may or may not have also been a CIA asset at a certain point, be the fucking prime minister. Like there's a level of assurance that you have with Israel at the end of the day being a willing party to American hegemonic power in the region. Because at the end of the day, what the fuck are they going to do? Are they going to go get weapons from China and Russia? Like, would that be able to carry them across any fucking finish line? Of course not.
No, we brought that up the other day too, and Felix pointed out Russia can't even take Kyiv. It's not going to be able to fill the role of America. But I do think that 50 years from now, things could look very different in Israel. You could imagine a scenario where they go full pariah and take what they can get from everybody, rather than just have this uniquely profitable relationship with America, depending on the breaks. But for now, I think everyone, however suspicious they are of each other, however resentful they are of each other, they still want to preserve an antiquated, ultimately Cold War alliance that has, fallen out of kind of historical meaning at this point in time.
Yeah, especially when considering like the complicated relationship that Israel has with Russia in general as well. I mean, there are a shit ton of Russian nationals that are now Israeli, some of which aren't even Jewish, but they're just Israeli. And that is the reason why, the pro-Israel, pro-Russia contingency is not exclusive to the MAGA Republicans that got duped by like a Telegram.
Well, and also to your point about like Israel and Russia's relationship, Israel has a relationship with Ukraine as well, and there's lots of Ukrainian nationals in Israel, including, rumor has it, members of Zelensky's family. Like, I think that the idea is that Israel, in the same way that like Istanbul is considered sort of neutral ground for the wealthy and the bourgeois of both sides of like the Saudi-Iran like divide for the 2010s.
Yeah.
It's the one place in the region where you can catch a flight to like pretty much any city. I think that you could make the mic's coming in a bit hot. I think I'm sorry, I forgot what the point of comparison was.
You were talking about Istanbul, and you activated my fight or flight, and
by bringing up Turkey.
By bringing up Turkey, Turkish President Erdogan. I don't approach Hamas as a terrorist organization. Turkish President Erdogan also gave a UN speech where he compared Benjamin Netanyahu to Adolf Hitler and demanded that the Western powers take action as they did during World War II yesterday. Oh my woke king, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Mr. NATO.
I mean, he plays the watermelon seller plays every side of it.
Yeah,
he's play
both sides and you come out on top. Yeah, he's I mean, he has a lot of internal pressure. But this is what happens when you have allegiances with majority Muslim nations. That is like a perfect demonstration, right? You have a lot of internal pressure from your constituents that are like looking at the situation and going, what the fuck are you saying? I covered this extensively in the beginning. Early October, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was somewhat pro-Israel, as a matter of fact. A lot of the ultra-nationalist anti-Erdogan constituencies in Turkey were also pro-Israel because of their overwhelming hatred for the Syrian refugees that now live in Israel, the ultranationalists, I mean. But they
Yeah,
changed
like
their
strategic
attitude.
strategic alliance with the Israelis, even though you fucking hate their guts, is like a Middle
Yeah.
Eastern pastime.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we train in Turkey Israeli fighter pilots. So that has never changed. So and also the Turkish government is obviously in allegiance with Azerbaijan, which got most of their weapons from Israel when they were conducting their ethnic displacement campaign in Karabakh. And beyond that, obviously, Israeli energy flows from Azerbaijan through Turkish pipelines directly into Israel, which comprises, I think, like 40% of their entire energy grid.
Israel licenses weapons and works with everybody from Vietnam to China, you know, two countries that also have a rivalry, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that like globalization and really like we're talking about this sort of like historical period beginning in like 1980 or so. So for like the last 45 years, more or less, you have had a period by which everything got like more interconnected. There's still conflict, yes, but like the economic ties that bind a lot of these countries have made open conflict that much harder. And people who could be isolated and removed from it and picked off by sanctions regimes like Saddam Hussein, you know, or obviously attempts on Cuba and North Korea, you know, they'll try that. But in general, like it is a very difficult thing to do. And that's, you know, it's a testament to Israel's unique like the unique crazy like you know death cult like mania that they're gripped by at this moment, that they're kind of like they're speed running the demolition of all that. They're removing all of the complexity that has protected them for the last 44 years on top of the strategic assurances given by the US, and they're just dynamiting it with like this like really radically crazy like even by their standards, like the most violence that they have dealt probably in half a century. We are now talking about over the course of a year. Historically
Again,
significant shit.
And they've lost. I just sent Noah this clip before we went on. They've lost their ability ultimately to to deal out this type of violence while preserving somehow a respectable sheen on the international stage, at least among the nations that it matters to them. There was an interview. I don't know who the guy was. He was some Israeli government spokesman who was being interviewed by some British journalist, and the journalist just said, "What gives Israel the justification to have nukes and not Iran, especially in this day and age?" And the guy just said, like, "Well, I find the question offensive." And the journalist was like, "Well, I'm still going to ask it." And the guy was clearly just terrified and confused as to how the interview had been allowed to proceed to this moment. And he said, "Well, I mean, and he said, we have the right to nukes. We already survived, a Holocaust." And the British journalist just said, "So you're saying that the reason you deserve nukes is because the Holocaust happened?" And he says, "This interview's over." And he got up to walk out. And it's just, you could at one point probably have expected that to work. And now, I'm not saying the media doesn't run interference, different sections, depending on, what country, what media organization. There's a lot of interference still being run for Israel, but not as much. And it makes a big difference. And I think that in and of itself is a sign of where things are going.
Yeah. I mean, they can't maintain this posture as though they are a moral nation and a democracy when, like, even the international organs of justice are all screaming bloody murder. Like, yes, these are feckless institutions, but they play a very important role in maintaining American soft power around the globe. Your calls to action against Russia ring hollow if you are packaging that immediately in the same fucking time frame as like your unconditional defense and loyalty to Israel. It just doesn't work. And if your soft power doesn't work, and this is another point I brought up yesterday, your hard power capabilities diminish because all of a sudden now if you don't have soft power, your 800 military bases around the world in 80 nations is now a military occupation. It's no longer a military alliance and partnership agreement. It all of a sudden can very quickly turn into a military occupation in 800 military bases around the world. You cannot defend that with a militant posture. And the more people feel like there is another counterbalance out there, another superpower out there that they can lean on, like China, the more they will take action against American dominance of this sort. And I think that there are plenty who see this in the State Department, and that is probably the reason why, not because they give a shit about Palestinians. Like the guy who quit the State Department early on was the one who was in charge of like signing off on weapons transfers. Like that person has been directly responsible for the death and destruction of so many Muslim children. Okay. Yeah. I don't think he gives a fuck. I don't think it's like his appetite for dead Iraqi children and dead Muslim children, dead Arab children was seethed enough that he was like, okay, enough is enough. We got to stop. I think it was more so in the interest of self-preservation that he was openly declaring America's suicide pact with Israel to be problematic.
Not unlike why in the Vietnam War you had people who supported it for a while, who thought it was strategic for a while, but in the mostly Eastern establishment, pro-NATO, pro-Europe type crowd, you had a flight from that war, the support of that war, because they eventually just thought it's not worth it. And we're now suffering in the places that matter because of it. And that's again back to the Yankee cowboy dichotomy is, the management of the status quo is ultimately to them. And this guy that resigned as, weapons czar or whatever he was, the management of a good status quo was more important to him than frontierism with all these risks of chaos. And it's not humanitarian in its nature, but it is a sign that the most extreme elements that still have America's ear and clearly, have measures of influence might be up against something going forward, maybe.
All right. Well, at this point, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I would like to show you guys some real history from Simple History. Life under the most evil communist regime, Khmer Rouge. Now, I haven't watched it. This is going to be my first interaction with this material, and I'm going to let it run for a little bit, especially the intro, without pausing because I have to pee. So you won't be able to pause it, but as soon as I come back, we'll be able to discuss our thoughts on this, especially because I feel like this will be a good rudder to steer this conversation to the Blowback podcast and its latest series. All right, let's start.
Life under the Khmer Rouge, Pol Pot, famine, and S-21, 1975 to 1979. When the Vietnamese army captured Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, from the Khmer Rouge in 1979, they found the city in a terrible state. And among the horrors they came across was a former high school that had been turned into a prison and was known as Security Prison 21, or just S-21. The dark buildings were enclosed in electrified barbed wire, and iron bars covered all the windows. The prisoners included academics, doctors, monks, students, and their teachers, as well as factory workers and engineers. All were accused of being enemies of the regime and tortured and forced to name their friends and family members as co-conspirators. Whole families were often brought in together to be interrogated and executed. Ultimately, paranoia meant that the regime began to turn on itself, and the cells were soon filled with party activists and their families, and even high-ranking politicians. At least 18,145 people had been imprisoned there, and all but a handful had been executed. S-21 was only one of more than 150 torture and execution centers established by the Khmer Rouge. Today, it stands as a memorial to the lives lost and to the brutality that they inflicted upon the people of Cambodia.
I don't know, man. I'm not
The Khmer Rouge was the name given to the members of the Communist Party of Kampuchea.
Okay, it seems like
He's
you
not
guys had a lot of
sushi.
thoughts on the animation style.
Well,
Well,
and now I'm
you
looking
know,
at the food and the wine because they
I'm
have champagne apparently too.
I hate to say it because Ben has done great work for us, Ben Clarkson, but I think we may have a candidate for next season's trailer. Whoever made this, this is a little bit of a cut above, I would say, what we've done with that video.
I agree.
I
Okay,
hate to say it.
so you're saying so far so good, no notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, look, I
Jail.
mean, it's not saying we were kind of talking over it, but it doesn't seem to be saying anything radically inaccurate.
Yeah, it,
Um,
as Brendan pointed out, in fact, uses like a storytelling element that like we do, which is like, you know, describing the scene, like the moment when like Vietnamese soldiers came into like the torture center of the Khmer Rouge, a place called S21 or Tuol Sleng, in the capital city of Phnom Penh in Cambodia, after the Vietnamese kicked out the Khmer Rouge. And you know, it's true. You know, everything that they show in this video is all there. It just looks a little, you know, it's
Is
a
this
little
what
off.
YouTube history is? This what YouTube history is, or history YouTube? Like, is it
Is this what
mostly?
we're up against, Hassan? Is this like our
I
competitor?
don't know. I've actually never even encountered this channel. I don't think. It's just I kind of looked at it and I was like, what's a good like short and sweet video that we can use as like
I mean, I'm impressed. I am it's like I said, the facts aren't bad.
a lot of people in the chat are saying yes, unironically yes, sadly yes.
That this is what YouTube history is like, because like sometimes you know, I'll look for archival clips. YouTube, you'd be surprised how much you can find, you know, of debates or, you know, Nixon or Kissinger tapes, and it's just easy to get from there. But I'll have to scroll by a lot of stuff, and you know, it's the thumbnail of like of a white guy being like this, like looking shocked, and then he's got like a, you know, like a pastel background, and it says like, you know, worst war crimes of all time, question mark. And
Pol Pot
it
sucks
doesn't.
me off.
I was about to say, if anyone knows the Rob Wiseman tweet, Uber driver sucked me off, it kind of just has a very jarring thumbnailification of of like quite heavy events. But I guess you could say the same thing about some episodes of our show. So I should probably just, you know, be humble.
Well, that's why
At
we were
any rate,
saying that we should have this guy start doing our animation from now
So
on.
in terms of like the content, I was peeing, so I didn't hear it. But did they mention American support for Khmer Rouge early on?
Oh, not yet,
Is it
not yet. We're
destabilizing
not. We're at the
We have
beginning
not-
of the story.
we have not gotten there in the video. I wonder if they would, but you know, it's funny. There were people in Cambodia we spoke to. Noah and I went to Cambodia and Vietnam for the purposes of this season, and we had people who were really helpful and you know, showing us around, and even some people there didn't know about America's support for the Khmer Rouge. It's not that it's top secret. It was published by the journalists really on top of these stories at the time, but it seems like a much more important fact than it was ever really given given credit for. And that's part of the reason we were attracted to this season, was to not only cover the American bombing of Cambodia and Nixon and Kissinger and the story that is somewhat familiar to people, certainly the Vietnam War is, but to stay after the Vietnam War is over and then see where things went from there. Not only the rise of the Khmer Rouge, but then their weaponization by the United States against our old enemy, Vietnam. And I think that people would be quite surprised to learn that, say, when the Vietnamese kicked out Pol Pot, we condemned them kicking out Pol Pot and enforced a sanctions regime against the new government in Phnom Penh during famine conditions. Things that might sound familiar to people from the topic we were just discussing moments ago. So it's a fascinating history, and one that I think, you know, as we try to do, one that we think should be more well known.
All right. Well, let's continue with this this work of art.
CPK, who ruled Cambodia between 1975 and 1979. They were led by the infamous Pol Pot, who attempted to purify Cambodian society along racial, social, and political lines. This led to one of the worst cases of genocide in history. Influenced by Chairman Mao's Great Leap Forward in China, Pol Pot imagined his own super Great Leap Forward in Cambodia. After seizing power in a civil war in 1970,
You made a face there.
Well, I'm intrigued by the thought bubbles that Pol Pot is having. One was just a building, and which they did have.
Also, like, where
And
is he? He looks like he's in a room in a Counter-Strike map.
and then they wanted. It seems like he's dreaming of missiles. I guess I don't.
Yeah,
That
like
really
a super
actually
great
wasn't.
leap forward with missiles. They're leaping forward with missiles.
Yeah,
Just like Mao.
I'm learning. Just like Mao, I'm learning is what I'm saying.
75, the CPK wanted to rapidly build the country under their own vision. Pol Pot compared the Cambodian revolution with those in China, Korea, and Vietnam, and proclaimed that no revolution would be as fast as his. Indeed, the CPK was obsessed with speed, and many in the party were paranoid that they would be replaced, and believed the faster their plans could be achieved, the safer they would be. The super great leap was to be achieved independent of any foreign aid, through independent self-mastery.
Guy sounds like
Khmer
Solid
Rouge
Snake.
theorists.
What'd you say?
This guy sounds like Solid Snake to me.
Yeah, a little
Narrator.
bit. Well, I mean, put some respect on David Hayter's name, sir.
Well, I mean, we don't know that it's not him working on this documentary.
He would never do such a thing.
Believe that an
No, I
initial
agree with you. I'm
period of
just hearing him. I'm
self-imposed
hearing this.
economic isolation would stimulate the rebirth of the crafts and the country's industrial capability. In order to follow this policy of extreme self-reliance, the CPK announced a 4-year plan to triple the country's rice production. However, Cambodia
hear
had
it, Noah?
suffered severely during the Civil War.
I'm
Almost
waiting. I'm
three-quarters
waiting
of
for him to. I'm waiting for the narrator to say the Khmer Rouge wanted a weapon to rival Metal Gear. Or
Yeah,
something
no,
like
it's
that.
it's really like quite intense. It's
you.
like like I don't know, like brother number snake or something.
Otacon.
Oh, revolution. Yeah, revolutionary consciousness, huh?
Pol Pot lined up everyone with glasses and killed them. Otacon, you have glasses.
of the draft animals needed to plow the fields had been killed, and by 1975, rice production had dropped by 84%. Such a rapid increase in production was impossible, but Pol Pot believed this was merely a matter of revolutionary willpower and
I mean, one thing I
instituted
would
his
say is that
policy
like
of
it is worth pointing out, like Pol Pot was the head of this government, but like it was like a clique. Like it was kind of famously like there was a gang that was at the top of the Khmer Rouge during this period. Again, Pol Pot was the guy in charge, but most famously there was a foreign minister Yang Sari, defense minister Son Sen, head of state like the president, a guy named Q Sampan, and like they kind of collectively, and this is also by I mean like in Nazi Germany, like Hitler was the concentrated power of authority, but like he also had like a gang at the top that made it possible for like the Nazi, that were like essentially the executive function in that regime. And I think it's, like here it was, again, like much poorer, much different place than 1930s Germany. But like what you do see is like this group that's like very paranoid, very secretive, that are carrying out this crazy radical, like, silly radical like agricultural revolution. They're doing it, in this, crazy like this psychotically backbiting, incompetent way. And so that's like the only thing that I feel like is missing in describing this is that like as one person we interviewed, the journalist Elizabeth Becker, who reported from Cambodia in these years, she said, not during the Khmer Rouge, but before and after, she said that like you have to remember that everything the Khmer Rouge did, just like imagine it's being done, but it's being done like really incompetently by like the most incompetent people in ways that you could not overrate or overstate.
Also, she was there during the Khmer Rouge years. She interviewed Pol Pot.
That's true. She did visit. I just don't want to give the impression that she was like watching all this stuff happening and taking notes. But yes, she had a pretty famous and ill-omened visit.
Maybe Elizabeth is in this video.
What if the Nixon attitude towards Khmer Rouge early on was not about disrupting their Vietnamese neighbors' operations, but instead because Nixon was a secret Maoist?
This
Have
is
you guys,
what
have
many
you guys talked about that?
This is what many of his right-wing critics thought. I mean, Nixon. It's interesting because Nixon came up as a part of the China lobby, kind of political club, which were the fanatics about getting rid of the Chinese revolution. But in partnering with Kissinger and making peace with communist China, as we discussed around the same time that we were actually signing on with Israel as a special relationship, Nixon was betraying, in a large sense, the Cold Warriors that he had come up with, and a lot of people thought he was, a communist somehow. So it has been floated, like John Birch Society types thought that.
Just saying, maybe that's something to investigate a little bit further. You know, he is responsible for giving up the true China, which is
Taiwan.
Yeah, which is Taiwan. So, just saying.
Of agricultural offenses, including a nationwide system of forced labor. He believed that achieving his economic goals would be as simple as winning the Civil War. The Army and the CPK's agricultural warfare were the people, and manual labor was the key to victory. The purpose of every Cambodian was to work and advance the revolution. Villages were reorganized into cooperatives, and thousands of city dwellers were forced out of their homes to work on the farms. As a result of this policy, workers of all ages were forced to do 10 to 14 hours of hard labor per day in unsustainable conditions. Often, survivors reported working late into the night, particularly during harvest time, surrounded by encouraging slogans urging them to pledge to sacrifice your life to accomplish Angar's work, or to stay on the work site until death. A lot of food was needed to feed all these productive farmers. However, rice was also needed for Pol Pot's economic goals, so large amounts of rice were extracted from the population for party use and export. The CPK provided nothing in return. Fareth, one survivor of the period, recalled that she was assigned to a children's work unit when she was 11 years old. Fareth was ordered to carry soil, dig trenches, and help build a local dam. She and her unit lived at the work site.
I'm getting the sense this video, like, there was just an interview there with a cartoon person. Like, that must be an interview based on reality, I assume, but they're not, like, sourcing anything. So I'm just worried this channel may not have the right approach towards sourcing, and would undermine its academic viability.
Well, if
But maybe
you've
at the end-
already paid a guy on Fiverr, you might as well use him throughout the entire thing. It's an aesthetic choice that they're making, it seems.
It's true.
But one that is probably beneficial for their profit structure as well.
I didn't know David Hayter was on Fiverr, but they spent the money well.
So, let me ask you this question. I guess it's like a broader snapshot of this video that we're watching. Do you feel like covering this perspective exclusively on how this was communism and it was bad communism, evil, scary, gives full attention to actually the rise and fall of the Khmer Rouge?
I think that like one of the things that sort of it really just depends on how much weight somebody tries to put on the communist dimension of this. Like, is this a really communist or Marxist vision? One source that we cite in the show actually talks about plans for agricultural reform that had been drawn up for Thailand, the country next door, that were not all that dissimilar. There were real problems that Cambodia faced with a lot of people living in the city, living in Phnom Penh in particular. And, there was some like rebalancing in order. Obviously, the way that the Khmer Rouge went about it was stupid and insane and violent. But I think that, it's sort of like the Khmer Rouge didn't do all this because they had like a really, I think like really like a rich communist tradition they felt participating in. I think that their vision was actually much more nationalist in nature and was much more focused on a revitalization and renewal of the ancient Khmer kingdom. And that was the sort of axis through which like a lot of like a project of national renovation was really how they kind of characterized a lot of this. They didn't even publicly announce themselves as Marxist until a couple of years into the existence of the regime. And it was only after Mao died. And there was, a lot of pressure from China, presumably, to make that happen.
It was China. There was a, there was a communist movement before the Khmer Rouge that was largely dismantled after the 50s, or in the middle of the 50s. They were the sort of second generation of Cambodian communists, and they harbored a lot of bitterness and resentment toward the Vietnamese, which had already existed in some kind of cultural and historical sense in Cambodia. But they really thought the Vietnamese were the final boss, and that everyone in the way, including the American imperialists, were going to do the easy part. And the fact that they did survive the Cambodian Civil War and the American bombing, in which the Viet Cong did the vast majority of the fighting, by the way, for them, only strengthened that idea. By the time they take power, they've been in a socialist movement, but it's been one informed by a kind of small, inward-looking movement that had much more to say about Cambodian nationalism, or believed far more deeply in Cambodian nationalism, and therefore the xenophobia they had built up, than they did on any kind of doctrinaire socialist project. And they were criticized pretty ruthlessly by their Vietnamese and Chinese friends. Eventually, the Vietnamese weren't their friends, and even when the Chinese were their patron, the Chinese stopped trying to argue with them about the extremism of their program, because they were useful enough to them. The Khmer Rouge were useful enough to Beijing as a geopolitical ally, but they really didn't think much of the Khmer Rouge program. So the communist world and the Soviet Union, the Eastern Bloc, had nothing to do with the Khmer Rouge, and in fact tried to unseat them while the U.S. was making common cause with them. So as a communist movement, it was really quite a black sheep in the 20th century. And whether you even care about, these labels of what kind of communists they were and blah, blah, blah, I mean, there's a lot of writing on that. Some suggest it was more of a classic peasant revolution that had far less to do with modern ideas of socialism and communism. But they certainly at first identified as such. When they go into the jungles in the 80s, after the Vietnamese kicked them out and the Americans start supporting them, though, they were the first communist party to dissolve themselves. And Pol Pot said, we're going to have to follow the West now. And they got rid of their Mao jackets and they started wearing safari suits. And so they gave up the communist look pretty quickly, which of course makes some suspect that they
and they also, I don't think, were ever like, they didn't have like, they didn't have like a rich set of relations with other third world nations. They were very isolated. They were, like a lot of communist states have meaningful foreign relations. And in the case of the Khmer Rouge, they had one set of relations with China, which sent them a bunch of money, and that was who they cared about. And for a time, at the beginning, they had relations with Vietnam before that went south. And yeah, I mean, to me, like,
Seems like you're saying they're MAGA communists.
Yeah,
that's what someone said in the Majority Report comment section the other day. Which, in a way, they were make Cambodia great again, communists.
Yeah,
but
MACA.
Yes, in a sense they were.
Yeah, or
MACA, yeah.
Yeah.
Makaga.
I could use some
Makaga.
But yeah,
Macas.
they gave up their communism pretty quickly as soon as it became advantageous to. So I guess that if people want to judge them on how they acted once they were out of power, it doesn't seem too sincere. They let the Yugoslavs in to film a documentary at one point, but otherwise Noah's right. Their only real relationship in the trading and economic sense was with China, and the U.S. We funneled them money and arms and training through a coalition, which is always useful to do, kind of like the Mujahideen, and just claimed that if anything gets to the Khmer Rouge, we had no idea. Of course, most of it did. Peter Jennings did a great documentary piece for ABC in the early 90s, and we were still supporting them, and basically told the world that we were. It's really good. I think it's still on YouTube. I grabbed a copy elsewhere, but for the show. But it's a good report, and unfortunately, it didn't stop us doing it.
One thing that you brought up was the way that the media was talking about the Khmer Rouge early on during the period of our, not so overt allegiance. And I think that is very instructive, usually, in figuring out like where the State Department's opinions lie. I believe you said that there was like positive coverage as well, not dissimilar to Osama bin Laden from Western media.
In the beginning, the most positive coverage of the Khmer Rouge were coming from left-wing sympathizers who thought that there was no way that these stories from refugees going into Thailand could possibly be true. There was a history, a very real
Noam
history. They were
Chomsky, yeah,
pointing.
the Noam Chomsky paradigm as well. Isn't that like something that
He got in trouble for saying that we have to be suspect about the stories. I think it's been a little exaggerated to the degree that it's not as though he said they're all lies, but he was operating off of the, again, very real history that we also cover in the show of pure invention of communist atrocity when it came to Vietnam. So I think there were a lot of left wingers who were like, I'm not going to get fooled again, and in so
And, like,
doing
I mean,
did not see it.
the Vietnamese themselves, like, bottled, like, they were, like, about 2 years into the reign of the Khmer Rouge, when things, I mean, really after the first year, when things started to go quite badly, the sort of, like, one way that they began resolving their problems without really resolving them was by attacking Vietnam, which China was happy for, because they wanted Vietnam, they viewed Vietnam as their principal rival, and they were like, well, Cambodia is kind of a basket case, but if they're gonna, take the fight to Vietnam, then fuck it, good for them. And I think that, like, in Vietnam, we cite sources, people who ended up after a border conflict, where Khmer Rouge forces massacre Vietnamese villages. And, these are people from, Soviet bloc countries, not necessarily that sympathetic to Cambodia in this stage, more sympathetic to Vietnam. And they are just learning, after, like 2 years into this, they're like, oh, only now am I did I start to consider that, like, the Cambodian Holocaust stories were real, that's what this Hungarian journalist called them. But I think that that's sort of a good illustration of also how, like, the earliest coverage of these people really emphasized, like, the mystery and secretiveness of this, because again, like, that's part of what happens when you don't have foreign relations, is that, like, the only people who end up supporting your doofy radical program are academics who don't know better, and don't have firsthand knowledge, and I guess China in this case.
The more striking stuff is the coverage of them, the positive coverage of them long after these were reported. And we cite one New York Times op-ed whose title was Pol Pot, brutal yes, but no mass murderer. And the pull quote in that is, Vietnam is the real threat to Cambodia. This was because, and actually that journalist was a very involved journalist in covering the brutal wars America was waging in Indochina. And he had just preserved a certain, I suppose you would say, misguided allegiance to the Khmer Rouge, to the point where he opposed the Vietnamese into the 90s for, I guess, being mean to them and overthrowing Pol Pot. At any rate, it was in the New York Times. It was good enough for them. And of course, there were sort of feigned protests by American diplomats, but we preserved their seat at the UN and allowed for good coverage of them and positive coverage of them. So that's perhaps more shocking to people. And of course, the actual U.S. policy itself is shocking. But they when Elizabeth Becker, one of the key guests in our show, she was with one of these Western academics. He's all Scottish, I think, or Australian.
Yeah, he was a Scottish academic who worked at SOAS in London. Malcolm McDowell.
And he got murdered a room over from her while they were visiting, and they were interviewing Pol Pot, and she almost got attacked herself, but she escaped. And he was killed. She suspects that the Cambodians did it to kind of say never come back, even though they were the ones who had invited her and the deceased guy. So yeah, it was an odd ideological trajectory from all sides, as sort of the super third worldists and the American architects of foreign policy came together in saying these guys aren't so bad because the Vietnamese are the real imperialists at this point.
And
Very,
that
very
was
bizarre.
like, the like narrative of like Vietnam as like committing like wanton massacres. I mean, there were the issues over like boat people, Chinese ethnic minorities in Vietnam and their treatment. Like Vietnam was catching a lot of black eyes in the sort of global PR of the time, but like they were absorbing all that while they were like, and people were criticizing them for being the military power and control of Cambodia throughout the 1980s. But they always sort of leave out that like, well, the reason Vietnam was still there was because the Khmer Rouge were running that insurgency. So there is this also like this process where it's like they valorize the Khmer, or sorry, not valorize, but like there was this toleration of the Khmer Rouge, and like instead of talking about their crimes or even talking about the Vietnamese tribunal of Khmer for Khmer Rouge crimes, like not even wanting to engage with the Vietnamese presence at all, we immediately thought like, well, how can we use Pol Pot against them because they must be so de facto like they are Hitler, not us, not Pol Pot. It's the Vietnamese.
And the Vietnamese had their citizens massacred by the thousands right on their border. This wasn't us going to Iraq and starting a 10-year occupation for no reason, or even the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which we covered last year, which again was right on their border. The Khmer Rouge were hoping to start a war with Vietnam, and they did. And Vietnam simply said, all right, we're nipping this in the bud. We know all the fucked up stuff these people have done, and it's not coming to us. And that is why they took the action that they did. They probably weren't so interested in an invasion, given they had to reconstruct their country, which wasn't an easy thing to do. We cover that as kind of like a side story in the show, because the U.S. promised Vietnam war reparations under Nixon. And once he was ousted, we said, Nixon who? And denied them their reparations.
I mean, it
So
looks like this
Vietnam had a lot of. Mhm.
Oh no, I was just saying because Hassan was like scrolling this video, and it looks like this video is just kind of about like how much life sucked under the Khmer Rouge.
Yeah.
Like there's a
Fair enough.
section on children and child labor, then there's one on executions and one on prison. I mean, it makes sense. Like it's interesting in that like the Khmer Rouge did have an interrogation and executions policy. Like I don't know to what extent this video gets super deep into that, but like all of their torture centers, like it was the whole program was called S21, and the idea about it. Oh yeah, this is like the expression. And by the way, this guy Richard Dudman, he was a reporter at the St. Louis Dispatch for many years in the 20th century. He was an American reporter who had witnessed firsthand. He had been one of the very few reporters who, in the early 1970s, was in Cambodia and was with Vietnamese troops, Viet Cong soldiers, as they hid from American bombs being dropped on Cambodia. So, like, to give you a sense of how powerful the anti-Vietnam dogma was, a guy who saw the Americans bomb Cambodia firsthand and whose life was in danger because of it is the guy who wrote this Pol Pot article, because that's how strong, that's how much we can make them into bad guys.
This is another thread of this season is the Sino-Soviet split, which is really representative of the greater split among, the left all across the world, including the most annoying contingent of the left, the Western left. And the Western left had a bunch of crack-ups about, like, are you a Maoist? Are you a third worldist? Are you supporting Pol Pot and the Maoist movements, the real movements? Or are you a fucking revisionist social fascist who supports the USSR? And the USSR wrote off a lot of the Chinese allies and the Chinese themselves as wackos. It's a very interesting conflict. But yeah, Dudman, I don't know if he was like ideologically on that level, but sort of as a reporter, yeah, he, as I said earlier, he was one of these guys who allowed his sympathy in the 60s for the Khmer Rouge fighters to turn him against the other fighters against the American war, the Vietnamese. And so it was like this strange, like, sort of siphoning off of support until people would arrive at only the Khmer Rouge, people of a certain opinion, which is a strange place to end up. But you can kind of see how it happens. I don't know. Strange times.
Damn. So would you say that this period of American foreign policy is like uniquely schizophrenic, or like is it the madman
Actually, in a
theory,
lot
or
of
is it?
ways, it makes a lot of sense. Like that's part of what's so jarring and horrible about it is that um, like essentially part of what the Cambodia. There's a book that we cite a lot in our show for this season called Sideshow, by the journalist William Shawcross. And although he later on like moved
Who
to the
also
right,
had an ideological
yeah,
journey.
yeah, he's you can look him up. He's a British journalist. He's right wing now. And but this original book, Sideshow, like it was called Sideshow because the idea was that the Cambodia was a sideshow to the Vietnam War. But I think what our season has sort of recovered is not so much that, like, yes, the Vietnam conflict, yes, we bombed Cambodia, and that was because we tried to widen the Vietnam War in an effort to end it. We were like, all right, well, Nixon said, I'd rather not just withdraw from Vietnam. I'd like to withdraw from Vietnam, but I want to increase the pressure, and I want to bomb where I think the Vietnamese are in Cambodia. And eventually, that's like that was pushing the sets of dominoes that lead to the rise of the Khmer Rouge, sparking the civil war in that country and all that. But the other thing that Cambodia is not just the sideshow of the Vietnam War, but it was this part of this larger drama by which the U.S. was like rearranging what its Cold War strategy was for what became the final phase of the Cold War against the Soviet Union. The Khmer Rouge and the support for the Khmer Rouge was an early joint venture with China. You could look at it that way. Yep. You could see the sort of the cynicism in our policy as having actually like a really kind of dramatic coherence to it. I think what's schizophrenic is just how what feels schizophrenic and so immoral is that there was no reason that Henry Kissinger had to bomb Cambodia and also make detente with the Soviet Union. Why couldn't we just have detente? What was the fucking purpose of setting this country on fire, ultimately to arrive at the same thing in 1975 that would have fucking happened anyway years earlier with the end of Saigon, the fall of Saigon?
To ventriloquize the Kissinger Nixon logic a little bit, I think they viewed the world in the grand chessboard, spheres of influence, 19th century Bismarckian way, and that's certainly how Kissinger wrote and thought, and that's how Nixon, maybe not at the beginning of his career, but by the time he was the president, that's how he thought. He was considered himself a foreign policy president and one in the mold of creating a stable world order in which America is first among equals. When you take that view, prestige matters a lot. And so I think that, not to actually disagree with Noah about the human cost of any of this, but to their minds, if they were going to embark on as risky and bold a venture as making peace with China and normalizing relations with China to basically drive a wedge in the communist world, or take advantage of a wedge that was already forming in the communist world, they couldn't also lose the Vietnam War and also the war in Cambodia. They had to be strong enough by winning or perpetuating that war and punishing our victims there, to be strong enough and have this credibility of strength to make this other bold move, and vice versa. So it became a feedback loop of this kind of horrible logic where big countries we can work with, like China or the Soviet Union, because they got the SALT treaty out of it with the Soviet Union, which was good. But it's always at the expense of the smaller nations. This was something that Fidel kind of said around the time of the missile crisis, which you can agree with and disagree with as well in certain ways, which was like, although overall I find it persuasive, which is the United States and the USSR, we know they're going to work stuff out. The question is, what happens to us, the small countries? And I think that was the same question hanging over Nixon and Kissinger's peace deals with China for Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. It was a trade-off to them. You couldn't have one without the other. I think that's
in
what
Kissinger's case, the irony, not irony, the horrible thing is that in a way he was kind of the dude who was born for this mission, because his actual academic research and what he spent, or not research, it's a strong word for it, but what he spent time writing about and sort of espousing opinions about in Foreign Affairs magazine and stuff, was about this idea of fighting little wars in what he called the gray areas of the world. Yeah, I think he was a strategy master of this exact thing, And he was ready made for what Nixon needed, which was in essence to like set the third world on fire. Because by the way, it wasn't just Cambodia. I mean, there's a very good book by the historian Paul Thomas Chamberlain called The Cold War Killing Fields that sort of tells the story of how the Cold War was this insanely hot war in all these little countries. I mean, or you had
And
like active
even some not so little ones like Indonesia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Indonesia or fucking like, Bangladesh and Pakistan. I mean, those are not small countries either. I mean, it's rather, I mean, it's rather, there's some rather savage wars of peace. You could argue.
Yeah, and it's not to defend or revise the idea in America and certainly in the countries where this happened. That Kissinger and Nixon were involved in evil ventures or brutal, senseless violence. But I think it's worth clinically and, carefully looking at why their policy was what it was and what stabilizing things did come out of it and what destabilizing things and terrible things came out of it. It was good to make peace with communist China. That was a needlessly hostile and destructive American policy for decades. It wasn't a good thing to obviously base that kind of progress on the expense of hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people in Indochina. Anthony Blinken possesses all of the craven aspects, for example, of what Kissinger would allow or enforce for his president on the global stage, with obviously zero of the vision or pretenses to vision that you can at least recognize in a self-aggrandizing, but ultimately significant historical statesman like Kissinger. Blinken is just a hopeless fool, and the American foreign policy now doesn't have anything like the kind of gutsy vision that these imperial minds had in the middle of the Cold War. So that's a way of talking about schizophrenia, the different angles. Like the last thing I'll say about it to sum it up is in China, when Kissinger died, he is officially a celebrated figure.
Yeah.
Americans, there's memes and he was evil. He's the most evil guy, which I sometimes think is kind of lets every other American war criminal off the hook. If it's just like, oh, there's just one guy who was just the one evil person. It's not to defend or be an apologist. I think it's a little bit of baby's first,
Well, the reason that the Kissinger hate is so passionate is because of a very specific thing, which is that he lied about the Vietnam War ending, and like the sense of antipathy that I think like generations of Americans have held for him for years in particular really just comes down to like that more than anything, that he was like Nixon's Vietnam butt boy, and like that the justifiable and totally correct hatred of him on that front.
He got a Nobel Peace Prize.
Exactly. Like it makes a lot, it's he was sort of,
So did Obama.
I mean, I was going to say he reminds me honestly of like Elon Musk. Like just imagine having to see his fucking mug everywhere for the 70s. Like my God, that would be annoying.
Yeah.
Although it must be said, Kissinger was he had far more game than Elon Musk. He had far more riz than Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Which is not
he did
high
a lot.
bar.
He did a lot with how ugly he was. So I want to ask you guys one final question, but like, in terms of like, I guess on its face, somewhat incomprehensible foreign policy movements that the Nixon-Kissinger duo engaged in, do you see an analog there with the current administration and the way that they're dealing with the dynamics between Hezbollah, Iran, the Gulf states, and also Israel? Or is it more so just like you said on autopilot at this point, and it's just like Anthony Blinken is a wormish figure who is just trying to let everybody dominate him. He's just sitting in the cuck seat along for the journey.
I agree with that. The one thing I would add is say that like maybe the way to look at it is not like, oh, is this situation like that one or something, but it's like, what are the dynamics that were present in that situation and that may be present in this one and vice versa? Like in this case, like in Lebanon and Cambodia are not like an exact parallel. They're not like, and you can't force them. But there is a truth to the fact that like Cambodia and Lebanon were both sort of drawn into this, they're sort of in a conflict with Israel that is connected to a conflict that is connected to this other frontier of the conflict. And now Israel, as the war making party in the way that the US was, now has to like spread the war around because it cannot resolve the domestic political issues that would come with actually just ending the war, which in Nixon's case was the paranoia about not losing the war, really, his obsession with that, in addition to the anti-communist fervor or whatever. And in the case of Israel, it's about like, I mean, it's all of the things that we talked about earlier: the ideology, the sense, the actual stakes of survival or financial crisis, and so on. But to me, that's sort of the point of comparison, is about like the degree to which like a war can spread and suck other things in for no good intelligible reason at all, other than to satisfy the political prerogatives of the war-making party.
Yeah, we've talked about how there was a vision on behalf that the Nixon and Kissinger were pursuing. China, détente with the USSR, that was far more, honestly, compared to the policy that came before, far more coherent and possibly constructive even. That was taken in tandem with incredibly senseless wars that they viewed as bargaining chips, the countries involved as bargaining chips. I think what you have is no vision in the American side nowadays that could compare to their idea of a new world order that they were building. Israel's an alliance with Israel being one part of that, and it's Israel who is taking just the senseless violence half of the Nixon-Kissinger strategy, which, as Noah just said, you compare Nixon's remark when he announced the invasion of Cambodia. He said, to your point, Hasan, at the top of our part of the show, he said, "This is not an invasion. This is a way to end the war in Vietnam." In other words, escalating things into Cambodia is a way to de-escalate them in Vietnam. Well, what did Israel say the other day? We are escalating things as a way to achieve de-escalation. It's hard not to see an echo of what we discussed this season and the kind of ripple effects that can have on a formerly nearby but neutral third country. And it remains to be seen. I hate when people say this, but we have to see, how Hezbollah, which has been attacked and has the right to self-defense, how conservative they are, and how much of a balancing act they are willing to put up. Because Cambodia put up a balancing act for many years to spare itself the violence, and eventually it failed. So we'll have to see how that goes in this case. But no one in our current day is, unfortunately, can be said to be as on the level of Nixon and Kissinger, I think, as far as their grand master plans are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, we're now in a position where like Nixon and Kissinger, part of what made them so special, let's say, or unique, was that Kissinger literally had permission as soon as he became a national security advisor to like redo the wiring in Washington and become the most powerful advisor, like the hand of the prince or the hand of the king or whatever.
Literally the wiring.
He could do whatever, he had the authority to do all that. And one of the things with Biden world that's sort of become evident is that there's this troika at the top. You have Jake Sullivan, Antony Blinken, and Bill Burns, who's the head of the CIA. And Bill Burns is the one who clearly is trusted with like the big boy stuff or whatever, but like there isn't actually any, I don't really believe at this stage that we have any evidence that there is a driver's seat, let alone somebody in it, in terms of like the American strategic outlook here. So to affirm what Brennan was saying, that like there's nobody who's on the Nixon Kissinger level or whatever, because like the situation that we have now is not is not anything like that. It's this inertia. It's this horrible, it's like a carotid artery that's like, exactly what like, pro-Israel lobby has purchased and won for itself through its machinations. Like that's what it wants, because that is what enables the status quo to persist. It was a different era 50 years ago, just a radically different time.
It's just hard to comprehend when you have to consider that there is like this incredibly powerful force, this blight on human society for so many generations is just like basically basically falling asleep at the wheel, and like the car is just 3 seconds removed from flying off the side of the cliff. Like it feels insane.
I think autopilot is the right word. I mean, it's not to say like America doesn't know what it's doing or no one's at the wheel, but I think autopilot in terms of the you know strategic you know again, not to overuse the word, but the strategy, the strategic vision, the idea of how America's power is going to sustain itself over the next 100 years. And Nixon and Kissinger, they thought they had a plan for that. And it wasn't quite 100 years, but they did set down a lot of things in stone that stuck. By now, I think their China policy has been reversed, obviously. We're in a Cold War with China in many ways. The Israel alliance is still there.
I mean, they left room for that too. It's not like, I mean, strategic ambiguity is obviously like still leaving a lot of
the Soviet Union fell, So in a sense, maybe the China factor was not as important to them. Although in Nixon's waning years, he did say that NATO needs to back off because what would come after the Soviet Union, should we continue to creep up to them, would be and as he considered it, an even more dangerous form of Russian nationalism. And he said NATO needs to chill out, as did a lot of other Cold Warriors. Kissinger, in his final years, was talking about how America should do business with Belt and Road, not attack it. So very different form of statecraft than it's not to endorse it, but it has very key differences from the sort of, again, lazy and incoherent liberal aggression that you find under, or I should say aggression that you find under a liberal government like Biden with the so-called, liberal brain trust like Sullivan and Mr. Blues man, what's his name? Anthony Blinken.
Oh, Blinken.
Like that's.
No, I mean that does make sense though with what you said about Nixon and what you said about Kissinger tracks with like their realpolitik attitude in terms of like understanding the changes that are happening broadly around the globe and like responding to them in a very cold and calculated manner that is beneficial for America. Whereas nowadays I feel like in the post 9/11 universe, we have a significantly more like liberal savior attitude. Like we have seemingly deluded ourselves into thinking that like, no, we are the world police and that is a good thing. And it's not necessarily something that you just tell the American population so that you can justify whatever imperialist endeavor you engage in.
Well, and just one last thing on that. It's like you hear it all the time, but I heard it yet again the other day where Biden said, America will not retreat from the world. And that's the type of that's the line they've gone with. And it's like, all right, well, then don't retreat from withholding Israel's aid and weapons and money. You're retreating from the world in a very significant sense when you don't use the leverage you have over a client state committing an extermination campaign and just let them do it. That sounds like a retreat to me, but that's of course not what the actual line is meant to convey. What they mean is that it makes it sound like it's a bold and active approach towards solving problems, when in fact it's trying to say we won't retreat from the world, meaning we won't retreat from a failed imperial autopilot that has really no ideas left. We're just going to stick with it. Because if you really wanted to not retreat, you might be more active in solving this conflict. I hate the word conflict in regards to Palestine, but certainly the ability to yank Israel's ability to wage war away from it, that would be pretty proactive. But no one seems to want to do it.
And beneficial for future American moral posturing.
It would be. It unambiguously would be.
And electorally beneficial. Like, so.
If they came out and said people would see through it. Probably people on this call and watching it would see through it. But they could come out and say, we did it. We got the ceasefire. ceasefire. We yanked their weapons away, and guess what? American power, baby. We got
And by the
someone
way,
to end
guess
the
who's
slaughter.
gone? That bad man Netanyahu. Oh, what? He was
Yep.
popular in Israel at the time that we decapitated him. Don't fucking care. We're America. No, they're not. Like, it's
People were humiliated.
I mean,
Liberal
this is
Zionism
where,
was
like,
the
one of the
exit
ways
ramp.
out.
Liberal
What'd you
Zionism
say?
was always the exit ramp that I thought they would take far before this moment. And when Benny Gantz came to America to talk to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, I was like, oh, this is what they're going to do. They're going to get the fucking liberal general to be like the new leader. And now that method has been a demonstrable failure because you got fucking Benny Gantz like outside of the governing coalition now. And Benjamin Netanyahu's popularity has only increased. And you even have the likes of Yair Lapid, the supposed centrist opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu, like chirping like a seal in celebration of blowing up Lebanese pagers and the prospect of invading Lebanon. It's insane.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's hit it on the head earlier that it's certainly key that Israel's internal politics do not allow for anyone that America wants to work with to come to any kind of reasonable conclusion at this point. It's turtles all the way down there with the maniac mentality. But that would simply mean that those in the White House and the State Department and elsewhere could, as we said just a moment ago, say we're America, baby, and we're not going to let anyone tell us what to do, whether they're an ally or not. We're gonna force them and bring them to a heel. But that's actually far too bold and far too gutsy for them to try. So they're just going to, let it all happen, which is politically makes them look weak, and more importantly, allows a horrible slaughter to continue. Obviously.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
American soldiers will go and die in battle in Lebanon if Israel chooses to do so. And then that will be so politically disadvantageous to the Democratic Party's position of failing to stop this dead in its tracks that Donald Trump will become president. And then Donald Trump will be seen as the bold, brave savior of American foreign policy by quickly putting together at least like a fake deal that makes Netanyahu seem like he's actually backed away. And then he'll allow Benjamin Netanyahu to annex the West Bank.
Yep.
Great stuff overall.
Possible.
Awesome. Great job, Joe.
Anyway, thanks so much,
You did it,
guys,
Joe.
for coming on. Where can people find your podcast?
They can find our podcast at blowback.show.
Blowback.show. Press the big button that says subscribe. Our season, you'll get it all at once, not just the 10 main episodes where we talk you through this story, but also bonus episodes. We do interviews with Cy Hirsch. We do interviews with some of the journalists we mentioned on this call, Elizabeth Becker. As we said, we went to Cambodia and Vietnam this season. So we sprinkle in a lot of moments where we're talking to people who live there, who live through this stuff. And we have obviously those interviews are translated. And we're pretty proud of it, and we hope everyone goes and signs up and enjoys it.
Oh, before you guys leave, I have an extra question. Noah, specifically for you, you hang out with Cy. Have you ever asked him about a particular Benjamin Netai that he may or may not have gotten classified intel from when writing an article for the New York Times back in the day?
Yeah, I mean, he told me that story. It's a great story about how basically, and this is in his Substack, which I encourage people to subscribe to, but he talks about how it was common knowledge that when Benjamin Netanyahu was deputy ambassador at the UN, deputy ambassador in DC and then ambassador at the UN, he was a go-to guy to get intel. And
not
Cy
necessarily
understood it.
Israeli intel, right? American
Correct.
intel.
It was Israeli intel or American, but the idea was that Netanyahu would share intel and would schmooze with the press very openly and aggressively. No, Cy he's got many stories like that over many, many years. And I was lucky enough to hear that one right before he published it. So hopefully, some of the other goofy ones he's told me will be coming out in his Substack sometime soon. But yeah, we talked to him this season as well, and he was. It was actually it's the only episode that we've ever done that is just totally unedited. Like it is just the phone call with me, Brendan, and Cy, and it's really, really fun. It's really good.
Hell yeah. That's Blowback Podcast. Everybody, thank you so much. Brendan James, Noah Cullivan, we're coming on. Love to have you guys as always.
Hasan.
Thank you, Hasan. Take it easy.
Bye. That was Brendan James and Noah Colwyn, ladies and gentlemen, of the Blowback Podcast. Fantastic podcast. I highly recommend you guys check it out. It will help you understand American foreign policy. I know in a lot of instances I talk about how America is bad, or I say America bad, but this is exactly how America bad and why I say America bad. Anyway, we're quickly going to move on to the Kamala Harris interview that's taking place on MSNBC. Okay, I'm going to try that one more time. With Stephanie Ruhle, after Stephanie Ruhle came out and said she supports people voting
left
for
us
Kamala
with
Harris on
the
Bill Maher.
worst economy since the Great Depression when you look at, for example, the employment numbers. It was during COVID.
I also must urge you to subscribe at the top of the hour because there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you right now.
He lost manufacturing jobs by most people's estimates, at least 200,000. He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers how he lost auto plants. We have grown over 20 new auto plants. He has an agenda. Let's just deal with it right now going forward, not to mention what happened in the past. He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime, an agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses, an agenda that
This
includes
is live on
tariffs
MSNBC.
to
When the
point that
interview
the
launches, we'll
working
watch it
person
from the
will spend
start.
20% more on everyday necessities and an estimated $4,000 more a year on those everyday necessities, to the point that top economists in our country, from Nobel laureates to people at Moody's and Goldman Sachs, have compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy, his would shrink the economy.
I love how stupid this level of argumentation is. It was stupid when Brandon was saying it, and it's still stupid when Kamala
And
was saying
invite
it.
a recession by the middle of next year.
Hell
so
yeah,
the
Goldman
facts
Sachs,
remain
baby. Let's go.
that Donald Trump
Let's
has a
fucking
history
go,
of taking
dude.
care of very rich people. And I'm not mad at anybody for being rich, but they should pay their fair share. But tax cuts for the billionaires and the top corporations in our country, and then not really paying much attention to middle-class families. My perspective on the economy is when you grow the middle class, America's economy is stronger. And there's empirical evidence to prove my point correct.
Then let me ask you about taxes, because lots of people will say, I don't like Donald Trump, but he cut my taxes. He didn't just cut corporate taxes, he cut individual taxes. Now, that expires next year, and there's some people confused saying, I don't know what's going to happen next year. Under a Harris administration, at what income level should someone expect their taxes to go up? And that state and local tax deduction that's currently capped and matters to a lot of people in blue states, are you going to lift that cap?
So, first of all, when it relates to anybody making less than $400,000 a year, your taxes will not go up. Your taxes will not go up. And in fact, under my plan, taxes...
Wait, so that means you're going to make the Trump tax cuts permanent? What
actually
the fuck
be
is
cut,
wrong with you?
including $6,000 a year for young couples for the first year of their...
Oh my God, she's going to make the Trump tax cuts that are supposed to sunset. She's going to make them permanent? Like, what the fuck?
Is that because during the first year of a young couple, of a person's child's life, they're going to need help buying a crib, buying a car seat. And we all benefit when they're actually able to do what they naturally want to do to take care of their child.
And expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes, and we're going to have to raise...
It's not new, but she's never said it
We're
within the
gonna have to
context of like
make
Trump
sure
tax
that
cuts,
the biggest
tax cuts
corporations
sunsetting.
and billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it. It's about paying their fair share. I am not mad at anyone for achieving success, but everyone should pay their fair share. And it is not right that the teachers and the firefighters that I meet every day across our country are paying a higher tax than the richest people in our country.
Bill Gates just said it this week. If he was in charge of taxes, he would have paid more. But how do you find that line to make sure corporations are paying their fair share, but they're not leaving our country?
Well, listen, I work with a lot of CEOs. I have spent a lot of time with CEOs, and I'm going to tell you that the business leaders who are actually part of the engine of America's economy agree that people should pay their fair share. They also agree that when we look at a plan such as mine that is about investing in the middle class, investing in new industries, investing in bringing down costs, invest in entrepreneurs like small businesses, that the overall economy is stronger and everyone benefits. Part of my plan for the economy is investing in new industries in a way that we have active partnership with the private sector. I've worked with the private sector my entire career. Even as vice president, working with some of the biggest banks and biggest tech companies to increase by billions of dollars the money going into community banks to increase access to capital for small businesses. Why do those biggest corporations and CEOs do that? Because they know those kinds of investments, like in our small businesses, in startups and entrepreneurs, actually strengthens America's economy overall, and everyone benefits. So this is not about bilking anybody, but it just
Bro, Stephanie Rule is eating
sure
this.
that we
It's
create
dog shit, and
opportunities
she's eating
for
it.
everyone to grow wealth. I believe that it is not sufficient, and it should not be our goal to just make sure everyone is working. That should be the baseline. That should be a given. And let's create an economy where people have the ability to buy a home, to start a business, to take a nice vacation from time to time, right?
For people who want to buy a home, yes, getting a $25,000 kicker would be great. But it's not just affording a home. We don't have enough in this country.
You're absolutely right.
And one of the main problems are regulations and rules, strict rules at a local level. How does the federal government cut through all that red tape and get down to, I know, the suburbs of Pittsburgh and say, we're going to have to build some affordable housing here? How do you connect the two?
So you're absolutely right. So across our country, people rightly are concerned about the cost of housing. So it's home ownership, to your point. We need more supply. That is, without any question, part of the solution. Creating more supply under my plan includes creating tax incentives to work with the private sector and home builders. Part of my goal and the plan would be to create 3 million new housing units for rent and for ownership by the end of my first term. It includes also what we must do to cut red tape. You're absolutely right. It takes far too long, and there's too much bureaucracy associated with home building. And I say that as a devout public servant. I know that we have to reduce the red tape and speed up what we need to do around building. And that is going to require working from the federal level with state and local governments. And it's going to be different in different places, depending on the needs of that community, the needs of that local government, that municipality, but working in consultation and coordination, and also around incentives that we can create. For example, some of the work is going to be through what we do in terms of giving benefits and assistance to state and local governments around transit dollars, and looking holistically at the connection between that and housing, and looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments.
Okay, I like that.
To actually engage in planning in a holistic manner that includes prioritizing
She's still way too much of a
housing
fucking urbanist
for working
yimby
people.
for my liking, but
Coming up,
I
much
like
more
it.
of Stephanie Rule's exclusive interview with Vice President Kamala Harris.
I mean, I like the way she communicated that last aspect, because obviously public transit is directly tied. It's hand in hand with housing. If you increase, for example, housing density and change the readily available housing supply to like higher density urban housing, you're going to need to improve public transit. So like things of that nature are pretty solid. And it's not just like the most annoying urbanist yimbys that are aware of these realities. Having said that, however, obviously Kamala Harris, I have no confidence in. So I do believe she's probably hitting that from the NIMBY perspective. Or not NIMBY, sorry, YIMBY perspective. You guys know, for me, it's like, make the fucking federal government compete, okay? We need deflation on housing. We need the housing bubble to fucking pop. So what that needs, in an effort to do that, you need to create an alternative, a government subsidized alternative, not government subsidies of the public-private partnership, but like directly a federal jobs program that actually constructs these housing units all around the country, state by state, if you would like to do so. And then that housing development project should also be socialized housing, social housing, public housing. This is the way that the government competes with the private marketplace and still utilizes the capitalist market measures in an effort to ensure that there is some kind of sustainability in terms of pricing. Okay? Of course, Kamala Harris will never do that. That's not going to happen. And her alternative to the current unsustainable model that we have that is created so much homelessness is simply deregulation and tax incentives for big real estate developers. I personally consider this an awful way to try and solve a problem. I don't think this will solve the problem at all. They will sit on those tax incentives. They will not complete those fucking housing projects. And all of this will go to waste inevitably.
Business that matters a lot to this town.
Yeah.
U.S. Steel.
Yes.
Right? When you think Pennsylvania, when you think Pittsburgh, you got the Liberty Bell in Philly, and you got U.S. Steel in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
A Japanese company wants to buy them. You are opposed to this idea. Many people are. But if the deal doesn't go through, they have said people could lose jobs, they could close mills, they could leave the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, that is like moving the Liberty Bell to Newark. So which is more important?
It's most important that we
Also, whenever she's talking about housing, how the fuck do you not bring up rent caps? What happened?
in manufacturing of steel by American workers.
What happened? I'll tell you what happened.
reasons,
She dropped it.
which includes, again, back
I'll
to
tell
the
you what
point
she's not dropping: the price of rent.
about the economy overall, investing in new industries. There is not a new
Fuck,
industry
this is why I'm voting for Joe
that I can
Biden.
imagine.
Mister, I'm gonna fucking decrease rent. I'm gonna put a rent cap at $55 a month. That's why. That's why I'm writing in Biden's name.
In an American company, manufacturing that steel for those new industries is going to be critically important, not only in terms of our economy, but also in the context of national security. Most people now realize if we didn't before the pandemic and the strain on supply chains and an over-reliance on foreign manufacturing, that we have to be intentional about U.S.-based manufacturing. And of the products that we have to prioritize, steel is one of them. And that's always going to be my priority.
Steel workers matter in this country. Unions matter.
Yes.
In 2016, Donald Trump connected with unions. He saw them.
Will increase
there was an
supply
emotional
of housing,
connection.
not lower rent prices. I think it will lower rent prices a little bit. It's an inevitability. I just don't even think that they will actually increase the supply of housing, though. I don't believe it. And they will not punish it like the PPP loans. Ain't nobody got punished for that. Okay, so many people engaged in fraud, and virtually zero people got punished for it. Just like all these tax cuts that you'll get in order to attempt to build a house will get mucked up in the process. This is something that I know very well as a California resident. Okay, this is how it goes in California.
Investing in new industries and working actively with the private sector to grow our economy.
But I'm asking because there's this idea we want something more from her. What is it?
Well, here's the thing, that back to your point about previous election cycles, Donald Trump made a whole lot of promises that he did not meet, and one would argue broke. Look at Lordstown. He said he was going to...
Don't sell your homes.
Yeah, don't sell your homes. And what happened? It shut down. Outsourcing under Donald Trump. His policies that are about putting, tens to hundreds of % tariffs.
John Deere.
Yes. Yes. So part of the challenge, and I don't disagree that it's a challenge, got to earn the vote of everybody, is reminding people of fact. Regardless of what somebody says in a small rally somewhere. And I think that's really important. And that's part of what I'm doing in this campaign, is to remind people, just like here in Pittsburgh, of the reality of who has stood with union labor, who stands for American manufacturing, who stands for American jobs.
Can I ask you about tariffs? Because you just mentioned it. It's not just with one company. Donald Trump's sort of big idea is this broad-based tariffs across the board. You and many others have said that would be not only disastrous, but it would be a direct tax on the American consumer.
It would be a sales tax on the American people. The independent economists have already measured this by the sales tax of doing a 20% tariffs on all imports that he has described would be a 20% sales tax, in essence, on basic necessities for the average American worker, average American family, totaling almost $4,000 a year. That is no small matter. Here in Pittsburgh, when I'm talking to a group of folks who work here, who live here, and when they hear it might be $4,000 more a year for them, look, people can't afford that.
But tariffs aren't unique to President Trump. President Biden has tariffs in place. He's actually looking to potentially implement more. Where do you come out on? Is there a good tariff, a bad tariff?
Well, part of it is you don't just throw around the idea of just tariffs across the board, and that's part of the problem with Donald Trump. Frankly, I'm going to, and I say this in all sincerity, he's just not very serious about how he thinks about some of these issues. And one must be serious.
He's like, we're going to do good tariffs. He's doing bad tariffs. Is such a funny Trumpian-ass line.
Some talking point ending in an exclamation at a political rally, but actually putting the thought into what will be the return on the investment, what will be the economic impact on everyday people. And when you look at my plans, you will see what those benefits will be. $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. You know what that means? Then you're creating the ability of that working person to build intergenerational wealth.
for homeowners,
doing
baby.
the work of a $6,000
Home
child
sellers.
tax credit, doing the work of a $50,000 tax deduction for first-time small businesses, startups, because right now—
That's a real plan.
It's a real plan, because right now, and again, it's about paying attention to the detail and being serious about it. I'm serious about my enthusiasm and for small businesses and my belief in what they will do as part of America's economic engine.
On Friday, sorry.
No, so looking at the fact that right now the tax deduction is $5,000.
Does 25K make a difference in the
Nobody
U.S.
in this
housing
year of our Lord
market? I mean,
2024.
it's good for a lot of people that are right around the corner, but probably not in the long run, because it will just make houses $25,000 more expensive.
The innovation and the ambition of the ideas that are present and among us, but need the fuel to be able to actually achieve the goal.
His plan is not serious when you lay it out like that, but a serious problem over the last few years has been inflation. Luckily, it's cooling, but prices are still high.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You've said you want to take this on by going after those who engage in price gouging.
Yeah.
But as somebody who supports free markets, who's a capitalist, how do you go after price gouging without implementing price controls? Because once we get in this zone, people start to get worried and they say, I don't know what she stands for.
So just to be very frank, I am never going to apologize for going after companies and corporations that take advantage of the desperation of the American people. And as Attorney General, I saw this happen. In the midst of an emergency, whether it be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it, where those few companies, not the majority, not most, but those few companies that would take advantage of the desperation of people and jack up prices. Yeah, I'm going to go after them. Yes, I'm going to go after them. And that is part of a much more comprehensive plan on what we can do to bring down the cost of living, including housing, including the everyday needs of the American people.
Coming up, more of Stephanie Ruhle's interview with Vice President Kamala Harris, where she addresses Trump's claim.
Yeah, she's glazing super hard. Okay, Stephanie Ruhle is glazing Kamala. One argument I've seen against the notion that price will go up 25K is that sellers don't know or care whether the buyer is going to get the tax credit. All they know is the down payment and the mortgage money, and not everyone will qualify for the full amount, if any. Yeah, that doesn't matter. What matters is they see the $25,000 in tax credit and they go, oh, there's opportunity for us to increase the price. The way to actually lower the price is by creating more housing units. How you do that matters. Kamala Harris wants to do that through deregulation, which I don't like. She wants to do that by offering tax incentives to real estate developers, which I also do not like. Okay? I think that the private-public partnership is a demonstrable failure in the state of California. As Kamala Harris is a California Democrat, it is, I guess, expected for her to behave in a California Democrat-style way, which is usually lip service and people voting for really progressive housing market reform, only to get nothing in return, like never actually get said housing market reform implemented because of that very same public-private partnership that we were talking about. It's always the private developers that just kind of go, thanks for the tax cuts. We just couldn't finish this project. Sorry. We really wanted to. We just couldn't. And now we're going to be using the tax cuts and the unfinished projects as a way to lower our taxable burden even further. After all, this is just eating away at our pockets. I don't know. It's just one way that I'm thinking. Why would a developer purposely not finish a project? I don't know. Fucking literally ask any... Dude, great question, dog. I don't know. Why are there so many fucking empty plots in the state of California that we're supposed to be building like homeless shelters and shit, okay? Or additional housing units? I don't know. That's a great question. That's why I said they do it all the fucking time. Don't ask me. I don't know. Do you think, seriously, regulations won't slow down the building of houses? Regulations have an absolute stranglehold on progress, like the middle of the hour ad break has on unsubscribed viewers. Putting on my libhopium hat, could having a California Dem as POTUS at least be a good stepping stone in destigmatizing progressive posturing nationally? No, because she's not even doing progressive posturing nationally. What the fuck, Megaphonics? Guys, what out of Kamala Harris's policies, with some exceptions, is like a genuinely progressive policy? We're talking about like 90s Republican Party ass fucking attitudes in terms of like building new housing units by giving tax cuts to fucking real estate developers and beyond that. You're not destigmatizing California progressivism. You're not, because this is not California progressivism. Also, this is the worst aspects of California progressivism if you're thinking about like Gavin Newsom. And that's gross and awful anyway. It's just pure neoliberalism. Anyway. Right before this interview, MSNBC had a panel where someone was arguing that Harris needs to pander more to the left than to the Nikki Haley Republicans who will vote for Republicans. Damn. Who was that? That's crazy. I worked in the home building industry. Every project is done by a separate LLC set up just for that project, and they contract the construction to the home building company. That way they can just shutter the LLC and walk away if the project goes wrong or if it won't have the right profits. Every matter of like legislation, every part of our legislative agenda revolves around tax cuts for corporations and deregulation, or the opportunity economy.
Okay,
anyway,
one of the issues
back.
is an economic one. And no one is eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and I'm glad not to be talking about that. But there are people there that are stressed, that feel that they're at capacity. Communities around the country that have legal immigration, many have said, we're at capacity. And many feel like the government has said to them, well, adapt, sit down, be quiet, this is how it is. What would a Harris administration do for those communities who've taken in many, many legal immigrants but are at capacity?
Well, first of all, we do have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed. And if we take a step back, months ago, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress came together with
Springfield, Ohio,
proposed a border security bill. That would have put 1,500 new border agents.
Please look at any of these Rust Belt states, man.
Border agents who are
on.
there right now working around the clock. Would have put more money into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing Americans around our country and devastating communities. Would have put more resources into our ability to prosecute transnational criminal organizations, which in my career I've prosecuted. Donald Trump got word of the bill, realized it was going to fix a problem he wanted to run on, and told him to kill the bill, don't put it up for a vote. He killed a bill that would have actually been a solution because he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And that's part of what needs to be addressed. And my pledge is that when elected president, if the American people will have me, I will bring that bill back and I will sign it into law. And we need a comprehensive plan that includes what we need to do to fortify not only our border, but deal with the fact that we also need to create pathways for people to earn citizenship.
And I want to just ask you about a little job and a big job. Okay. The first one, just a fact check. Okay. Because your opponent
there is
almost
no little
every
job.
day. Okay.
There's no such thing as a little job.
Okay, fair. Because your opponent almost every day seems to be talking about this. So I just want to ask you yes or no. At any point in your life, have you served 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, working at a McDonald's? Yes or no? That's it.
I have.
Okay. Now the other job. But
it was not a small job. Like, I did the fries. I mean, yes.
Okay, for a small
I did.
period of time. But then let me ask about a big job.
But to your point, if you don't mind, before you get to the big job, there's a part of the reason I even talk about having worked at McDonald's is because there are people who work at McDonald's in our country who are trying to raise a family. I worked there as a student. I was a kid who worked there trying to raise families and pay rent on that. And I think part of the difference between me and my opponent includes our perspective on the needs of the American people and what our responsibility then is to meet those needs.
Then to the big job. You have laid out policy in great detail.
Yeah.
But the economy is an unpredictable beast. And you are running for a job that takes extraordinary instinct and guts.
Yeah.
What's the last time you had to make a gut decision? This here is very prescribed. It's very controlled.
Yeah. Probably the biggest gut decision I've made most recently is to choose my running mate. Yeah. There were lots of good, incredible candidates. And ultimately, that came down to a gut decision.
I know I'm out of time, but then I just want to ask you a question from my gut.
Okay.
Because today we're talking about we're talking about the economy.
Yeah.
And people don't think often about reproductive rights being an economic issue, but it is. A woman's ability to plan her future, her education, her life. Today, and in the last few days, Donald Trump keeps talking about it and how in overturning Roe v. Wade, he helped women. He protected women. He says they're miserable today, they're poorer today, they're more vulnerable today. He said he will be the protector of women if elected. Can you respond to that?
So Donald Trump is also the person who said women should be punished for exercising a decision that they rightly should be able to make about their own body and their future. So I think we would all agree that as a result of that perspective that he has about women, he also then chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court who did as he intended, undid the protections of Roe v. Wade, and now in state after state, you see laws being passed that do punish
In an
women.
alternative universe, Bernie Sanders gets this level of dick riding and glazing for his policies, and America is like universally on board with Medicare for all and many other issues that Bernie spoke to. And basically, we bring about the New Deal era for the Democratic Party, and the Democrats end up beefing up labor unions, and going in the opposite direction of the grand bargain or the third way, or neoliberalism, and they just win so fucking hard. And the momentum of like openly socialist or social democratic politicians is so great that there's an entirely new youth wing of the Democratic movement, and and that's where we're at. Except that's not where we're at. Wake up. We're in fucking the shittiest part.
Interview. And I thought you pressed her on really important stuff. It was also, I just thought the whole thing was refreshingly substantive. This was you can say I don't like that policy or I do like that policy, but it really was about like, here, the earth we live in, the kinds of decisions you're going to make. And it wasn't pie in the sky stuff. So very, very well done job. Let me just start by saying that.
Okay, well, I'm just going to sit here and soak in those compliments, so we don't have to talk about anything else. But I think what you're actually complimenting is that it was a normal interview, Chris. That's actually what it was. It was a normal interview. It was a person running to be the president of the United States, and for 25 minutes, we talked about their vision and we talked about policy. And I think you just said it right there. At the end of the day, it's A-okay if you don't like her policies, right? She made it very clear. If you make over 400 grand a year, next year, when the individual tax cuts expire, she's going to raise your taxes. So if you're someone who just votes on that, well, then you know what you're doing. You don't want to vote for her. And I think that it's just that we're so.
This is a lie, dude. She's just fucking lying to the American public. The highest tax bracket in this country are not going to actually see a tax hike. The only tax hike that will happen when the tax cuts expire are for everything but the top margin. Okay? The corporate tax rate is permanent. The corporate tax rate cut was permanent. And so was the tax cut for the top margin. Okay, everything beyond that, the under 400, their taxes are actually slated to increase. This is not necessarily a bad thing. She wants to raise wealthy taxes, though. No, the fuck, she's not going to do that. Okay, one, I have yet to hear an actual proposal on how that is going to happen beyond some of the aspects of how things are taxed. But also, I don't think you're going to pay your fair share of taxes. That's such a funny fucking argument to make because I'm in the highest income bracket, dumbass. And also, in terms of my like real taxes that I pay, my effective tax rate due to the way that my revenue stream is structured is literally higher than anyone else in my fucking tax bracket because I live in California and I'm pure income. But having said that, however, given that I'm in the highest tax bracket, no, it's not going to actually increase. Okay? And I don't have an issue with increasing that. I'm actually, if you understand the words that I'm saying, the words that are coming out of my mouth, I'm mad because she's not going to be able to do that. Oh my God. Dumb motherfuckers. I'm over here being like, yo, they're not increasing. They're not actually going to be able to successfully increase the tax, the taxable income of the highest earners in this country. And there is no like valid plan in play for that. And this guy's like, yeah, you're going to pay your fair share, brother.
This weird situation where both major party candidates kind of got to say what they're going to do to bring prices down, even though what everyone's reacting to is an issue that is a little bit in the past. You see what I'm saying? Like, so she's got the price gouging thing, which I thought was a good answer, but in some ways, no one's really talking about the real thing.
It is a little bit in the past. And listen, lots of people are angry that grocery stores have made so much money and they shouldn't. And I'm not defending grocery stores, but we should remember.
This is what's really fucking annoying about this process, by the way. No matter what, like, given the tax bracket I'm in, Democrat or Republican, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? It doesn't change my circumstances, okay? It does not change my circumstances at all. I am technically arguing against my best interest when I argue for the Democrats to actually do progressive legislation, because I understand that it is not about your short-term financial relief or additional tax burdens being lifted. Okay. I think that there is a longer project that we must keep in mind in terms of building a normal society, a healthy society. Okay. It's stupid. It's dumb.
An issue that has the American people angry, and the American people aren't addressing, aren't thinking about what you just mentioned, which is
I gotta say, all in all, that was an excellent interview. Hasan just wishes it was him interviewing her.
Finally,
no, I don't. I don't wish to interview Kamala Harris at all. Tim Walz, maybe. But definitely, I don't give a shit about interviewing Kamala Harris at all. It's just never going to happen. I'm far too adversarial for Kamala Harris's team to ever allow that to happen. Does it not just keep scaling up? I would have thought there's more brackets for like CEO type roles above you. What? No. Wealth in this country for CEO types above me in terms of real income come from stock options. And no, I am in the top tax bracket. I love you, Hasan, but you're sometimes annoyingly adversarial. What? Yeah, sorry, the Mex Blanco 555. I'm annoyingly adversarial because I don't think that this administration is communicating enough of a progressive message, nor are they genuinely interested in communicating a progressive message at all. Ay, ay, ay. You're sometimes a fucking moron and it pisses us off. What? What the fuck is going on with chat right now? What is happening? Did you consider anything that the chatter, not you? Oh. Oh my God. I love you, Hasan, but sometimes the political takes that make up 90% of your content I hate, but other than that, heart. There's just so much going on with the awful instincts of the Kamala Harris campaign, which still is not going to. I just want to repeat this for all the liberals, okay?
More. On a recent Harris campaign.
By the way, this was fucking Mark Cuban's insane narrative here. Why Mark Cuban believes Trump and Sanders have overlap in economic plans. You are a fucking brain dead moron operating as a campaign surrogate. You dumbass. You absolute fucking baboon. What the fuck is wrong with you? This paired up with Bernie Sanders coming out with a fucking email being like, Kamala Harris is nowhere near as progressive as I am. Make no mistake. It's so stupid.
Call, you compared policy proposals made by Trump to those from independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who's a socialist. What do you mean?
Well, it was a race for socialism, right? Bernie said that credit card companies should cap their rates, their interest rates at 15%. Donald Trump, being the socialist that he is, had to beat Bernie. So Donald Trump went out and recommended that interest rate caps be set to 10%. The fact that he's even suggesting price controls and price caps is socialism 101.
I don't know if you know this, but your fucking campaign that you're a surrogate for is also doing that. Are you that dumb? Are you fucking stupid? You must be, right? Kamala Harris literally has a policy out there in the books that is simply doing that for grocery prices. Okay? They don't call it that because obviously Americans are too stupid and too scared of such a reality. They're calling it, going after price gouging. But if you're going to fucking shit on price caps like this, acting as a surrogate for the Kamala Harris campaign, while simultaneously besmirching socialism and calling Trump a socialist, like, what is going on, man? Nobody thinks that the Republicans are behaving like socialists, okay? If you think socialism is bad, then you automatically are like, well, the Democrats are doing a little bit of socialism or a lot of socialism, depending on how fucking brain broken you are. But ultimately, you're just reiterating the position that socialism is bad and therefore Democrats bad. Oh. I think Cuban is pointing out the hypocrisy from the right. He's not shitting on the policy. He is shitting on the policy. He just said price caps are socialism.
You haven't heard that from the vice president. You have heard that from Donald Trump.
Well,
I
then
mean,
how
things
do you
have changed.
interpret?
What can I say?
How do you interpret what she's doing in terms of price gouging, taking on price gouging by food companies?
Oh, Jake Tapper immediately. Okay, there you go. What do you mean? You just said you fucking hate price caps while you're literally talking about acting as a Kamala Harris surrogate. There. It's such a dumbass position to launch as a fucking Kamala Harris surrogate that even Jake Tapper was like, what are you talking about?
Because a lot of critics have said that is a form of price controls.
I'm glad you asked me that, Jake, because taking on price gouging is not price controls. She's not saying what the price of tomatoes should be. What she's saying is when there's a crisis, and there will be other crises, there'll be hurricanes, there'll be tornadoes, there'll be floods, there'll be other disasters. And when those disasters happen...
Yeah, it's already illegal. The follow-up then is, well, okay, that's already illegal, so I guess it's not a new policy. She's not going to do anything then.
She wants to be in a position to be able to say, no, you can't jack up those prices by 40%.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that she's going to institute, I don't know, some kind of cap? She said, you can't jack up those prices. Oh, as in she's going to control prices? You know, put a cap on the prices? What a fucking idiot this guy is. The Harris campaign needs to get Cuban out campaigning for her. How many Republicans does it take to... What?
You have to stay within a particular realm, a particular guideline. And
Mark Cuban is such a capitalist, then why is he defending this position where he thinks demand doesn't deserve the control? Demand doesn't deserve to control the price. Not saying I agree, but this argument is so stupid. I mean, because nobody is. It depends on what his ambitions are. If it's an industry that he is like invested in, then I'm sure he fucking wants to make that argument. But if it's something else, then, you know, he's going to be like, you can have some controls.
And by the way, there are already 37 states that have similar guidelines. All she's doing is saying we're just going to make that a national law. So that's certainly not price caps or price controls at all. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is the king of price caps.
Why are you saying this about Donald Trump when price caps, in terms of going against price gouging, is Kamala Harris's most popular policy? Hey, let me tell you about Kamala Harris's most popular policy. First of all, it's very different than, it's very different. It's not like Bernie Sanders at all. Bernie Sanders, one of the most popular, historically popular congresspersons of all time. Trump is exactly like that guy. Also, on top of that, Kamala Harris's most popular policy, yeah, Trump is doing that. Trump wants to do that. What is happening, man? I just don't even fully understand what the fuck's happening. Here, let's hear what
sort of
MSNBC
revival
has
of
to say.
industrial policy, both as rhetoric, right? We need, redundancy in supply chain, something she talked about with steel. We need to bring manufacturing back, and we're going to use policy levers to do it. There is continuity there, right? Like that part of the Biden agenda, which is a huge part of it, is also part of the Harris.
If the Republicans keep giving corporate tax cuts, why do they keep endorsing Democrats? You mean corporations? First of all, more corporations still endorse the Republican Party than the Democratic Party. It's sector by sector. That's number one. Number two, wealthy people endorse the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party has the exact same interest in mind that the Republican Party has in terms of where to move the economy. Make no mistake, they might say something when they're running for office, but what they do when they actually end up winning office is very different. So they already know that. So they have that confidence already when they endorse the Democratic Party, partially because Donald Trump is too chaotic. And too much chaos might not necessarily contribute to a growth economy. So that volatility alone is one reason why a lot of corporations who want some level of stability will choose to defend the Democratic Party over the Republican Party. It's bad. Too much volatility is bad for business. So that's the major reason why they go with the Democratic Party when they do. But even then, there's plenty of fucking industries that still are firmly in the tank for the Republican Party. Oh. If all institutions also lose legitimacy, then the American project falls apart. If the American project falls apart, then we're like, going towards a capitalist dystopian future where you can't eke out the same level of profits that you normally would be able to get under stability and institutional legitimacy. What is this? Is it morally wrong for George W. Bush to stay on the 2024 sidelines? Analysts discuss. That's awesome. All right, let's see what Trump said.
Enemies are desperate to prevent Donald Trump from returning to the White House because they know I will make America great again. They don't want that. 4 years ago, our country was feared and respected, and our country will soon be feared and respected again. We have to have that. And that's why we all need to pull together to thwart these attempts and to bring back American strength, power, and prestige. We will soon have it back. No threat will shake me. No enemy will intimidate me. And I have never been more determined than I am today, and I will never back down in my fight to make America great again, which is what we're doing. So I want to make that statement because we are under threat. I have been threatened very directly, and I appreciate the agencies that we've been meeting with, but we've been threatened very directly by Iran. And I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say. 41 days from now, we are going to win the state of North Carolina. We are going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we are going to take back our country. We're going to take it back.
All right, Election Day is less than 6.
Okay, I don't care about Senator Manchin. Let's do Mr. Khaki Kornacki. Did you see Kamala made a McDonald's TikTok?
I'm Kamala Harris, and today I'll be showing you my old John.
Wow.
Yeah, Mickey D.
Oh my God. She's pretty good. What the fuck? It's a little bit too much Kardashian, but like, low key, that's not a bad impression. What the fuck?
We all love a Whopper.
Did you work at this location?
No, but it still signifies 1 in 3 Americans will work at McDonald's at least once in their life.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why? She's so good. Okay, this part, close your eyes and you'll be like, that's Kamala Harris, not the laugh.
Did you work at this location?
No, but it still signifies 1 in 3 Americans will work at McDonald's at least once in their life.
Oh my God. Bro, what the fuck? This is... Okay, she needs to be arrested for fucking impersonating the presidential candidate. What the fuck?
Is America.
Okay.
Let's go get a Whopper or something.
Yeah.
What do you like? Extra onion?
I like some fries.
Oh my God, it smells like home. No, they didn't have these when I worked here. I don't know how this works. I don't like that at all. And under my rule, there'd be no more.
Yo. The body double is still a work in progress. Yo, she's so fucking good. Holy shit.
And Kamala.
That was incredible, dude. That's insane. Another impression of Kamala.
Here I am with Kamala, by the way, who I agreed to debate because I love to debate, and I'm a very good debater. I love to debate.
That's debatable. Okay, very debatable.
What are my thoughts on immigration?
I think it's a perfectly fine question.
It's a very nasty
And we're going to be
question.
doing a lot because there are people over there.
Nah, after that last one, you're cooked. I can't see anything else. After her, it's over. Oh my God. Like, she's not even bad, but it just got cooked because, like, this girl is so
I'm
good.
Kamala Harris, and I love gay people. Let's just say Howard wasn't all straight and narrow, okay? I've had experiences myself. There's this one lady in college, and we got along so well. We would watch The L Word, and we listened to Tracy Chapman all the time, and then we stopped talking. But in that experience, I learned the importance of the woman's touch. And that we do not need no man. Except Dirty Dog. No man. Except Dirty Dog.
Dude, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? It's so good. Oh my God. This one was worse than the last one. It is. This is like perfect. This one is actually perfect. Who is this? Sienna Hubertas? I want more Kamala. What the fuck's going on here? Her ad is Sienna Hubertas. She just got started on Kamala. A congresswoman intentionally implied that a Jewish state official in her agency. Bro, didn't you like try to do a course correction on this yesterday? Why the fuck is he doubling down again? Like, what is going on, man? You think people don't understand what the fuck is happening here? What is going on? Top of the hour ad break is what's going on. Let me tell you, okay? Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, then all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $4.20 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. ADL is now accusing AOC of anti-Jewish bias because she pointed out that they and the CNN promoted a fabricated quote, which they did, is just a fact. Now, any criticism of ADL is considered anti-Semitic. ADL's watering down of anti-Semitism is actually dangerous for Jewish people. I mean, yeah, this is something I've been saying non-fucking stop. But yeah, ADL is so funny, dude. They're like, hey, I'm sorry. If you say anything about Israel, anti-Semitism. If you say anything about us, anti-Semitism. Okay? Like, virtually no one believes this, bro. I don't think anyone looks at this. The only people that look at this and repeat it unconditionally are other media outlets that still rely on ADL for their anti-Semitism database. That's it. Oh, Jeremy O. Harris was the one who was another Hasan Abi hit in the news. Duh, no shit. Of course. Yeah, Jeremy O. Harris was the one who was was talking about like winning over the left on MSNBC. There are a lot of Zionist Americans, Jewish and otherwise, who do still believe the ADL and whatever else supports it. No. If you are in the progressive movement, okay, you have completely fucking dropped the ADL at this point. All right? It's just not like no serious progressive person believes the ADL at all. Not people in the progressive movement. Okay, who the fuck outside of that gives a shit about anti-Semitism? What are you talking about? What, you think like fucking random... Yeah, dude, stevedores, you know? They're the ones who are like, well, I got to go look at the ADL to see what they're thinking about anti-Semitism. Like, no, it's just people who are relatively progressive to very progressive. Those are the people who are like, anti-Semitism is a problem, and, you know, I care about this, and I want to make sure that it doesn't happen. Like, who the fuck outside of that gives a shit? It's just simply it's just basically just, at that point, it's simply a mechanism to bully people that are critical of Israel. And the media will use it, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. Greenblatt has time to respond to like this to AOC, but had all he could offer for a Holocaust-denying black Nazi was his retweet. Yeah, he didn't even put out his own personal statement about Mark Robinson. He barely criticized Donald Trump when Donald Trump was like, if I lose, it's the Jews' fault. And he was like, I'm sorry, sir, but it's a scary time for Jews in America, and your statement is not okay. I expected better. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? This is the Jews will not replace us president. The fuck do you mean you expected better? Sir, please don't be a little anti-Semitic. Greg Kazar confirms he's running to lead the House Progressive Caucus at the rally next week with Bernie Sanders, who founded the caucus in 1991. My fucking goat, dude. I love that. I love that. All I'm going to say is I did not get an interview with Pramila Jayapal, but I did with Greg. But, I mean, no disrespect to Pramila Jayapal. I just think Greg is really good, and I'm excited. Yeah, Clay Higgins went full Nazi earlier. He said, hold on. Hold on. He said, LOL. These Haitians are wild. Eating pets. Voodoo. Nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere. Cults. Slapstick gangsters. But damned if they don't feel all sophisticated now, filing charges against our president and VP. All these thugs better get their mind right and their ass out of our country before January 20th. By the way, that is literally how he sounds, if you guys didn't know. Unsurprising that Representative Clay Higgins is a unrestricted, unhinged, unimaginable racist. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have thought that this was the case? Well, I don't know. Maybe this kind of shit.
Street gang is responsible for hundreds of violent crimes, murders, armed robberies, witness intimidation, burglaries, drug trafficking, extortion, and brutal beatings. We've arrested 10 of these thugs and have warrants on 7 more. Every one of these animals is most definitely armed and dangerous. Darren Carter, Aaron Carter, Travis Cooper, Cody Guidry, Jaron Diggs, Kirkland Demochet, and Jonathan Landry. We have felony warrants for your arrest. You will be hunted. You will be tracked. And if you raise your weapon to a man like me, we'll return fire with superior fire. Darren Carter, you...
I love that it swaps. Like in my head canon, he went and he changed his outfit quickly. Like while he was talking.
Like you that's never won a fair fight in your life, 125-pound punk like you that's never won a fair fight in your life and hold your gun sideways. Young man, I'll meet you on solid ground anytime, anywhere, light or heavy. Makes no difference to me. You won't walk away. Look at you. Men like us, son, we do dumbbell presses with weights bigger than you. And the convicts in jail, most of those men are good people who just found themselves crossed with the law. They're not evil, and they don't respect you or any punk like you. They'll toss you around like a rag doll. I encourage every citizen watching this to look into your own heart and find the American courage that conquers all evil.
That's Clay Higgins. Is that real? Yes, brother. Clay Higgins is if you are okay, hold on. If you think that this is funny, you haven't seen Mr. Clay Higgins at the Holocaust Memorial. Okay? If you think that is shocking, you haven't seen Mr. Clay Higgins at
Could be a railroad anywhere, right? Except for this one's at all. Could be a railroad anywhere, right? Except for this one's at Auschwitz, Birkenau. The expansion of Auschwitz, where 4 more large gas chambers were built. They could murder 2,000 people at a time. On these rails rode those poor souls, hauled in from all over Europe. They say as many as 20-25% of them died on the train. Because sometimes
it's just like, how do you go? Why are you glazing this guy? He's not a good person. You think I'm glazing this guy? Are you fucking stupid? I'm making fun of him. Okay, he went to Auschwitz and was like, time to bust out my phone camera and make a really compelling video about the horrors of the Holocaust. Now the this is like, it's just so like, this is why I always say half of these problems would be solved if there was like half of these psychopaths would live way happier lives if there was an arts program funded at the national level. If there was like a federal arts program that went in to the deep south, went into places like Louisiana, and just basically told these guys that they could be the theater kids that they want to be. Okay? They straight up, this guy would have never become a cop. He would have just been living in his polycule. Okay? We'd be living in an objectively different world. He's just, if I didn't know better, I would think this is a parody. It's funny because he had to retract his Auschwitz video and apologize after criticism. Okay? This is when he went with, I think, Trump, where he recorded a 5-minute video. And on Wednesday afternoon, he apologized for it. And he said, I filmed the Auschwitz message with great humility. My intent was to offer a reverent homage to those who were murdered in Auschwitz and to remember the world that evil exists, that free nations must remember and stand strong. However, my messages cause pain to some whom I love and respect. For that, my own heart feels sorrow. Out of respect to any who may feel that my video posting was wrong or caused pain, I have retracted my video. Now, let me tell you something, okay? You think he's going to have a statement like that about the Haitians? No. Fuck no. Anyway, the atrocities that happened in Auschwitz were truly despicable, and we must never let history repeat itself in such a way. I have always stood with Israel and all Jewish people, and I always will. We live in a dangerous world, and massive forces of evil do indeed yet exist. We must all stand united against those evils. Anyway, he like deleted the video, but he literally got yelled at by the Auschwitz Memorial Auschwitz Museum because, chat, this video gets so much worse. Let's take a look.
Times the trip was 7, 8, 10 days. Had no food or water. Eventually, those that survived the trip ended up here on these rails. Great sense of dread comes over you.
Imagine being like a Jewish dude who's going to Auschwitz, okay? On a trip to Auschwitz to just like look at the horrifying nature of the Holocaust, okay? And you're over there and you're trying to like really just take it all in about like the horrifying nature of these atrocities, okay? And how serialized this was. And you got this motherfucking potato head, okay, walking through the shoe pile being like, that's right. Because of the Holocaust, we must actually beef up our national security. Kino. And yes, he did do that. He went into the ovens. He went into the gas chamber. And that's where he actually delivers the riveting commentary that I just made, which is that the Holocaust reminded him of why we have to beef up the Department of Homeland Security.
You're in this place.
Imagine Jonathan Glazer is filming the museum scene and this motherfucker is just like, man, the Holocaust was bad. No, he would be like, the serialized death and destruction, the mortality of it all. It made me think about tax cuts that we must give to the wealthy. This cut is perfect too, where like the video maker, Windows movie maker cut right there.
Cyclone B. Actual cans used to kill 1.1 million innocent civilians here in Auschwitz. They said they would squeeze 700 people in here.
Bro is filming, and I repeat, inside of the gas chambers. He is vlogging inside of the gas chambers, bro. This is, you know, this is a Hasan Abi like favorite. This is one of my favorite videos that any Republican has ever filmed of all time. Okay? It is so insane. Like, it is so incredible that he put this together and he edited it. And I know while he was editing it, his tongue was sticking out of his mouth. He was like, like, he was really trying to put this shit together with his fucking potato ass thumbs.
The guards would drop Zyklone 5 cyanide gas from above through hatches. The cyanide pellets activated when they hit oxygen. After about 20 minutes, everyone was dead. And then slave labor would go into the room and drag the bodies of those poor souls out and bring them and incinerate them in these ovens. There were 3 sets of ovens like that.
No, I'm not adding this music, bro. I don't know if he added it or if it plays automatically when you go to that display.
This is why Homeland Security must be squared away.
Yes! Yes! That, come on, dude. He's, dude.
Of ovens like that. This is why Homeland Security must be squared away.
That's Kino. You can't make this up. Okay? You got this fucking potato-headed dipshit inside of the ovens. Like inside of the goddamn gas chamber at Auschwitz, being like, I'm filming this entire thing. And right now, in this very moment, the one thing on my mind is that we must give more money to the Department of Homeland Security.
Why our military must be invincible. This is the suffocation cell, punishment cell for slave labor prisoners in Building 11 in Auschwitz. They would squeeze as many as 40 at a time men in here. Standing up, just squeeze them in. It's a small room. Then they'd close the door. A heavy, solid door.
Yeah, by the way, he's a Louisiana sheriff. You know his ass doesn't give a fuck about slave labor and actually loves slave labor, for the record. Let's be real for a second, okay? Mr. Oh, they did slave labor.
Until they ran out of air and died, suffocated in that manner. Sometimes it'd take 2 or 3 days.
It also is hilarious that it's so close to his face here, too.
This is why we must remember these things. Man's inhumanity to man.
I just wanted you to know that Anderson Cooper just said your talking point about how migrants commit proportionally less crime than citizens of America regarding Representative Higgins' deplorable comments, and I hope you know your impact. No, I don't think it's my impact.
It can be quite shocking. The world's a smaller place now than it was in World War II.
My final thoughts on this day. Dude, come on, dude.
The United States is more accessible to terror like this, horror like this. It's hard to walk away from gas chambers and ovens without a very sober feeling of commitment, unwavering commitment to make damn sure that the United States of America is protected from.
Yeah, dude, that's the lesson to get from Never Again. I don't get it. I saw all my Israeli friends at the APEC summit used the Holocaust for a justification, and I thought, why not for America in the same way? I thought to myself, I forgot maybe it looks a little weird when I do it directly at the death camp of Auschwitz.
The evils of the world.
Oh, oh, no! Yes! Yes! Yes! I forgot the last two photos, bro. Everyone post your rarest Representative Clay Higgins. A fine vintage Higgins filmed in the gas chambers of Auschwitz and called for a strong police state. Dude, it's hilarious because he's like, we need a strong Department of Homeland Security so that we too can put the Mexicans in the same predicament. like you are directly advocating for the thing that you are supposedly criticizing when you say that. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Clay Higgins prayed about it and told CNN he stands by his comments.
Comment on the tweet that Clay Higgins put out today about Haitians.
I heard about that on the floor just now as well. Clay Higgins is a dear friend of mine and a colleague from Louisiana and a very frank and outspoken person. He's also a very principled man. And I think he tweeted, I didn't even see it, but he tweeted something today about Haitians, and he was approached
by January 20th.
Okay. Well, look, he.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Oh, is it bothering you that you have to deal with these guys who don't have your buttoned up approach, who have the exact same opinion as you do? Like, exact same opinion as you do. They're just too stupid not to hold that back. Aw. Oh, man. Oh, God. Here we go again. You fucking fascist freak. He is just as freaky as Clay Higgins is, in the exact same like religious Christo-fascist nut job way too. The only difference is he at least has the wherewithal to be a little bit more buttoned up about it. This is a man who openly was like, yeah, me and my son, we keep tabs on each other's porn consumption. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You can never tell me that this guy is like a normal version. Okay, he's not. He is the same guy. Clay Higgins, on the other hand, content demon. Okay, I much prefer Clay Higgins with his unrestricted racism and his Mazon scene. Okay, that's the only difference. That's the only difference between him and Mike Johnson, is that Clay Higgins has the bravery and the courage to be able to strap a fucking vlogging iPhone directly to his potato-looking head inside of the gas chambers to offer us some Kino. He, on the other hand, does not have the Riz. Okay? He does not have the Riz. He is not an auteur in the way that Clay Higgins is. That's it.
He was approached on the floor by colleagues who said that was offensive. He went to the back. I just talked to him about it. He said he went to the back and he prayed about it and he regretted it and he pulled.
Yeah, he prayed about it. Remember when Clay Higgins also had that like that psychotic episode and he tweeted out what was it? He tweeted out about the woke blue sky or whatever. Dude, that was another fucking amazing Clay Higgins moment. What the fuck was it? Come on, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the one who was like, yeah, your gender non-binary Jesus won't save you when the woke blue sky hits or some shit. What was it? Yeah, here. You millennial leftists who never lived one day under nuclear threat can now reflect upon your woke sky. You made quite a non-binary fuss to save the world from intercontinental ballistic missiles. There was that, and then he also had his like thing about his wife. That's funny. That is also Clay Higgins. There was another thing about his wife in a dream. He like had some fucking psychotic. Oh, here. My wife has the gift of premonition. Last night she dreamed that federal squads were in our home seizing guns, knives, unauthorized foods, and stored water. They said we had been reported. Becca awoke, crying. What happened to our freedom, she asked. What indeed? I wanted to pause there and reflect on the statement. Okay, I wanted to have the weight of this statement stand on its own. Okay. It was beautiful. It was fantastic. It was Clay Higgins. Okay. You already know, baby. That's my fucking goat. That's my goddamn goat. I give you the most ridiculous cancel culture thing I've ever seen in my life.
Is the queen of nice really the queen of mean?
Respond to this with the most insane stories about Ellen being mean.
Ellen DeGeneres under fire again with accusations of a toxic work environment.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. Things are really spiraling. Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen DeGeneres.
Is the
Damn. Damn. It's crazy. Why is it shot like one of those Netflix serial killer series trailers? What is this? So unsure if you remember him, but fellow streamer and our role player. Oh, Saab. I spoke with my grandparents earlier, and it seems the situation in Lebanon is worsening. A village about 15 minutes away from them was hit by an airstrike, forcing many people to flee their homes. My parents are helping refugees by providing shelter for those affected. However, I can't shake the fear that any day I could receive a call saying they've been killed in an airstrike. I just want this conflict to end and for a ceasefire to take place. Yeah. Cancel culture, man. She got a 1 minute full standing ovation at the end for saying, I am strong. Oh, God. I think I was in a happier place when looking at Clay Higgins' tweets.
Hold the post down. That's what you want a gentleman to do. I'm sure he probably regrets some of the language he used, but, you know, we move forward. We believe in.
Why? Why? Why? Why do you have an issue with the language? 70 applause breaks? Who did they fucking pack the crowd with, dude? Who the fuck is that big of a Ellen DeGeneres ride or die? Yeah. What monster? The woman who kidnapped a million kids? No, I'm not. I'm not gonna watch that. Sorry, brother. Hillary voters. Okay. I haven't even gotten to the Chapel Roan part yet. But yeah, let's do the Steve Kornacki breakdown of the 270 while I go pee.
We are just 6 weeks away from Election Day. And with all of that, the polls, well, they can be hard to tell where the race stands. But thankfully, we've got Steve Kornacki. He is at the big board to help break down all of it. All right, Steve, right now, what are the numbers telling us? It's great to see you.
You too, Steph. And, well, let's take a look because there have been a lot coming out there in the last couple days here. First of all, you've probably seen these headlines in the last couple of days. Our own NBC poll had Kamala Harris ahead by 5. CBS had her up 4. CNN just this afternoon, Harris by 1. Quinnipiac today, they're in a tie. So, and there have been many others. So let's show you the average here. This is the average of all the polls recently, all of them conducted post-debate. Where does that net out? It nets out on average to Harris by 3 points in the national horse race right now. Now, of course, what we've seen in 16 and in 20, the last 2 elections, is that Donald Trump fell short in the national popular vote both times. He won once and he nearly won a second time because of the Electoral College. So what do things look like in the 7 core battleground states? Looking at our poll averages in these states right now, and what jumps out, I think, is a bit of a north-south divide. Look at where you see the Harris blue here, where you see her best results. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, her 3 best results, those 3 sort of Big Ten states. You got Nevada, Harris leading in the average there by about 1.5 points. Nevada, a particularly volatile state with polling, too, a little bit hard to nail down, but that's what you have there. And then Trump's strength right now, Georgia, Arizona, and then you got a tie there in North Carolina, but Trump doing on the whole in the polling a little bit better in the Sun Belt than he is in those Midwest states. And of course, for Trump, probably the situation is he's got to get like Georgia, Carolina. He could then win with Pennsylvania. He could do something with. The point for Trump is he's going to have to win almost certainly one of those 3 Big Ten states right now where Harris is polling the best. But of course, these are very close margins.
Let's talk about this, because Politico is reporting that some Democrats justifiably are worried that the Teamsters' non-endorsement of Harris was this warning sign that she's got real work to do with working-class voters, despite the fact that so much of what Joe Biden has delivered, his legislative wins, have delivered for blue-collar workers.
So, Steph, we just showed you Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and take a look. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, these 3 states among the 7 core battleground states have the highest adult populations of white voters without 4-year degrees, blue-collar white voters. And, of course, we talk about this as a core Trump constituency in 16 and in 20, but another feature has been polling misses among this group of voters, blue-collar white voters, particularly in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, both in 2016 and in 2020. So keep that in mind. That last graphic I showed you, where Harris has her best poll average numbers in those 3 states, they're also the 3 states that are sort of chock full of that Trump-friendly demographic that has been underestimated, undercounted really in polling in terms of his extent of its support for Trump the last 2 times around. If that happens again, those small Harris poll average leads in those states look a lot different.
It's undercounted. Why? Because people are voting for him, but they don't like to talk about it because they don't want to deal with the headache?
Well, there's all sorts of theories about why pollsters have not been able to adequately capture the segment. It's a large segment, but the segment of the blue-collar white population that's pro-Trump. But one of the things that happens is you can get, demographically speaking, just in terms of being representative of the population as a whole, you could get the correct number of blue-collar white voters in your poll. But there are still blue-collar white voters who vote Democratic. There aren't as many who vote Republican in these states or vote Trump in these states. And what may end up happening in these polls is they get more willingness from the Democratic side of that, the Democratic segment there, to actually answer the phone and go through the poll process than on the Republican side. A lot of different theories for why those Trump voters have been hard to reach for pollsters, but it certainly seems that they have been. It certainly seems that that's been the issue in the polling in those states.
What about the ceiling? Because VP Harris still has areas where she can expand support, but Trump, it seems like he's got a ceiling. Is that the case?
Well, certainly, look, talking about 46% or so, 47% generally is what people think just based on the last two elections, though there have been some polls where he's polled a little bit higher than that this time around. One area to look at for Trump is he's shown some growth in the polls relative to 2020 and 2016 among non-white voters. Now, among black voters, what you're looking at here, this is our average of all the different polls that are out there right now. And on average, Trump's sitting in the mid-teens there among black voters. Now, again, these numbers will bounce around from poll to poll, so it's a little bit hard to nail down. But we could say, historically speaking, if anything like this were to play out in the election, 15% for a Republican among black voters in a presidential election would be at the very high end of what we've seen in modern times. And that, it's small, but that could boost Trump in a state like Georgia, a state like North Carolina, a state with a large black population. Just that kind of improvement from the mid-high single digits to the mid-teens. And then among Hispanic voters, this was a very big story in 2020, of course. Trump made big strides with Hispanic voters. Well, again, you're looking at our average of all the polls right now among Hispanic voters. Harris 54, Trump 41. Again, if this were to be what actually played out in the election, that would represent further progress, further growth for Trump among Hispanic voters. You start thinking about in Arizona, Nevada, this would come into play, though, certainly in Georgia as well, 10% Hispanic there. So, again, this would represent growth for Trump. We talk about, is he locked in based on 16 and 20? Here are two demographic groups, particularly Hispanics, where he has shown some improvement from the last time around.
I don't know what the fuck to say.
There's two main categorical reasons why.
But I think it's finally time. Not for gaming. And even if we do gaming, it would not be the gaming that you think we're going to be gaming. It would be Warhammer 40K, the not woke game. But it's time for the Can One Woke Teen Survive 20 Trump Supporters, the Jubilee. Damn, dude. So when they put up the flags that, for those of you who don't remember the rules, if they put up 11 flags, then he has to get swapped out. But because I think Trump supporters are, I believe, dumber than Kamala supporters are, the people are probably not going to throw up the flags as fast. Oh my God, my man thought he deployed that shit. He thought he had that shit locked the fuck down, dude. Nice. Wow, I can't believe you're calling a Cuban Latino man a racist. I mean, there's also one of my favorite ones is when he said that a Mexican-American judge, like an American judge of Mexican descent, could not adequately legislate, or could not adequately adjudicate over his court proceedings because he was Mexican. That was, I mean, dude, there's so much. Like, Donald Trump's racism is it's such a target-rich environment, you know?
Yeah.
Wait. Is she saying and he shouldn't be here? Like, what? Oh, she said legal. Okay, my bad. For a second, I thought she was just leaking, you know? It's like, yeah, my husband is an illegal immigrant and he should not be in this country. You know what I mean?
administration, he
It's just racism, mental illness. I mean, yeah. That's like 90% of right-wing commentary. Most of what holds the Republican right together is just that. Being a problem, but our examples are of legal immigration, which includes her husband, which is why a lot of these people play fast and loose with the truth. Okay? Like, for her, she does not understand the fundamental reality that the difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant is just paperwork. Okay? And the difference between her and a legal or illegal immigrant is simply the amount of time that she has spent on U.S. soil. That's usually the difference. Because at a certain point, her family members came not from America. Okay? So obviously, this entire argument is fucking cooked. This is precisely the reason why it is hilarious and also openly fucking racist whenever Republicans will be like, I don't care that they're legally here. It's because Kamala waved the wand. That's what J.D. Vance said. Right? That's what fucking J.D. Vance said. She met her husband, is a felon. Ain't no fucking way. Wait, what? God damn it, dude. Oh, my Lord. Top of the hour streamer. Thanks, man. Republicans have gotten way more comfortable with their narratives, and that's why they now say these things. That's why they now openly say these things like even legal immigrants should be made illegal. Because there's no real like economic reason or purpose or anything like this. It's just simply pure animus, pure racist hatred. Okay. Anyway, speaking of pure hatred, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. You guys cooked me. Here it is.
Source from
Been fucking like saying some of the most insane unhinged shit. Okay. Only 2 people have raised a red flag. Like the quality control from Republicans against other Republicans. This is like a more holistic approach to the subject matter here. But I do find it really interesting because we watched the Charlie Kirk video, which is a professional political pundit going up against like a bunch of TikTokers at the most and just like random liberals at best, right? And in that situation, the way that other liberals that were waiting to fucking talk to Charlie Kirk were definitely trying to speak over one another, were flagging each other over and over again, right? Whereas like the conservatives, as long as you say the words, it doesn't matter to them. Does that make sense? As long as you say the words, it doesn't really matter. They're letting her cook. They're letting her fucking sit there and say whatever the fuck she wants to. Doesn't matter if it sounds unhinged. It's because conservatives don't believe in debate. They understand they win by just not raising the fucking flag. Why do liberals think this can be done in good faith? They revel in bad faith. Yeah. You are also not going to hear a diversity of opinion on this. Maybe a little bit, but not to the same degree as all the liberals that had so many different perspectives that they wanted to tackle the issue from. It goes to show the ease in which it is to become a conservative spokesperson. Make no mistake, this is not a targeted, deliberate effort to instill some kind of messaging discipline. It is simply because the talking points rely on pre-existing hurt and harm for the most part, and they almost always appeal to the lowest common denominator. They're dumb, and the talking points are also dumb. Do you understand? Here's the situation. Here's the problem also. Like, it takes no effort to just tell a lie, but an untold amount of effort, countless hours to tell the truth. Correcting the record in these situations is going to be quite difficult to engage with, especially in a quick manner, right? It's difficult. It's always a very difficult task. Which is, you know, part of the problem in retaliating to that. Like that's shocking because I think he did a good job. I think he did a good job with that line. That was a bar. But she literally didn't even flinch, dude. She was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he's a rapist and I love him. He's my rapist. Like, guy again? What is happening, bro? Dude, God, conservatives are such a fucking unit. Eric Adams indicted. Eric Adams is indicted following. Oh my God. Wait, no shot. Bro. No fucking shot. No shot. No fucking way. amazing. I mean, that is amazing. Okay. Nate Platinum. It's probably foolish to think a New York City mayor will successfully translate into being a national political figure, but I still think Eric Adams will be in my top 5 for who will be the next Democratic presidential nominee after Joe Biden. His political instincts unmatched, unparalleled. Ain't nobody comes near him. Okay? Nobody. Incredible stuff. You said Adams was a meme? I did. And I was right. I was right. I thought he was going to get blasted for being in a polyamorous relationship with multiple girlfriends. But it turns out it was so much better than that. I said Eric Adams had the best meme potential. I think it was in one of my predictions. I mean, come on.
Knows that New York City is the Athens of America. It's the Istanbul of America. It's the keys of America. It's the soul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America. The Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America, New York City. Everyone knows that New York City is the Athens of America. It's the Istanbul of America. It's the keys of America. It's the soul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America. The Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America, New York City. Everyone knows that
There is just like this curse where when you become the mayor of New York City, what was my prediction for 2024? Hold up. Let's see if I can find it. Goals and predictions. Trump doesn't go to jail. Mitch McConnell dies. Jimmy Carter dies. Bill Clinton dies. Ukraine war gets one more final push, but in the absence of interest, ends with ceding ground to Russian annexation, causing major rift in Ukraine, putting Zelensky at odds with Zelensky, Polish-Ukrainian relationship rift over economy. China doesn't annex Taiwan. Irish unification 2024. U.S. economy reaches soft landing. Major Cybertruck recall. COVID shutdown nostalgia. Climate change shifts seasons more. Lighter new pandemic causing people to overreact. Even larger rift. New Nintendo console Switch 2 announced. Eric Adams' polyamory arc is revealed alongside his criminal case because he was using one of his concubines for his crimes. Wait. If the investigation finds that it was one of his side pieces, it's close, but it's not good enough. It's close. I mean, this is another classic Eric Adams
I'm New York
moment.
State Senator Eric Adams, and for 22 years, I wore a bulletproof vest. Please come and join me inside my house. What I would like to show here is to empower parents on how to search a room.
Wait, what else did I call? We find out Kevin McCarthy does indeed fuck, like for sure. MTG, normal politician arc, or rather the party becomes more like her. Lobo is the opposite. Yeah, I mean, that's another lock. There's some in here that are not correct. I mean, I got the Ukraine war gets one more final push. That was correct. And the absence of interest. We'll see. I don't think there's going to be ceding ground to the Russian annexation causing major rift in Ukraine. You would be so much more accurate if you didn't add qualifiers to your predictions. Yeah, I should have just kept it short and simple. U.S. economy reaches soft landing is correct. Major Cybertruck recall already happened. Climate change is obviously also shifting seasons more. Lighter new pandemic causes people to overreact, even larger rift. I guess monkeypox, but not necessarily. A beloved celebrity gets invested openly. Right-wing content that's extremely online in a shocking way. That's happened way too many times for it to be like even a normal fucking prediction. Major Cybertruck recall. Didn't they just fix it with a grommet? It doesn't matter. They did a full-blown Cybertruck recall. Switch 2 prediction is gone unless you meant it being revealed. Yes, I meant it being revealed. I guess like there was a new Nintendo console, but it wasn't. You could argue, no, the Marjorie Taylor Greene was a lock. Marjorie Taylor Greene, normal politician arc, or rather the party becomes more like her. Lobo is the opposite, is completely correct. That is definitely something that happened. Didn't you predict the Kamala takeover too? Yeah, but that's like after. This was in the beginning of the year when I made these predictions. I still think the Nintendo Switch 2 might be leaked, or not leaked, but yeah, Eric Adams, we find out Eric Adams' polyamory arc is revealed alongside his criminal case because he was using one of his concubines for crimes. No, that leak was bullshit. No, I meant Switch 2 will be revealed. He ain't do nothing wrong, just an Albanian man trying to make it in the concrete jungle. Yeah. New York, the Kosovo of America. Switch 2.